Hello, everyone.
Yo, yo. What is happening, everybody, and welcome to another live episode of Splintered Spirits.
Splintered Spirits, the podcast where my nephew John Santa Paranormal, and I deep dive into the mysteries of the paranormal as we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Anything, do we figure it out yet, John? Do we know what spirits are yet?
No, we have not yet figured it out, but I do have some ideas. Some theories, and, keeping up with quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all that fun stuff. Seeing if any
reading some books.
Oh, dude, I've been
taking some classes.
Yeah, no, it's always been one of my hobbies, that and anthropology and a couple other things that I always stay up on the up and up with, and it's wild. It's wild, and we're gonna dive into it.
But let me ask you a serious question. We do have a guest coming today, and as soon as they join us, I will tell you all about them. But when you're looking at all of your documentation, what lines can you draw to connect these dots when you start thinking about, your quantum theories of these things? You understand that question? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And the line...
How does it support or
go
against your theory?
It definitely supports. Because it seems the common thread, whether something is asking for help, something is talking about a situation, something is talking to me directly, or something is talking about a situation, or they're dealing with each other. The common thread is always that it is one singular mind from their perspective.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
So think about it like this. If you were to take this is going to get really crazy, but it's the only way for me to describe it.
That's the only way we know how to do it here at Splintered Spirits is to get crazy.
I know. I wish I had my whiteboard. I'm about to start busting it out.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah. So
LFG.
So imagine you took a man from the 1400s, okay?
Yeah.
And you granted him the ability to live that entire time up until now. Right. And, you're about to take away this ability from him to live, but you want to hear before he dies, you want to hear everything about him.
Okay.
Everything he's experienced, everything. You're going to get an account of history, correct, as he lived from one singular perspective, his. And that's it. So it doesn't matter let's say he was from England, okay, or Italy. It doesn't even make a difference, or Africa, or wherever. You're going to get his singular perspective on the, 600 plus years that followed. And he's not going to be able to tell you anything outside of his perspective.
Okay.
So it's the same thing with spirits. It's literally the same thing with spirits. Whether they learn something new or they're speaking about, what they're going through, it's always from that singular perspective. And people lose sight of that when dealing with spirits.
So, and how does that knowing that it's one perspective, what does that tell you from a longer haul, a bigger picture?
So the longer haul, bigger picture, tells me that I'm dealing with these individuals individually, if you will, right?
Okay.
You get what I mean by that?
Yes.
Like, it's not, so if I turn on the spirit box, I start talking to a spirit, I'm not going to turn around and get, answers to something that happened, hundreds and hundreds of miles away from this spirit. Okay, now maybe in the next 200 years, when the ghost hunters and investigators and enthusiasts are talking to spirits in 200-300 years, they'll be able to say, "Oh yeah, I remember the World Trade Center," even though they're all the way in France. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a different. Yes, it's a different type of person. It's always that one perspective, and it's really wild, and you really start to see it. And it's almost like they don't exist outside of that perspective unless you bring them into it. And that's when, for example, like the spirits are talking about the ranking on TikTok, or they mention a gift that gets dropped, or even more simple, they bring up somebody in the chat.
Speaking of the chat, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone on TikTok and YT and wherever you may be watching or listening to Splintered Spirits. If you are on Santa Paranormal, by all means, hop over to Splintered Spirits and give it a subscribe, give it a like, and give it a share. Can you give me a practical example of everything you're talking about, like a specific thing that you have listened to that said that's why this is what I think it is?
Yeah. So a great example of this is Anne over at the pre-war burial ground.
Okay.
It didn't take Anne long to learn that I was on this strange thing that was allowing me to communicate with the tons of other people. It didn't take her long to realize that. In fact, she was even able to realize, hey, I can't talk to John right now because he's not hearing me, but I can talk to the people and respond to what the people are. It's weird. And another example of that is Edward. When Edward would start flipping out on people for sending gifts, like he was able, through his perspective, he was able to go, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I don't want this fool making money. Stop sending him gifts. He was able to tell. He was able to figure it all out.
Now, to counter your own argument, what would they be saying that would then make you think that that's not what's happening? What would be an example of something they could say that would make you think otherwise?
So those are, and what's funny is it does happen, but on a different level. Like one time, I came across a pair of time travelers. I shit you not. They claim to be time travelers, and they claim to have gotten stuck and then died.
Okay.
Which that completely, that's if you're time traveling, yeah, sure, it's your singular perspective, but now you have a linear, a not so linear shot of seeing everything. If they're saying that means they can pick where they wanted to go, which is a different, example. But that's so few and far between. I think it's only happened once to me. I think maybe there's
Okay.
someone in the chat that's like, no, John, it happened this time too, and I just don't remember.
Some of your librarians that have
Yeah,
gone through
yeah.
your stuff
I've got them, and
oh yeah,
without
for
them,
sure.
my stroke brain ass wouldn't be able to figure out anything.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right. Well, and then so this is what you've been doing. You've been going through. You're literally now going through a lot of your lives and the old videos,
Yes.
and you are sort of categorizing them
Yes.
and grouping them together to see connections,
Yep.
messaging, progression, regression, just
Yes.
sort of everything.
Everything. Themes. Like think about all the spirits that hit on me and asked for sex, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's crazy, and sometimes they're crude about it. Sometimes they don't care. They will sound horrible about it, and why not? They're dead. Boredom.
Thank you for those gifts, guys. That's kind of you.
Boredom is a big part of it.
Boredom. You mean
Spirits
boredom
are
from
bored. Yeah, spirits are bored. Why are they bored? Why do they keep saying they're bored? What would lead them to be like, oh, I'm bored. It's wild, and what's crazy about that too is like you can hear them talking about being bored, whether it's a static stream, like if I were to fire up the spirit boxes and walk away from here and we just left and we left
Yeah.
them running, we'll hear the spirits talk about how they're bored. You'll hear them all the time, even at Summit, any location. It's like, wait a minute, why are you bored? What's your reality like that you're so damn bored?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Man, and it also I don't know, I kind of would find it a little offensive because it's like, what? You guys got to be bored to talk to me? Why can't you just I don't have the personality
that's one of my
to
things.
bring you in on this?
Yeah, when a spirit says they're bored, I'm like, all right, spirit, if you're bored, then talk to me. Let's have a conversation. Try to talk to me. That's what I try to tell them.
Someone's asking, have you ever used other things other than apps?
Yes.
They love your show. Lady Calamare.
Yes.
Wants to know.
Yes.
But we're predominantly a ghost app guy.
So 100%. And the reason why is because there is nothing easier and simpler than firing it up on a device.
Right.
Okay, it's
Especially when
just
you're walking and moving and
exactly. It's just so much easier to do. I've done it all, especially back in the day with EVPs and using different things. A lot of people want me to bring EVPs into it and also run EVPs, but that's when I got to remind them, hey, listen, I'm documenting. I am not ghost hunting. However, one of the big changes that's coming up for Santa Paranormal, and I'm hoping to have this up and running by December, is the actual investigation process of the tower while I'm documenting. I'm creating essentially a language model, very rudimentary, that all it's going to do is be an investigator. And I looked into it. I actually got off live last night early because I was sitting there and it's just in the back of my head, and I'm like, I have to make this. I have to plan this out and make it.
all
So
right. I want to hear more about this, and I think that's going to be easy for you to put even a digital recording device in there, and then you can record and follow up and see if you hear things that you don't hear and all that stuff. But our guest
is
in
ready.
the lobby.
Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful guest. Very fun. Goes by the name of Spooky Scoundrel. Spooky's got over 400,000 followers on TikTok. They're a paranormal investigator and a ghost tour guide based in Toronto. I want to hear about some Canadian ghosts. I wonder if they're nicer there, because everybody in Canada's nice. So I just want to see if the ghosts are even nicer. Spooky has been exploring the supernatural since 2005 and began leading public paranormal investigations in 2021. They teach people how to talk to ghosts, specializing in historic and heritage hauntings. They bring history to life through the spirits, all with a uniquely level-headed, goofy, and curious approach. I've been watching a lot of Spooky's TikToks, and I find it very funny because, I have an affinity for more lighthearted, ghost talk as opposed to the guru, that kind of thing. Spooky's always ready to debunk when possible, make the paranormal less scary, more accessible, and a whole lot more fun. Let us bring in Spooky Scoundrel right now so that the people can meet them. Spooky, welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello.
And welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. This is so exciting.
Oh, good. Is it? Wow, that's
cool. I love talking about ghosts. I can't get enough of it. So
now, why? What is it? Okay, I want to know first off, Spooky, what happened that sparked your interest? What made you get into ghosts?
That's a really good question. I feel like I've just been super into ghosts my entire life. When other people were playing with toys and like going outside, I was reading about aliens and ghosts. I would ask everywhere that I would go to if they were haunted. Just a fascination ever since I could remember. But I also went to a haunted high school, and that's kind of when I really started actively investigating because I had a place to go to.
But does that mean that you saw something there? Like that you had an experience that was okay? Everything I loved is now it's happening. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, pretty much. I worked in the auditorium a lot. I was on stage crew for a lot of our shows that we put on. And that meant that I was always one of the first ones in and last ones out. So we were there alone a lot, and a lot of really strange things happened. It was a very well-known spirit. His name was Jamie. He was a former custodian. And he would mess with the lights all the time. We would hear the piano play by itself when no one was even near it. The fire curtain would come down by itself, even though the only way it could even be triggered would be if someone like broke that little box and pulled down the actual alarm. So yeah, a lot of different things happened.
That sounds like a terrible place to go to high school. It's just like,
I don't know. It was the best years of my life.
You love it. Now, Spooky, you don't consider yourself like a medium or anything. No. This is just a love of yours, and you investigate and you got into. So did you start reading up? How did you learn how to become an investigator?
The first year was just figuring it out, really trying things. I had always kind of gotten in my head that I was going to be a paranormal investigator one day. So I had studied parapsychology just like on my own time. By that point, I was already a member of the Toronto Ghost and Hauntings Research Society here in my city as well. And then
say that again. What is that?
Oh, sorry, the Toronto Ghosts and Hauntings Research Society.
Okay.
Very fun online database, I guess, of all of the different hauntings in Toronto and Ontario. And then Ghost Hunters in 2004 was kind of the big one, the TV show. I was like, oh man, there's actual people out there doing this.
Sure. Jason Hollis has a lot of babies, I think.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of babies.
He taught an entire generation.
Yeah, for sure. That's okay. Yeah, it made it very okay. Like the everyman kind of guy, the plumber, and then it's like they're out there doing it and
yeah, they weren't like weird by day. I mean, they probably are weird by day. We all are, right? But yeah, they were just average people. And then, they had jobs. And so it kind of showed you like, oh, okay, so this is, a hobby that people really enjoy. Even
when I worked at Discovery at the time, I know there was a sci-fi show. When I worked at Discovery, the name we would have for those types of people that weren't, that had these incredible hobbies, we called them passionate obsessives, right? We always look for like, who's the passionate obsessive? They didn't have to be learned or have a 17 degrees behind them on their wall. They just had to know an incredible amount of knowledge of that stuff, Like
Absolutely.
There's a guy, this is neither here nor there, but it's the example I used to use. It was one of these actors, he was on Lost and he was one of the hobbits, and I forget his name and I'm blanking on his name. But his parents were, what are people who study bugs? Is it entomologists? Entomologists? This guy could tell you everything about a bug down to like, how there's like 8 classes or something, could go down all the way, like any bug. He's obsessed. He loves it because but he didn't study it. He's a good actor, right? He's a working actor. That's not his study, but he is a passionate obsessive about this. And that's what I find so now, is this what you do full time?
No.
What's your day job?
My day job is doing online customer service support for government login services.
Oh my God.
So really super the opposite of ghost hunting.
Right. That is. So when do you but you give tours?
Yes. So I consider that kind of a part-time gig. I do that in the evenings, ghost tour guide. At this point, I've been doing it for over 10 years, so it's honestly just fun. I sometimes forget it's a job for me. I just really enjoy telling stories and talking to people. Is
this for our company or is this something you started? Because you sort of investigated.
Yeah, I wish I'd started it because it's such a fun place to work for. But it's called the Haunted Walk. We operate in 3 different cities in Canada, Toronto, Kingston, and Ottawa. They've been around for, I think, 30 years this year. So pretty well established, like tourism, but showing the darker side.
Got it. Have you ever been absolutely freaked out yourself? I've seen some of your videos where you sort of see something that wigs you out, but what happens? How do you do that? And if you have a bunch of people with you, what do you do?
That's actually one of the hardest things, I think, is when you have like 20 people with you who are expecting you to be this really calm storyteller, who's leading them through this place that you're very familiar with, and then something happens and you have to not only keep yourself calm but also keep them calm. And that's one of the harder things to do. I think at this point in my career, I've just been doing it for so long and I'm so excited by the prospect of activity that I look forward to it every time I go to work. So I get like giggly more than anything. I get really excitable and I try to bring my groups in with me into that feeling, to try to scary is fun and it's okay to be afraid a little bit, but I think it's more exciting when you're really curious and really passionate really about it.
Where's your favorite places to go?
Definitely the Pioneer Village that I often do all my tours at. It's just so contained in such a big city. It feels very quiet. It feels very calm. And then you've got all these wild hauntings. Like every building is haunted by a different ghost with different stories.
Why? Give us some history here.
Oh man. Okay.
Give us your Toronto tour. Give us the quick version of what is happening in this place that these ghosts like hanging out in this village.
So I think it's a museum by day. And then we do like our darker stuff at night. I say darker, but you know, it's ghosts.
Right.
And it's a collection of buildings from around Ontario, our province, that were all from about the 1940s to 1840s to about 1890s. And they all showcase different things. So like there's a general store, there's a tinsmith, there's people's houses, there's a hotel. So the buildings had a history before they came to the village in the 1960s. And I think that's maybe why they're so haunted, is they're places that were likely haunted before they arrived. And then their new location has just allowed the haunting to thrive, especially with us going in and trying to talk to them all the time.
So when you say that it's allowed them to thrive, what does that mean?
It's a reenacting village, so they actively pretend like it's 1867. So they're in like the costumes, they churn butter, they do farming, and all of that stuff. And I think that has this way of just staying like lightly in tune with the history of the building and the ghost stories that might have happened there.
And you think that keeps them?
I do.
All right. Well, then that leads to the question I like to ask all our guests, because it's perfect. If you think that staying in the time period somehow energizes them or keeps them there or more active, what is it, Spooky? What do you think spirits are?
That is like the hardest question ever.
Well, that's what we're all doing here. What are we doing here?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
We're trying to figure it out. But what do you think they are that keeps you going? What is it? It doesn't matter if you have to have some idea of what you think it is that you're doing.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I think, we could get into the really weird parts of it.
Let's do it. But first, tell me what it is. Like, what is that thing?
All right. So I think it's a combination of really long lasting emotion or like emotional energy. In a sense. So that's, you see a lot of places where there was certain kinds of specific attachments, whether it was a home that somebody cared about deeply or somewhere there was a traumatic incident that let out that kind of energy. I think that places kind of contain that. They hold on to that. And then the other side of it is I'm not actually sure that ghosts are always dead people. I think sometimes we have this psychological ability to create our own ghosts and interact with them. There are experiments that have been done and continue to be done about this.
That's like the Phillips experiment.
I was about to say, I'm from the city that happened in, so it's one of my favorite places.
That's like a very famous sort of, right.
Absolutely. And they did it, right? They were able to essentially talk to a ghost they had created. So I think when we know something about a place, a location, and we go in with that intention, we are partially responsible for that haunting.
Well, so I'm going to spit back what you just said in a different way.
Yeah, it was long-winded.
No, because it speaks, John, I think it speaks a lot to, it's very similar to say, because one, you say emotion. Now, when I hear emotion, that's clearly in the mind. That's how, whatever it is, that's a consciousness. We don't really know how the mind works. And then you say it's emotion and our energy. Well, we do have energy. And, look, John's theory is that spirits are memories attached to the energy and that is released because it has to go somewhere when people pass. So you're very similar, have a very similar philosophy on what spirits are. That's not, look, some people come out and they think it's a soul. They think it's, it's more religious, like we got dipped by God or something. And then it's like, whatever that is. Right. And then, but that's, more power to, I don't know if they're right yet. I mean, I really don't want to know just yet that answer.
The real question is what kind of dip we talking about?
Yeah, right.
Are we talking about like, some good dip that, my wife is making, or are we talking about the dip going, back to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I
don't know. Oh, do we lose Spook? Oh, there you are.
No, yeah, she's not. He's there.
So, there's that. I think a very similar philosophies on what spirits are in that respect. And I think that, now the other thing you were talking about, is it manifestations by people or not? I spoke to, there's certain theories on like the difference between spirits or apparitions versus hauntings, where like that energy, we can release that energy at any time, and it becomes an imprint there, which it's not. It's just a recording, right? It just is the same thing. Have you ever experienced something that just it's repetitive, as
Yes.
opposed to, you know, like it's always gonna happen. Like, up, it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. This ghost is gonna use the bathroom. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I've definitely experienced a number of those kinds of hauntings, residual hauntings. One of the coolest ones I think I've ever experienced was one that no one even died. And that one is hard to explain to people that it was a haunting, but the energy that was left behind was from survival. It was from this moment of pure joy. These prisoners escaped this fort and they left with their lives. They were never apprehended again. Um, and one night I was there and I heard the men shouting, and it was this unbridled like joy, this literally shouting that you survived something and made it out alive. Um, but they didn't die. It wasn't a dead person or a ghost necessarily.
right. It was just
Spooky,
a
spooky.
moment.
How long ago was that? Are they like
Mm,
they escaped? What do you mean by that? Like they didn't die on the property? They died like elsewhere, or are they still
m-
alive?
much later. This happened in the 1840s.
Oh, okay, so they're dead
Yeah.
now, though.
It's at
They're
an
dead
old
now, though.
fort. Absolutely dead now. Yes. So that begs the question, the haunting that I experienced, was it truly that imprint of that joyous moment, or did after they passed come back to the moment of the most joy they ever had? Who knows?
Well, it's like the episode. It's like when I talked to Professor Auerbach, you know, like Lord Auerbach, and he was telling me about the the imprint of a couple having sex in this person's house, but they were still alive. He went and found the previous owners and said they're experiencing something at this time every night, and it was like the couple freaked out because they had a little thing that they like to do every night at that time, and they left a spectral sex tape in their old apartment. So it's like,
That's
you know,
wild.
that sort of thing, you know, that happens. Um, but yeah, but anyway, right. That could have been such a big moment, big joyous moment that the energy of the group even could have, maybe that is something to that there. I lean towards this theory more than most. I mean, I know I'm biased because of him, but it's still starting to feel from others. Energy is always a thing. You know, that memory and consciousness is always a thing, and we don't know what those answers are, right? I mean, it just seems to fall a lot into that space. How long have you been on TikTok, Spooky? How long have you been?
2021, I think, is when I started.
So, like a lot of people, like
Like a
right
lot of
around,
people, the
right,
pandemic, we
right,
were bored.
right.
Yeah, and it was by accident. I never expected to do anything like what I do now.
Well, I love finding that, like, you know, and building like a paranormal community and on TikTok, and it is a big social, and you have a hell of a following, which is really quite something. Then, and I believe it's because of the fun and the joy that you bring to it. You know, and do you know what do you notice about your community? Do you do lives, or do you just drop videos, or how did you build this, and what kind of reactions are you getting from people from what you deliver?
I'll admit I'm not as on it as I feel like I probably should be, especially with, people actually interested in what you're doing. It all happened by accident. I had one video go mega viral overnight, millions of views overnight. And that just started this kind of idea in my mind, like, oh wow, people actually want to hear about this. I thought it was just me in my tiny weird corner of the universe. And so it's mostly just videos. I do want to, work on, on getting better, but with it. What I have noticed though, and what is really, really impactful for me is people messaging me, whether by email or in DMs, saying things like I've changed their entire perspective. Um, just the idea that I can shift someone from being absolutely terrified of something they're experiencing, even or have experienced, and make it something more gentle for them or empowering in some way, that will never get old, I don't think.
Hey,
That's wild, right? That's
Spooky,
great.
what is your what like what's the first thing that comes to mind when I ask you your favorite tour? because you said you do these tours, you know, nightly and whatnot. So, you know, you're doing it over and over at the same spots and whatnot. What is your most favorite? Not scary, not, you know, like great, like just your favorite overall thing that's happened while giving one of these awesome tours.
Oh, I love that question. I have so many that are so fun.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever be able to beat Halloween night. I believe it was 2 years ago. Um, and part of I think why the story is so fun to me is that it happened on Halloween night. Like that's just so cliche, right? You tell that story to somebody else and they're like, "Oh, pff, sure, it happened on Halloween."
Halloween, yeah.
But it was a series of events that had happened. We went to do one of my favorite experiments, the Estes method. And
We're
as
going to
we
talk about that
started,
with you in a second. I told you
yeah,
we were,
I'm
but let's
excited.
go.
As we got into the session, this woman in my group had a nosebleed immediately. And this is like almost 2 hours into our night. So, it was weird to happen at this specific time. Her nose starts bleeding. The receiver starts getting really interesting stuff. Someone else in the group starts hearing footsteps above us on the first floor of this building. We go look. We don't see or hear anything. There's no one there. Can't explain it. Come back down. We hear it again. This time it's running, like actively running footsteps. So we run back upstairs and we're standing in this hallway watching an empty hallway, and hearing footsteps run towards us, turn around, run back towards the door, turn around, come back towards us, like a back and forth. And I cannot explain that. We'll never be able to explain that. I had four different people with me witnessing it, as well as people downstairs doing other things. Eventually, I was like, we have to end our night. I don't know what to do. Like it's still going. So we said our goodbyes. We went downstairs. I pulled the receiver out of the Estes method, and the nosebleed in the group stopped the minute I pulled someone out.
First of all, if I had heard footsteps, you would have one of those sets of footsteps running would have been my own. We could have narrowed it down. Like at least
Yeah.
one is this guy who's leaving.
He's like out the door.
Out the door, straight out the door. All right. I mean, that is. All right, that's interesting. Now, was the nosebleeder the person with the blindfold on in the head? No, this is
No.
just a witness.
Yeah, just someone else in the group.
All right. Listen, let's get into the Estes method for 2 minutes because I do see that in your feed a lot.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
here is the thing, and I'm not goofing on it. Maybe I am a little, but it's like it's
Please.
mainly because I don't understand it, and I
Sure.
want people to explain it because it's all right. You got the headphones on, you got the blinders on. You're supposed to be sound and sight deprivated from the rest. It's plugged into the spirit box, right? I got this so far. Okay, I got one of those. You plug it in there. Now, then the other person asks the question, and this person the person who's covered up can't hear anything, correct? Can't hear you anyway, but then she should just start talking when it hears it.
Yeah.
Why do I want to hear from that person and not hear from? Why am I adding a middleman? Why do I not want to just hear from the ghost? Why do we do it?
Really
Why do you think
wonderful
we do
question. Super question. Great question. I think that there's too much of an outsider bias that happens. When the person listening for the answer is also participating in the asking of the questions, you psychologically will anticipate an answer. If I ask the ghost, what's your favorite color? The whole group, they're listening to hear a color on the spirit box if we're listening out loud. So by having that one person who cannot hear the questions and all they're doing is saying what they're hearing in the radio or the spirit box, when you get that answer that lines up, you know that it's maybe more than coincidence because it's answering your question.
God damn it, John! That might be the best answer I've heard for that question.
100% because I can back up.
It avoids pareidolia.
I can back. So on my stream,
that's what you're fighting.
What they're fighting is audio pareidolia, which
it really is.
That is, and it's listen, pareidolia is the bane of the paranormal. No matter how you're doing, whether you're investigating, whether you're documenting, it is the worst. It was horrible back when in 2021, 2022, when the phones weren't as good as they are now. And you can even go back and watch old streams if you saved them, how pixelated backgrounds were, how groggy the sound was. And people, even now, I use iPhone 16s for the streams. Even now, people will hear things that are not being said. Why? Because they want to hear it, and it's a pareidolia, and it's horrible when it happens. So that's a great answer.
That is a great answer,
Right.
and I wasn't even expecting that answer, but that is a great.
It's a great answer.
It's not the only reason either.
You got another reason? I would put it while you're ahead, but go ahead. What's another reason? I'm buying into that
with
reason.
the Estes method. I think it's truly one of the coolest experiments that's come out in a really long time in the paranormal field.
What's another reason?
Another reason is that there's a channeling aspect to it, and this is the maybe more woo-woo side of the answer.
We were expecting this one.
Yeah.
This is like, this feels a little right.
But
Great way to
let
say
me
it.
unwoo-woo. Let me unwoo-woo a little bit.
Go that mumbo jumbo.
Unwoo it.
It's almost like going into a trance, right? So you've got this like constant noise. You can put yourself into a trance very easily with static sound, white noise, the spirit box. And having that noise directly in your ears with your eyes, your senses removed in terms of sight and other sound, you really, really give in to that rhythm, the like, right? So it's just constant. And then you start to kind of nod off a little bit. There's that. And so the inventors of the method have said that it's almost like you get out of your own way. And then is there a channeling aspect? Unsure, can't prove it, right? But that trance does seem to be what allows you to have more genuine conversation responses. When I do the Estes method, I do it for an hour or more. And that's not something that's easy to show on video because it gets boring at a lot of moments, right?
For sure.
But as you get to that hour-long mark, it's the remarkable stuff starts to happen. You start to get incredibly direct responses. There are times I've said things that I know I didn't hear, but that were a direct answer with accurate details. Where did I get it from? How did I get it from the spirit box if I didn't even hear it, right? So, you kind of have to look at that side of it as well.
I guess for me, first of all, I like your first answer better. I just do because it makes it that makes very clear sense because it's okay. I could see it. I think what I would also like, and it's not because I wouldn't say look, this whole podcast, this whole thing that we're doing, we come from a place of believing first. I'm actually not interested in debunking. I think it's unfun. I'd rather believe it. And then, there's 110 reasons why it might not be the thing because what we're talking about ghosts, you know what I mean? So yeah, who knows what's happening? So let's come from a place of curiosity, right? I want to just stay curious about it. So what I would like to see though in an Estes method is why not do a splitter so that you're recording the sound, the sound box, the spirit box, and so you can play it back later and compare. I would like to hear the comparison.
So
of both of those things.
On that note, I have figured out how to hook up my digital recorder to the spirit box so that you can record the direct output from the spirit box and not have it be like a microphone or, grainy. So it's like the actual pure channel from the spirit box.
Yeah.
And then you could sync it up with the actual answers. Have I done that experiment yet? I need to find someone to do it with me.
All right, get on it because I want to watch it. I want to see it.
Absolutely.
Get on that. That is something I will watch for
100%.
sure. Because I think that puts it. Look, when I first saw it, my belief of it was that the reason those cats did it in the hotel was for a visual because they were making a documentary and it looks fun, right? Like it's visually interesting. You got somebody in the thing, they're wrapped up and it's just like, and then someone's
what are they doing?
Yeah, it's spooky stuff and it's like, the whole thing. But then I just didn't get it. But goddamn, if that pareidolia answer isn't a really great reason to try it. To cut out.
It blows your mind. When it works, it blows your mind.
But to rule out the idea that you're putting the thought into their head to hear it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Which happens all the time.
No,
which
absolutely.
Literally happens all the time. That's what is. It's one of the biggest things that I battle with when live streaming my documentation is people hearing things that aren't being said, and then they have a hard time understanding. Hey, listen, you're getting this secondhand. Regardless, you're getting this secondhand. I'm getting it firsthand. I'm hearing it. And another way that translates too is like any low voices will translate to the people watching as burps. They're like, oh, why? And for about a year, I kept getting hit with the same question. John, why is that spirit burping? Why is that spirit burping? And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, wait a minute. Everyone's asking why the spirit's burping right after I just heard a low voice. Oh, that's translating to you guys as a burp instead of, leave here now, John, like something like that. And it's wild.
Well, yeah, we're getting, we get some weird, so I don't know how often you watch John. John is predominantly live. All of his stuff is live.
I do watch John.
Yeah. So he's all live. And we did an episode we just dropped about Buckout Road where he goes all the time. And there was a part of the interview where he turns because he's like, I just heard a child's voice. And then we listened back and I isolated his audio, and all, what I heard on there was like as if you were wearing a mic and you rub it. It was like a and then he turns, like it's like a and he turns. That he's telling me I just heard a child say my name. But what we recorded was a sound. And that's real. We make a bit out of it in the episode. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it yet, so it's kind of fun. But the sound is 100% real and strange. And he doesn't wear a mic. I mean, he's barely wearing a shirt. So it's like there's definitely no mic on there. It's a ripped t-shirt he's got on. So it just becomes, it's weird, right? How people, I don't know what's going on in his head to die. I think he's a witch of some kind, the way he gets what he gets. A medium of I think he does have superpowers in this ghost space to get what he gets, but I do find that interesting that people hear things a different way, and that leads to a whole other art talk about frequency that we've heard, and vibration that we get into with a lot of people too, that as I'm learning about this stuff. Spooky, how do you keep it, because you do have a very fun, lighthearted tone to your feed and to how you tell these stories, which I love. I like it. I'm a big fan of that. I like, let's take the piss out of this a little bit, let's just have some fun. How do you keep it that way? Have you ever been scared and been like, I can't use this, it's too scary, or I have to figure out how to turn it so it's not scary?
Luckily that hasn't happened to me. I guess I find the more silly you are with the spirits, the more silly they're right back. And so, when you approach it with this silliness and this lighthearted, fun, playful energy, it's hard to get something really terrifying, I find. I've had moments where I wasn't actively looking for something and something unsettling or spooky happened. And those moments, sometimes, yeah, I get a little scared. I jump, it startles me. I'm definitely not as easy to scare as I think I was, 10 years ago. John, you probably feel the same way. Like, things happen to you all the time. It just gets fun. You're just like, awesome. Hey, you're here.
I get scared constantly. Do you like horror movies, or you're like a horror movie buff?
I do. I love horror movies.
I can't
maybe that's what it is.
No, I mean, I find them, after I watch a horror movie, I'm exhausted from being like tense. It's like edge. I just did a workout like the whole time. It's awful. And my wife will film me secretly because I grab my dog and I'm like, just holding my dog, terrified of the whole thing. And it's the absolute worst. The greatest jump scare in history is a total side point, by the way. There was a Netflix, that Netflix series, I think it was The Haunting at Hill House or something, with the bent neck lady, right?
Yeah. Is that the one about the house in Connecticut?
No, I don't know where it was.
Second one, I think.
That might have been the second one. The first one is wonderful. And there's like the bent neck lady ghost, right? Dude, it is. There is an episode in the middle, I don't even remember which one, and I wouldn't want to tell anybody to spoil it, that has the absolute greatest jump scare that I might have jumped across the room. It was so bad. If you think about it, I don't know, I don't want to spoil it for people, but fuck the people. It's in a car. It happens in a car, and it's like, it is unbelievable. And it is so unexpected. Anyway.
But don't you love it? Like, you get scared of it, and then you're like,
I'm just, I can't. Then I'm tired. You know what I mean? I just don't want to deal with it.
Fair.
What else can I ask you here? Have you found a difference in Well, here's the question. Do you ever get out of Canada? Do you go other places? And like it seems like you like historical spots. Where have you ever gotten a chance that's really different from your, your regular haunts?
I haven't, and I think
Okay.
that's really what I'm looking for. I think
Okay.
I'm starting to get to this point where I'm like I'm too accustomed to my own hauntings. They're too predictable in a way. Sometimes I want to go somewhere I don't know anything about, that's just totally out of my comfort zone. Um, that's kind of my next goal, I guess, for investigating, is finding somewhere that'll get me. I want to be gotten again. I want to go back to the early
So be
days.
careful what you wish for,
Yeah.
Spooky. I don't know if you want to be.
Oh,
We're
I'm
talking
putting it
about
out there.
we're talking about ghosts, man. Um, let's see. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? Let's jump to the chat. We are live.
Oh, cool.
I
Chat.
can look and see what's going on here. Let's what
One
do
day
we
I'll
say?
be able to read the chat soon.
Yeah, you would have to go into like all the different things. Yeah, you got to get off your phone.
Yeah.
Because I'm all over, right? I'm on
Happening
wide.
soon.
We're simulcasting like 4 different spots, and it pulls them all into one place except for TikTok, which I'm looking at TikTok too. That's why you see my eyes looking like this. It's not that I'm ignoring you or trying to be rude. What do we got here? What movie again? I was talking about. I think it's The Haunting of Hill House. It's a Netflix series that I was talking about. Some people on the TikTok feed would love for you to go to on some of John's haunts. To see because John's got some nasty ghosts. There's some
I
nasty
want them.
ones.
Bring me to your nasty ghosts,
The
John.
nasty ghosts. Oh, I got some nasty ones.
They
And
are
whatever your
nasty.
definition of nasty is, I got it. It's just the way it is here. I got some good ones too, though. Hey, good people. Don't forget about those good spirits.
Right, they're people. Who's got some questions?
Yeah,
Anybody
yeah,
got
yeah. Don't
questions
forget about
for
'em.
Spooky?
We
Let's
got
see.
some sweetheart spirits.
Let's see.
I always like the nice one. I mean, obviously it's
The nice. Let me
we
tell
like
you
to have
something.
conversations, but I like the ones
Spooky.
that are like there to interact
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, like Spooky. The best conversations that I have ever had have been with pleasant spirits. Now,
Yeah.
content wise, people want more dark. They remember the dark more. They want the darker stuff. But listen, I've been doing this for a while, and I've seen people in the paranormal rise and fall. People get into it and then drop off, and the reason is they submerge themselves in that darkness, in that negative headspace, and it affects people. So I like best of both worlds. Give me the sweet spirit that's gonna say that they don't mind me hanging out there and gonna talk to me, and then give me the spirit that's gonna tell me to go fuck myself. I'm cool with it all. So
Spooky, here's some questions. What
Yeah.
what devices do you use when you investigate? Like, what is your go-to?
I mean, Spirit Box, obviously. I really like the REM pod. I know it's very easily debunkable, but I do my best to keep all of the potential triggers out of the environment. A good old digital recorder. I think a lot of the time, because I deal with historic heritage sites, I like the old school methods. I try not to go too much on the gear and the equipment, because I kind of worry sometimes it scares them a little bit. Like if they're not
Scares
as
who? Ghosts?
the spirits, yeah. Like if
which are
they're,
easily scared, by the way.
from the
Don't ask me
1800s,
how, but they are.
lights and beeps and stuff like that, it might confuse them. So I'm actually working on developing a couple of my own tools as well, to try to limit strange things like beeping and lights.
Spooky, do you? These are all questions from the chat. Spooky,
Yeah.
do you always go alone, or do you usually go with someone?
I try to go with someone, and it's not for the reason you probably imagine. It's not because I'm scared. It's actually because I don't trust myself enough to have an experience and like be able to fully say that was 100% an experience I had. So having a witness is always what I want. But I do go alone sometimes. Sometimes you don't have somebody to go with you.
Have you ever had here's another one from Mama Lisa. Have you ever had a physical experience? Like, have you ever been
Yeah.
touched or physical? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been touched. I've been touched just like a casual, like tap on the shoulder, or, tugging on a jacket or pants or something like that. But one of the most amazing ones that I will never forget is I was about to fall backwards down a staircase, and literally 2 hands on my shoulders, like full 10 fingers, all hand, pushed me upright, and definitely saved me from cracking my head
That's the
open.
difference between Canadian ghosts and U.S.
And
ghosts,
Very
100%,
right?
kind.
I mean, come on,
100%,
Yeah.
100%. That's a
yeah,
Canadian
100%.
ghost.
And he was like,
And New
"Oh,
York
don't
ghosts over
fall."
here would be
I
Yeah.
was
like,
just
What's up,
missing the
Stark?
story.
I see you, Stark. Yeah, it's that's definitely a Canadian ghost, right? I think for us, we would want the pratfall and the laugh,
Yeah.
you know, because if you don't get hurt, it's funny. If you got hurt, it's tragic.
I
Someone
was
falls.
on tour, so I'm glad it didn't come to that because I could have traumatized like 15 people.
Yeah, sure,
Um,
sure. Uh, that's interesting. So wait, can you tell us a little about what you think you're trying to make to catch ghosts, or
yeah. I'm essentially building a REM pod, I guess, that is going to function as a slight proximity sensor, but more so capacitive touch sensor. So if something comes in contact with an object, specifically, I want to be able to hook it up to different objects and use those objects as a trigger for the spirit. So an object that might be kind of mundane in their lives, you know, a cookware or a plate, something that can be connected to the device in another room so that it's not interfering immediately in the room that the activity is happening in. I'm also building similarly with my brother who did his master's in capacitive touch and stained glass. We're building a stained glass panel that, depending on where it gets touched, it might have a small light go off because I think art might intrigue a spirit and they'll want to like touch it.
All right, so I'm sorry. It's called what? What kind of touch? It's
Capacitive touch.
capacitive
Yeah.
touch. So so basically you're doing something where it's like I'm just explaining it from really I'm explaining it for myself slowly
Yeah.
so I can understand what's happening. It's got whatever sort of wires or sensors on it so that if
Mhm.
it feels I guess a physical touch or heat
Mhm.
or what defines a touch from a spirit to set it off that you're trying to do?
So that's
Like could a person
that's the
touch it
big
and would it go
question.
off?
Yeah, 100%. Because
Okay.
what it is it's like the you know, I'm not a sciencey person, so it's like the electrodes or whatever coming out of your fingertips. Like when you touch that, it completes the circuit. And so by completing the circuit, then the light goes off, the alarm goes off, right?
Okay.
The question is, does it work the same with a ghost? And so that's, you know, you'd have to go through all of the testing and stuff. It
Sure.
seems like maybe because the REM pod works similarly, but have to be in the testing phase to say anything more about that part.
That's
so is it
got
gonna
it.
be like two alligator clips coming out,
Yeah.
one on the object, and then where's the other alligator clip is gonna be on something for the spirits to touch,
Yeah,
or are they?
so it'll all kind of, so it's going to be a
Don't get kinky,
box.
dude. Don't get kinky when you're
It's
putting
like a
that stuff.
box with you know, toggle switches, because why not? And then
What if the spirits get kinky? You know, then they don't know that. You know what I'm saying?
Let's keep it clean. It's not after hours yet.
So yeah, there's going to be an alligator clip going to the object itself, and then to potentially a copper plate as well, but
Okay.
then to the electronics on the inside.
Okay. Cool.
Here's a good question that came in, and a good standard one for people who do what you both do. Spooky, how do you keep entities from attaching to you, or do you believe in attachment? Do you believe that can happen?
I don't believe in it the way that I think is like publicly understood, or thought of. I think that, you know, anything can want to attach to you if you especially are emitting like a really nice energy or whatever. But I also am a firm believer that, at least in my interactions, spirits are a lot more aware than we realize, and I don't think they want to go with you anywhere. Like a lot of the time, I think that they're okay with where they are at, and if they didn't want to be there, they would just leave. The actual documenting cases of attachments, there's not many. There's very, very few. Um, it's a bit of a tricky thing to discuss because some people really believe it, and some people have had experiences where they're like, I had one. And I'm not gonna ever deny somebody those experiences, but I think they're a lot more rare than people make them out to be.
Well, that and when you think about it, it's like, you know, what relative to what, right? Like think about
Yeah,
relative to what? Attachment. Okay. Are you talking about something actually sinking its teeth into you and not letting go, or something that might have followed you from the grocery store into, a bookstore, and like you
exactly.
said, spirits could, I agree with that. spirits want to go where they're going to go. They stay where they want to stay. Sometimes they get a little confused. Sometimes they unconfuse themselves. But regardless, it's literally that they do what they want, right? Essentially. So yeah, like the whole attachment thing. People are so stuck on attachments. They
And
really
I
are.
think
Like,
there's, yeah.
yeah. No, no.
I,
What
I
are
was
you
just
saying?
going to say, sorry. I
Yeah.
think there's with attachments, it's a lot more psychological than paranormal. I think that if you go in, especially to a location where maybe there's a more aggressive spirit, and you know that, you're gonna expect to have a bad time. You're gonna think about, oh, I don't want this attached to me. You're gonna get scared. You're gonna get in your head. Things are gonna happen. You're gonna go, oh my gosh, it's the attachment. But at what point did you actually prove that it was, you know? Like,
Right.
are you looking into that at all? Are you trying to figure out what is happening? Or are you just jumping to that conclusion because you know you were in a scary spot?
And that goes back to what we, kind of what we started about, or we mentioned when we started, like, are you manifesting? Are you the architect of your own nightmare in a weird way? Right. I mean, is it that?
100%.
Are you hearing yourself? Fucking pareidolia for the goddamn Estes method.
I'm so glad to have been part of this moment, this like mind
Now,
opening.
what's really interesting about like the whole like middleman thing, and Gary, like why would somebody do that? And pareidolia being a great answer for that. Um, in my documentation, I never do it. I stay away from the method because I try to do documentation that everybody can see and hear, regardless if they're seeing and hearing wrong. It's still part of the data coming in, right? And let's be real. In 2025, in this social media age that we are in, because we are in peak social media age now. There are many people out there that, oh, Esses, blah blah blah. They do they get everything going, and what they are saying is just complete horseshit. And a lot of people don't like to say it, but it's the truth. You know. Now, where you're coming from, you're a shining example of, if you're gonna do the method, do it right. So, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I
I
want
mean,
it.
one
I
of the
expect to see that recording. I want to see you do that. I want
absolutely
that.
100%.
I want to see that split because that's
Oh,
fun.
I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued because I want to see at what point is it something that actually was heard? Or like, was it your brain filling in a gap? Was it you completing a word that came through only half a word? From a investigation perspective, I want to see that difference.
So do I. I'm fast. Now it's like, now I'm into it. Now I got
Yeah.
to try it. God damn it.
That's the other thing about the method. I think that it's hard to watch someone do it and fully believe, especially on social media. Like it could totally be scripted. You have no idea. Trying it yourself changes everything. When you have that session where you're like, I don't even remember what I was saying, and it was half accurate, or more than half accurate,
Right.
those are the incredible sessions that make you wonder what's happening.
Spooky, this has been incredibly fun. I am so
So much
glad you
fun.
agreed to
Yeah.
come on. Where do
Thanks for
people
having
find
me.
you? Let's make sure we tell the good people where to find you. Is it
Tell the good people.
spooky.scoundrel?
Spooky.scoundrel, TikTok, and YouTube.
Right there. I just put it up on the board. Hopefully you guys can see it. Spooky.scoundrel. Oh, wait, it's a little too small here for this. Let me just shrink this a little so the folks can see the name. I'll put it up again for everybody who didn't catch it the first time. There you go. At spooky.scoundrel on TikTok, Instagram.
Not Instagram.
Not Instagram.
YouTube.
I
Sorry,
made that up.
YouTube.
On
You made it up.
YouTube, TikTok, spooky.scoundrel.
Damn
And it's
audio
really fun.
paranoia.
Spooky's got it. Yeah, right. Yeah, I just made that up. Spooky's got a great feed. They're very fun
Thank you.
stories, and they have a great way of telling those stories. So I encourage you all to follow Spooky Scoundrel because it was great. And we thank you so much. This was a real pleasure.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome having
Of
you.
course. Just leave your browser on for a minute until it says fully uploaded as we say goodbye to you, and then we're
Sure.
going to brag about you and talk about you a little more behind your back while you're away. And I thank you so much. It was a real pleasure. It really
All
was.
right. It was great. If you ever want to chat again, even off cameras, I can't get enough talking about ghosts.
Would love it. Welcome it.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome.
We'll
Have a
see
great
ya.
night.
All right,
Bye.
bye.
Thank you.
All right.
They gave you a great answer.
That was a great answer, dude.
That was a great answer. They gave you a great answer.
I mean,
They gave you a
I
good
saw
one.
a little. I saw it in little in your face too.
Yeah,
that was a good answer.
Because that's the answer.
Because you know what? You know what the worst
Like,
part
that
about
is
how
the
great. You want to
answer.
know the worst part about how great that answer is?
Yeah.
Is that the two dicks like us have been talking about it for so long, and we didn't think of that as a possible answer. We never said it out loud. But it's like, that's of course. That makes total sense. Like you get rid of the bias that puts in your head of what you want to hear.
The only thing is, what you're doing is you're trading that bias for the wait a minute, or is that person full of shit?
Well,
right?
that's the thing. Well, we don't know, right? You have to. But
That's
let's
the only
assume.
thing.
Okay.
It's got to be someone you trust.
You trust,
That's
right? You have to go at it and think.
Got to be somebody.
Come at it from a place of belief, right? If you come at it from a place of belief, and you let's assume everyone's being on the up and up, then that's why you're you're doing it right. But if it's just like somebody yelling out words, what can I do? What can I do? I can't say if they're lying or not. I don't know how to answer that. If they're faking it, so it goes. But that was a great answer.
Yeah.
Spooky Scoundrel, everybody, wonderful.
Wow.
Guys, today is Thursday, September 4th. On Tuesday, September 9th, we have our interview with Amy Belaski from the Belaski Experience. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Is it the Belaski Method or the Belaski Experience? Hold on.
I thought it was the Belaski's Experience.
Yes, the Belaski Experience. Amy Belaski, she is one of the most popular and highly rated social media psychic mediums out there. She's absolutely wonderful, and her perspective on spirits and communicating with spirits using and the idea of Voxy approved frequency and vibration. Again, going back to this hermetic principles of vibration, this Kabbalion sort of belief, which I don't know if she even recognized or follows. I think it's just a natural frequency for her, because when I brought it up, she sounded like she had never read about it, but it's still, which sort of makes it feel even more legit, right? When someone's doing something that they didn't know was a thing or didn't realize was
and they're doing it just naturally,
just naturally. She's wonderful, and she has had 4 near-death experiences. She has a slew of medical issues that have strengthened her connection to spirit. It's a whole different way to look at things. She's a wonderful guest. She's a big personality online. I mean, you'll find her on TikTok at the Belaski. I mean, she's got like almost 3.5 million followers. I mean, she's huge. And we are very lucky to have her. We are very lucky to have Spooky Scoundrel today. We have a lot of good guests coming up. We've got... Who are some of the others? Oh, after Belaski, we're going to a little week of past life regression. I know that was a lot for people. They really wanted us to get into that, and I get into that. That's a whole other mind F. That's like a whole other thing, past life regression. And then I got the executive producer of one of the Ghost Adventure shows, House Calls, is going to be on. If you guys like those ghost shows, it talks about, a little more behind the scenes on that stuff.
Yeah, which is awesome.
And we've got a couple more executive producers coming on, too, who've produced some of your favorite shows, from Skinwalker Ranch to... he was even a producer on Ghost Hunters, the first season, the original. So,
yeah. And that's just so wild, because it's a window, it's a sight and knowledge that normally isn't presented in the paranormal. We're gonna hear from the people that are essentially producing the content.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
There's so much love-hate of that content, right? Because it's fake, it's TV, it's fake, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But,
it's a great dive, guys. I'm telling you,
fun.
It's awesome.
So we got a lot of good stuff coming up.
Yeah, a lot.
Keep listening, keep watching. what else can I tell you, good people? Stay curious, for Christ's sake. We have a good thing going here, and we want you to keep watching, and we want you to share it. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Here on TikTok, on YT. If you're watching on Standard Paranormal, go to Splintered Spirits. Please give us, subscribe to our channel. We are very close to hitting our
1,000.
Our first goal of 1,000 subs, and it's free to do.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got for us today, man.
Awesome.
Do you have anything you want to tell the good people?
No, nothing at all, other than the fact that you guys are awesome. Stay curious, and make sure you guys catch up when you can. A lot of episodes, a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, man, we're having a lot of fun, and we're gonna try to close out the year. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, on the weeks that we don't drop a brand new episode, we've been going back and dropping those episodes that never had video with video.
With video.
Bigger, longer, less cut. There's still some edits in it. There's still some edits in it, but they are I dropped the full interview with Lloyd. We're about to drop episode 1, which is twice as long. My initial interview with John. I'm going to drop the full reading that Kathy gave me from episode 6. So there's a lot of fun, some backstory and some things now that we're hitting. So cool. Check it out, keep following. But if you're not subscribed, you're not gonna see these announcements and these drops. So that's it, John. This was a good one.
Gary, awesome, man. Everybody, thank you.
Thanks so much, folks.
They can't see it yet, but the shoulders are moving.
Are they? Oh, you got a groove going?
I got a groove going.
Let's see.
I'm gonna try not to lose it.
I'll put you on. There's nobody here yet, it's just us.
It's there. Oh, they're here. We just can't see them yet.
They'll start jumping.
What's going on, Gary?
I'm doing all right, my man.
Yeah. Me too. This place looks beautiful right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm one with nature. Yet there's still something while I'm sitting here. Just like that whole, maybe something's watching me. Maybe I'm not alone in the woods. You know that feeling?
No, because I don't go to
Other
the
than
woods
the
that
bugs.
often.
Yeah.
I don't go hanging out in the woods like you do, my man.
Dude, last night was insane for me. I had a really crazy night last night.
I saw you. Where were you? There was some sort of like brick fireplace thing, and you were walking around. You saw some weird Blair Witch kind of sculptures hanging from trees. What's all that?
So I honestly have no idea what any of it is. The spirits were talking about bound spirits and witch ladders, and come to find out, I learned this all on that live. A witch ladder is basically a bunch of items, mainly nature items, sticks, bones, crystals, rocks, feathers, things like that, strung together. They're usually used for all sorts of spells. Walking in there was atrocious. Like, it is just so dense, and there's just like pricker bushes everywhere, and it's just insane. Like it's literally like you feel like a bear walking through the woods, right? And coming in there, I couldn't see anything. And as I'm sitting there, and I bet you some people in the live may have noticed too, like I was just very straightforward. I wasn't as jokey, joking around. I kept looking around. I was using the thermal maybe more than I should have. Not jumping at every sound, but really just like aware of my surroundings. And what do you know? When I went for that walk at midnight, we're walking around, and then bam, we spot the first one, and then I see another one. And then
you were talking about like a trap, and you were mad at yourself for walking into a trap. What does that mean?
Yes, dude. Like it literally, like the way it was set up, and then one of the spirits said something about me taking the bait, and then that's when I was like, oh crap, I'm literally walking in a trap. You know, who knows if I disturb the wrong thing or touch the wrong thing. Luckily, I didn't touch
Well,
anything.
what is a trap? Like, what could the trap possibly have been?
Oh, who knows? That's the thing. Who knows? Maybe they wanted me to release something. Maybe they were hoping that I would, get involved with something there. I don't know. That's the thing. You just don't know.
Well, why were you mad at yourself though? You should have. You said you were like rookie move. You got real mad
I
about
said
it.
it was a novice move. Just not realizing that, like, is they were talking about like a triangle, like the witch ladder triangles or something like that, or the ladder triangles, and I'm standing in the middle of it, and I'm like, wait a minute, like what idiot does that? Oh, this idiot, like why would
Sure.
think about it? If you're in the woods and all
Yeah.
of a sudden you come across these weird totem things hanging in the woods and they're in the shape of a triangle, and you have no idea what's going on,
Right.
why would you go walk in the middle of it?
Right.
And it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk in the middle of this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I could be getting involved in something very stupid. So, because it's unknown, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
Plus, I don't know how long those have been hanging there. They look like they were they've been through it. They look like they've been hanging there
It's
for a while.
weird, dude. Like, why would they?
Yeah,
It's so weird.
but there's always been witchcraft happening back there. It's been a very common, from middle school kids going back there pretending to be the craft, to advanced witches. So
People are
it's a
weird, dude.
known spot for it.
People are strange, without
Well,
question.
depending on why they're going in the woods and doing things, yes.
And but
They
like
want to
let's build some triangles out of bones or whatever
be.
sticks.
Yeah,
It's creepy. Even no
yeah,
matter what it is, it's creepy, right? I mean,
yeah.
that's just So I was telling you briefly, and as we wait for our guest, we have a fun guest today on this live. Hopefully, she's going to get
Awesome.
logged in okay. I'm sure she'll text me otherwise, but I'm just going to check my phone, make sure. We've got a fun guest today, and she'll be on soon, and we'll talk to her, and I'll tee everybody up. But as we get caught on, okay, she's in our waiting room. We'll get. You know what? I'll save this story later. I don't want to keep her waiting too long.
Bring her
While
in.
she's sitting there, so it'll be a fun one. So let me just tell everybody who we've got today. So, I'm going to read this out to everybody. She's super fun, and I'll tell you why I love her. So look, since 2019, Rebecca, the Ghost Guide, has been helping audiences to better understand the ghosts around them and within them. She has shared her experiences with millions through skits. And this is great too, because it's all like, dude, everybody's so dismal in the paranormal space, John, as you and I always talk about. What she does is she relates her stories and her experiences, and she creates these skits where she like acts out both parts, and they're fun.
Oh, they're
It's just
great.
like
They're great.
it's just a
They're
fun
great.
way to tell it, as
Yeah.
opposed to like, how many, like it's just all, everybody's always so dark about it. So she does these two skits based on interaction with ghosts in a collective. I mean, she has over, when you add them all up, she has almost 900,000 followers on TikTok alone. Then you start getting into YouTube, Instagram, Patreon. She's out there. And what she really does that's really interesting is, she does courses, community and workshops, community programs, where she helps people at every level of spiritual perception feel more grounded and confident in their abilities, right? So she has a very unique perspective on ghost relationships. And she got a little notoriety because, she went public with the fact that she actually like was in a relationship with a ghost, which we will talk to at the end.
She took the step, huh?
She took a step. I want to
She
know
took
more
that
about
step.
that. And
Wow.
we'll see what that all means. But I'm gonna have her join in right now. I want everybody to welcome kindly Rebecca, the Ghost Guide. As soon as I figure out what to do, we're live. I have no engineers.
Hey.
There she is.
Wow, guys, thanks for that very kind intro. I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I super appreciate that you reached out, and I've been following along since. And I really like what you bring to the table as far as grounded spiritualism, open-mindedness. But once again, I really hone in on the people who are out there being like, yeah, we don't know everything, but we might
Yeah.
one day.
No, everything. I barely know anything. So it's like
Yeah,
it's,
exactly.
it's very simple for me, and which is why I enjoy getting all sorts of different perspectives on this, and yours included here. Rebecca, I want to start out asking this question to every guest we have, which is this, and I'd love to hear your theory on it. So, Rebecca, what are spirits, and what do you think happens when we die?
All right. Well, I will try to simplify that answer because I can go on and on and on about the things that I found out over the years. And one of the coolest things that I've been lucky enough to experience is being able to talk to people from literally all over the world, learning from their perspectives, and also tapping into various components of those perspectives so that I can create an even larger understanding of something that I didn't have as much understanding of not that long ago. So, oh goodness. When it comes to spirits, and I'm going to specifically talk about ghosts here, and one of the things that I teach about is there are different frequencies or dynamics of spirits. So a ghost is not going to be the same frequency as a deity or a higher power, or I encourage people to utilize their own language, what resonates with them, rather than, just me coming on the scene and being like, this is how it is. No, I want to learn from everybody. I want to learn from everybody's experience. So when looking at ghosts specifically, what I oftentimes see is when somebody passes, if there is a part of them that the common terminology has unfinished business, right? Or if there's a part of them that is being held back by some kind of connection that they have to something in the physical, sometimes that can create a piece of themselves. So you can have a larger form of the soul that moves on. And that's where people talk about, oh, they're in a better place. They've learned about this, that, and the other. Yes, but you can also have the part of the soul that went through some kind of traumatic experience or got very attached to like their favorite chair or something like that, or very attached to their body. Some folks do follow themselves or get reawoken. I think that's the right word. When something happens to their body, let's say their grave has been messed with, or it's just not being taken care of, or something like that. And so parts of that energy can connect. That would explain more of the ghost, but it doesn't have to contradict that some people, due to, and this is where I kind of get into the more why I think mental health is so important. Some people, when they have unchecked mental health things or experiences or something like that, it's those pieces of them that can still be somewhere else. So once again, even though like I sit here and I tell my stories and nobody has to believe them, that's really not the point. I'm very much an advocate for mental health because I don't want people to feel like they have to leave themselves behind or a part of themselves behind when they can acknowledge that part and heal from that part and really do a solid move on, whatever that means for them.
Rebecca, are you religious? I mean, a lot of what you're saying, just so I get I want a full picture here of like what you're talking about, like moving on, or they're here, or they go somewhere. Are you a religious person? Is there a faith behind what you're talking? Because you use the word, there's deities and things like that. So what, do you have a faith, religious background, and that's what you're applying to some of this theory?
So I grew up in a religious background, and the more I learned about the history of different religions, the more I learned about mythology from different places, the more I learned about how that affected culture, the more open-minded I became. I consider myself a polytheist with Quaker morals, but not necessarily Christian morals. There's a different kind of code of or standard to Quakerism. Some Quakers do not identify as Christian, but that's a whole other different thing.
Let's not get started on Christian morals.
Yeah.
So that's a juxtaposition in and of itself in so many ways, but go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, to answer your question, as far as like what I believe in the beyond, I believe in a lot of things. I believe, because I've talked to past loved ones too, and some of them, they'll tell their person, they're like, hey, tell them I'm in heaven. And I'm just like, is that your heaven? And they're just like, well, I just want them to believe that I'm in heaven. I don't want them to be upset. Now, does that say that heaven doesn't exist? No. It's more of there are a lot of different places that we can go to. Sometimes it's to be with other ancestors. Sometimes it's to be with the found family that we make. Sometimes it's to come back as guides for people that we love. Sometimes it's just to stick around with people that we love. And other times it's, whether they move on to another form of the afterlife. There are loads of afterlives. For some people, they kind of make their own afterlife. And I really come about readings and my own personal understanding with that very open-minded perspective of they get to tell me what they're experiencing. I'm not going to sit there and tell them and be like, oh, well, clearly you're in the light. No, I work with a lot of ghosts that are scared sometimes. Sometimes they don't think they deserve heaven or to move on or some kind of happiness due to their own trauma. So I work with everybody on a one-on-one basis to be like, okay, well, if heaven kind of freaks you out, if you don't think you're good enough for that, where's a happy memory? Like, can you go to that? Can you connect with family? I do a lot of different work to help ghosts. All the same, I'm not one of those mediums that's like, every ghost should go to the light because something's wrong with them. No, I mean, obviously I've befriended ghosts and I'm just like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to sit around and watch? Great, cool. So long as you're not in a bad space or upset about that, and you're not upsetting other people, doesn't upset me.
When did you realize?
Speaking of
go, John.
Ghosts and befriending ghosts, I think one of the first times I came across the video skits you do between you and the spirit, which are amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
Timothy, is that the correct name? Was it Timothy?
Timothy.
Timothy,
Yeah.
yes, Timothy. Oh, those are so good, so good, so awesome. I was watching those advocaately. Those are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to check out Rebecca's profile, everybody, and it's as simple as the name on the screen. It's at Rebecca the Ghost Guide, so you can find her there. Rebecca, when did you realize you had these gifts? When did you first embrace this idea that you were a medium or a clairvoyant, or how would you define what it is that when you discovered it?
Yeah.
What's the story behind it? What's that first moment?
Well, it's a mental health journey. I'll tell you that first.
Okay.
I talk to people all the time who we discover that they had psychic sensibilities from a very young age. And a lot of people, you talk to kids and, it's that whole like, oh, there's a monster in the closet, da 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 da. I used to think I was making up my monster until the next family that moved in, the kid also described what I was seeing. So you have these kids with their imaginary friends, or they're talking to a corner, or they know things about their grandmother that they never met, or they can describe these things. And then roughly around the age of 5, a lot of social conditioning comes in. We start telling the kids, hey, that's not real, right? There's nobody over there. Stop talking about that. We want them to fit in with society, of course. And so we try to put them into cookie cutter molds so that, we don't want them to be made fun of. We don't want them to have a hard life. My hard mold was, being raised Southern Baptist. There was no explanation for what I was seeing. I saw colors around people. I saw auras, didn't know what that was. I would see figures in my house. Later, I found out that other people living in my house saw the same figures that we.
And where are you? What part of the country are you? Where'd you grow up?
So I grew up outside of Greensboro, North Carolina. It's a small town named Jamestown.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It was wild, the things that I found out much later on in life. We even have some wild things that were captured on video of like unexplained things like moving around the house. It totally freaked us out when we all like watched that together. But as I mentioned, I turned it off. And this is something I tell people a lot too. A lot of people, they're not blocked by something external. They're blocked by what keeps them safe. They're blocked with the understanding of like, ooh, me talking about my quote imaginary friend doesn't really make me friends in school, and it makes, people make fun of me or something like that. So we put on the blocks. I had the block of fear of hell and damnation and all of that. Well, it was during like my early teens, I had another spike. We also see this a lot with teenagers, where they start seeing stuff because they have so many things going on at once. I was the same too, but I was terrified of it because I would talk about it. Once again, everybody around me would be like, no, that's no. So I, I shoved it back down. I was like, I'm not seeing stuff. I eventually managed to turn off most of my skill sets. I turned off my clairvoyance, my ability to psychically see with my eyeballs. I turned off dreaming. I turned off so many things because I just couldn't trust it. College, I had another spike. That's a whole other story because it's college, of course. You go in there and you're just like, whatever. From there, I joined the theater, and it was amazing. And I was a professional producer, performer, and playwright. I worked in DC and New York and around North Carolina. And then the pandemic happened. Couldn't do that anymore. That was not safe. And it was about that time that I started doing ghost tours. I actually live in one of what I consider the most underrated haunted hotspot in the country, which is Wilmington, North Carolina. Look it up. We've experienced everything. There are ghosts everywhere. You walk downtown, they're not hard to find. So I got a job as a ghost tour guide. I was living in a house that my roommate and I called it the bus stop because there were ghosts going in and out all the time. The animals were experiencing things. We would have all kinds of electrical things going on. I have a whole bunch of stories from the house.
Can I just interrupt you really quickly? So just when you're talking about going from college to theater to this point where now you're doing ghost tours, when did you fully embrace? Because you sort of made a dip there. You were talking about how we were always taught to to say not say it out loud. When did you make the change and go, no, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm seeing? Was that after college, or so that was when you moved? So this is after COVID. So that's when you just sort of embraced it. You're like, this has to be what this is.
Well, I had to wake it back up. That a lot of people, they turn off their natural self-trust. They turn off their natural abilities to see these things. At this point, I don't consider them gifts. I consider them skill sets that I've worked on. Part of my mental health journey was first accepting myself, first coming to terms with my ghost, so to speak, the ghost that I created from my shame and my guilt and my inability to, win at everything. A lot of things happened about that time. A lot of my 20s was spent in various states of hardship, and I had to forgive myself of that. From there, that's when I really started to tap in, because I was just like, all right, I made it this far. I think I'm seeing stuff. I think I'm actually experiencing stuff. There's this whole corner of the internet that's really excited to hear the stories. And I hadn't come out as a psychic medium because I was like, nah, I'm not a psychic medium. I'm not, that's a lot of responsibility. I just talk to ghosts. I didn't want people putting that on me. I didn't want people to be like, talk to my grandpa. That really freaked me out. So I was just like, I just talk to that guy that's by the dock and just sits there. That's it,
Sounds like somebody else I know, but go ahead.
It sneaks up on you, right? Where it's just like, I'm not a psychic medium. I just have a bunch of ghost friends. It's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep. Okay.
So my awakening was mental health first, and I keep it as a center point moving forward.
And what's your process to connect with spirits? What is your, I'm assuming if you wanted to, you could do it right now, but what do you do for yourself to what's your way in? What's your, how do you sort of break it? So for John, for example, John is right now joining us from one of his regular haunts at Buckout Road, which is honestly one of the most haunted places in America. If you believe in all that, and it's which we do, and it's the spirits there are insane, and he'll go there with his spirit boxes and have full-on conversations and learn about what he's taught, who's there, and then he does the research about it, and then we find out what happened, and it all sort of checks out. Sort of a backwards approach to it, and how we do it. What's your approach when you enter a new place or go to a new thing? How do you go about getting in tune or getting on that frequency?
Amazing, and also thank you for saying that, because I didn't know where you were, and I was just like, "There's a guy." So
okay, hold on, time out. Let's not get off the train here. But
okay.
While you were about to ask that other question, I saw something. I saw something right, and it made me even. I saw it,
It's
and
on
I
that
was
side,
like,
the side that you turned. Yeah, he's on that side. He's like kind of in front.
well, okay, so I didn't like see it. It's I
Sure.
describe it as it's to sound hilarious, but me being an atmospheric thing, right?
Mhm,
So me being in a vat of Jello,
mhm.
and then all of a sudden something enters that vat from the side, from the distance, and the whole thing ripples, and I'm like, that's the only way I can describe it for myself.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that description. Do you want to know what a psychic calls that ability?
Well, what is that ability called?
Clairsentience. It's the
Clairsentience?
it's the ability to psychically feel. It's the same thing as when we understand there are those around it. Like, let's say you close your eyes, you're in a crowded room, right? But you have to walk forward. But if you're paying attention to the electromagnetic difference around you, you can stop yourself before you actually run into somebody
I
without
do it
having
all
to
the
see them
time.
or
I'm
hear them.
blind, basically. I do it all the time.
Mhm.
I can also, and funny enough, and I used to use, and I didn't understand what this was, and I call it like reading the magnetic fields of the room. I'd be in a
Mhm.
bar, and if an ex would walk in or somebody I knew would start trouble, I could be at the other end of the bar, not even facing the entrance, and go, "Ah, shit," you know,
Mhm.
somebody just walked in that I'm gonna have an issue with or is gonna cause an issue, and it would always be, something would always pop off.
Mhm.
So that's funny you describe it that way.
Yeah.
That's what.
I look,
Yeah.
it's we talked about this once in another episode where it's trying to understand. We get a lot of heat, right? Let's take a step back. We get a lot of heat about, or John, I should say, gets a lot of heat about using the apps, right? He likes his ghost apps, and I'll use those apps and I get nothing. I get absolutely nothing. Total dick. It's like a waste. I get the generic, get out, I'm
Mhm.
dead, all the stuff that everybody gets. When he uses it, honestly, it's very specific at times and very odd at what happens. And so I look at the apps, and to take a step back, it's like the apps are a tool. They are not the thing. You don't blame a carpenter. You don't blame the hammer when a carpenter messes up your renovation. So what does that mean to me? I always look at it like, as I've gotten into this world now with this guy, that if there's some sort of intuition, right? We all have intuition, right? I get a bad vibe from somebody sometimes when I'm walking, right? We all feel it. And whatever that is, if it's a frequency thing, then some people may have a heightened frequency. And to use yet another metaphor, not everybody can pitch a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people can just do it. That's a gift. Like, that is a
Mhm.
gift.
Mhm.
You can't train yourself to do it. I'm sorry, you just can't. So I look at maybe this is the same thing, where some people they just have that vibe. And that's why, he'll deny it to death he's not a medium of some kind, but we always
Deny it
call him sort of,
100% that I'm not a
we
medium.
always call him that there's something going on, because it's just weird. That doesn't happen to everybody.
Listen, I describe it very simply
Mhm.
as, magnetic fields, which I talk about all the time, and the use of logic while talking to spirits.
Mhm.
That's why I don't call myself a medium. I can't channel. I can't, none of that. Like, there needs to be a disturbance in order for me to, like what happened back there,
Mhm.
in order for me to, pick up on something. And yeah.
Yeah. So, one, just to put this out there, you don't have to call yourself anything. Nobody has to call. Like, my biggest fear was when I was like, oh, shoot, if I'm a psychic medium, that means something, right? Nah. You can be spiritually sensitive. You can feel the disturbance in the force. You can be anywhere. And this is why I teach, because I'm just like, look, nobody has to call themselves anyway. Like anything, you can still have like a really cool experience and just be you. Like, being psychic, being a medium, being whatever, it doesn't change who you are and how you work.
Yeah.
So
Very,
Rebecca, when you
very,
call
very
yourself,
true.
when you say you're the ghost guide, is it a guide for people and how they deal with ghosts, or a guide for the ghosts when you interact with them?
That's a really good question, because it's a bit of both. One of the things, and you mentioned something about like the paranormal community, and a lot of it can be very drab and just very triggering and very much like, how did you die? And I know you guys don't
Yeah.
do that, which I super appreciate. That's probably why you get a lot of really cool evidence, because the ghosts are like, oh shoot, you don't care about how I died. Oh well,
Yeah, exactly. I try to look for the almost not looking for it, but I
Sure.
appreciate the beauty and the paranature of things, if you will,
Absolutely.
and the
Yeah.
mundane, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, when I go to spots, I'm like, so what kind of drink do you like? You know, like what kind of candy? Do you like cookies? I brought cookies. You know, like I'm that kind of person. But yeah, as far as like, am I the guide to the ghosts? Am I the guide to the people? I'm a bit of both. A lot of my audience, they had a natural curiosity with the whole spectral out there, though they weren't actively pursuing it. Though they like the idea of, what if it's not all terrible afterwards? Like, what if we can talk to them? What if we can learn about them? But also, what if we could learn about ourselves in the process so that we're not, as a society, constantly repeating the same sorts of hardships and traumas and concerns? Like, what can we learn from the past in order to understand the present and move towards a better future?
So so when you meet with new people or in your seminars and things like that, you're sort of giving them a basis of how to tap into their. Are you telling everyone that they all have this ability and they need to tap into it and they could do this, or are there people it's like, look, you just might not have it, or do you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about this idea that anyone can be sort of connected? Does that make sense? Is that a shitty question? That might be a shitty.
No, it's not. It's not. I promise. I do believe everybody has intuition. I call it what you like. Call it a gut feeling. Call it I just knew I shouldn't have been there. That's claircognizance. Gut feeling. Do you literally feel it in your gut? Also a form of clairsentience. Or do you just know something, or you feel like you're not alone, or you think you heard something, but like it didn't quite. So many people have experiences like this. And I think one of the things that makes me a little bit less popular with some of the other psychic mediums out there is I'm very much like, yeah, if everybody believed that they were psychic, if everybody believed that they could just trust themselves, because that's where psychicness comes from. It's trusting yourself to understand the information you're getting around you. I'd be fine with that. Like some psychic mediums are very much like, oh, but if everybody can tap in like that, how will I get readings? I'm like, I do readings, but my primary thing is I want to tell stories. I want to make human connection with people. I want people to feel like they can just connect to whatever they believe in a safe and grounded and responsible way. This is why I'm not as popular with psychic mediums, because some of them are like, ghosts are evil. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, but not in my experience.
I love when Jesus freaks get into the chat. I absolutely love it. John knows that I absolutely love them telling me how evil we are. But no, I love how you do it. And look, I want to show everybody this. If you sign up on Rebecca's website, she has this go-to guide, right? And here's, dude, it's written like if you're a 6-year-old, you can understand this. And that's what's wonderful. I'm not saying that I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying it because it's absolutely like, this is the exact way I want to be taught this stuff. And I just want the bottom line of what does all of it mean, from clairvoyance to is it a ghost? What are you feeling? How do you know what you're feeling? And then it gets into, how you protect yourself, from this and in those energies. Again, you got to sign up, go to RebeccaTheGhostGuide.com, put in your email, and you got it for free. I mean, it's just this little chart. It's super cool. But let's talk about protecting yourself, because you talk to a lot of spirits. Now, John is a believer of intent. First and foremost, intent. He makes jokes about Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage, but it's really your mindset of intent. What do you do to protect yourself?
I absolutely agree with that. Like these other elements out there, and I'm not knocking other elements. I mean, I'll burn incense from time to time. I'll do regular cleansings, whatever. But it's not the element that's used. It's the one who powers the element, which is oneself. I'm a big advocate for learning how to protect oneself. I know a lot of people, they're like, I'll call the angels, I'll call God, I'll call this, that, or the other. And I'm like, that's great. The way that I was trained, which was the school of hard knocks of not understanding anything that was around me and having to figure it out on the fly, the way that I was trained was to protect myself. Like, yes, I can go to other people. I can ask for help. Though I trained myself to protect me, and now I train others to protect themselves. As far as like the protection that I use, absolutely agree with intent. I do use some visualization. I always tell people, like, build up your shield, be the superhero you always wanted to be, or surround yourself with something. And a lot of people are like, the white light. And I'm like, sure, if that's what you want, doesn't hurt anybody. I've found with some of the things, especially because I have had to go in and remove more not so nice things on occasion, just by working with clients and that sort of thing. Not ghosts, by the way, inhuman stuff.
Oh, dude, wait, you can't just drop a broad.
What I call them interdimensional entities of non-human origin is the safe term I use for that. And
Wait, so wait,
that's beautiful.
That's exactly
tell me a
what they
story.
are. It's nuts.
Wait, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story of this. Like, what does that mean to you? And tell me a story.
Okay,
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, because I love that. That was a very long terminology for me just to be like, yeah, there's some things out there. Real quick, I'll tell you how my shielding works, and then I'll get to the story, because I got a story for you. I have a few, but I'll get to one.
Yeah.
So with the shielding, my shield works very much like a boundary. It only hurts you if you cross it. And spirit can see that boundary. Like, I've got spikes in my shields. I've got all kinds of like electrical stuff. Like,
you visualize this. This is what you literally visual. Okay, continue.
So, and the cool thing is, with knowing other psychically perceptive people, like I teach workshops, and I've asked them, I'm like, all right, I'm putting up the shield. What do you see? And then they all put it in the chat, and we get to cross-validate each other in real time. It is the coolest effing thing, which is why I'm like, psychics, let's all just, like, if we understand how to tap in, it's so cool. But anyway, so yeah, my shields work. They don't have to hurt, but if you're going to cross my boundary, they can.
Okay.
Now, as far as something not so great and inhuman, something that comes to mind, this happened last year. I know I've done a few in the past, like more recently, but this is a more recent one, or one that's coming to mind, I should say. So the Wilmington Railroad Museum, I worked there for a time. Now I'm a board member. I am the unofficial like medium on staff. So when things go sideways, I get a call. And for the most part, it's totally fine. Like, it's a wonderful museum. I really love the spirits there. I'm protective of the spirits there. And oftentimes when things go sideways, I am called in to make the regular spirits more comfortable, just because we can't always control what's going in and out when it's a public venue. Well, they expanded last year into a new part. And some of the staff kept telling me, they're like, hey, I don't want to tell you, I don't want to prime you, but there's something going on over there. And I was like, So one of my viral videos from last year, which is hilarious to me, was me coughing up the stairs, because the farther I got up the stairs, the more I felt like something was choking me, which, once again, that's a form of clairsentience. I'm going up the stairs. It's hitting me in the head. I know something not good is up there. So like, I'm going up the stairs, and I do this on a live, right? So like, it's just me and a camera, right? I'm just like going up the stairs, and you know, other people in the live, they're like, turn around, don't go, da 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 da. And I was just like, hey, everybody, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be going, because fear messes up what I'm able to do. So I made a reaction, but afterwards I was like, okay, I'm up here. The worst thing about this was how this creature was utilizing a ghost to make others think that it was a ghost. What this thing was, it was huge. It was like it was like stooped over in this room. It had these really long limbs. It was like basically taking up the archive room at the time. And it had like this weird drippy looking face. Like, it looked like it came out of a nightmare. Though the first thing that I saw was a man. I saw a man in front of this being. And it just like a dude that had taken his own life through certain, I don't know what all I can say here.
You can say what you need to say.
Okay, it just looked like a man who was hanging, and I got this implication of like, okay, he made that decision. It seems like it was from a rafter. That wouldn't have been the craziest thing to hear from that location. We do have different information about people who pass there. Here's the thing, though. I was like, but the man on the inside is empty. Like, I can't quite reach out to him. I can't quite have a conversation with him. I found out what this being had done. It took like the basic shred of the memory of this man and was holding it there so that if anybody came in to try to remove the larger thing, they would go for the symptom rather than the illness itself, aka this thing. So when I went in there, the first thing I had to do was free the imprint of the guy. I sent him on because there was not much left. It wasn't really a conversation. It was just being like, all right, we don't need to be here anymore. Like, you're good. This is awful. I'm so sorry this happened. Go wherever you need to go. From there, that's when I did the removal work to get that thing out of there. I'm a regular worker in underworld spaces, so I worked with some of my collaborative spirit folks, and we just yanked it all on alive.
That dripping face is a lot like, remember, we had a guest on, he goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, Brandon Kramer, who had a photo of that dripping face in that basement of also a museum type situation.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah.
Where it's like really wild. We show that, he has it on his site. He's another paranormal, but he caught it, an image of it, and it's really, check it out. His name's, again, Brandon Kramer. He goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, but it was like, but it's odd that happens. It's like that Top Hat Man. It's like these similar sort of visions of things in various places that have some sort of connection. I don't know. Maybe there's no connection, but it just seems odd.
What's wild is when you said, again, I'm going to use the terminology, interdimensional entity of non-human origin, controlling, these other, fragments of spirits. I've come across the same thing. Some of these interdimensional entities have that ability. And when dealing with these things through a spirit box and like picking up the bits and pieces, it takes a bit before you realize, like, oh, wait a minute, this is what's going on here. The spirit's being controlled by something else. And it's wild. It's actually, I'm going somewhere tomorrow where I deal with that. I deal with what most people would consider a succubus. It's an entity that feeds off sexual energy, and it also likes to control spirits in that manner. And I'm going to deal with that tomorrow, so that should be
What
fun.
do you think it is, Rebecca? What do you think when John says interdimensional entity? Where do you think it's from? What do you think this thing is?
I mean,
it's not human.
It totally tracks. There are beings that come from all over. Like,
All over.
Look at any mythology. How many mythologies are there across the continent? And think of it, how many mythologies have we lost due to colonialism?
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of places that these beings come from. They come up from cracks. They come here to do different jobs. Sometimes they get stuck in the muck. So they come from all over. And for some of them, especially in my line of work, I do try to compromise with just about everything. I try to look at something and say, all right, your morality is not human. It's not from this plane. Where's your home? Can we go home? Can I give you something? Can I work with you? Can I negotiate something? And for the most part, it works.
I agree with you 100%. The most evil thing can come through while I'm documenting, and I will first give it the benefit of the doubt. And I'll be like, hey, can we talk? Can we just have a conversation before I have to, be like, okay, clearly I know what you're about and what you're going to do. Let's just leave it at that then. And it's true. They come from everywhere. And, a lot of people, will assume, oh, they're coming straight from hell. And it's like, I wonder how many hell-like dimensions are actually out there. And what I describe as a hell-like dimension is any dimension that our energy or our memories or our spirit it'd be toxic for. Which is why, let me ask you something, Rebecca. Have you ever come across an entity from one of these hell-like dimensions that has no malice towards an actual person? It's there and maybe doesn't even realize what it's doing to, say, the humans in its vicinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
One being that comes to mind was under the Santa Monica Pier out in LA.
Oh, shit.
And when I went there...
I guess I can't go to the Santa Monica Pier anymore.
Oh, no.
Thanks,
you can go.
Rebecca.
No. You can go because it's gone. I'll tell you.
Okay.
No, I was out there with some people who are part of my workshops, and we had like a casual meetup, and we just went out there, and immediately all three of us were picking up on various things. I had not realized that people had taken their own life out there, though I could feel them. And I was like, that's weird. Like, just because one takes their own life, that doesn't mean that they have to stick around there. Like, that doesn't mean that they get stuck all the time. And I started to treat the symptom, right? I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, see who I can talk to and be like, hey, is there a time in your life that you'd like to go to? Is there a time that you believe in, or like, what do you believe in? Can I help you go there? And what I found was a lot of these guys were being held by a being who actually so happened to be from one of the hell areas of the underworlds, I should say. And basically what this being was doing, it was doing its job, though for some reason, from what I understand when I was talking to it, which it was big. It was like under the ground, and it was like holding folks like as if they were tethered. And I talked to it, I was just like, what are you doing here? Like, you're just hanging on to these souls who I later looked up and verified different folks that I was seeing, which was very tragic. Though at least now there's something done, but I digress. I talked to this being, and I was just like, why are you here? And the being basically was like, oh, I'm doing my job. I hold souls when they feel a particular way about themselves, and this is what I do. And basically I work with one of the people I was with, and I was like, hey, let's see if we can move this guy back to hell. He wasn't bad. He was very much doing his job. And he's like, I'm doing a great job. I have all these guys here. And I was like, yeah, maybe we don't need them though. So from there, the being agreed to move on and go back to hell. Once again, not morally bad, was very much like, this is what I do. I hold souls. And I was like, cool. From there, that's when I was actually able to work with individual like pieces or fragments of those souls to be like, go home, go home, go home, go.
So, all right, Rebecca, when you're talking about when you're dealing with something like that, and we know you put up a shield first, you protect yourself when you're getting in it. I think it's time I have to ask about Rupert. And how did the shield come down? And why don't you? I don't want to tell the story for you, but like, if you wouldn't mind sharing the story of this and how this came about to where that shield came down for you.
Yeah. So Rupert is also a part of my spiritual awakening. And I tell this to people often, like, you really want to tap into the other side. Love is a beautiful way to do that. And I don't just mean like ghosts. I mean, anybody who passes. A lot of people get interested in the beyond when people who they care about, their life is starting to go, in a particular direction, or maybe their health is going in a direction and they just want to understand. So with Rupert, when I first met him, well, he was very much a shred of a ghost. He had been out there for about 300 years. This was in Wilmington. I was walking home alone after a ghost tour. It was 2020, a lot of heightened feelings in every particular direction. A lot of things were going on. And I recall I was just so tired and walking past. And once again, just to go back in that time in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I'm making him up, but it doesn't hurt anybody to talk, right? And that's really how it started. He was worried that I was walking home alone. He was upset that nobody was walking with me. It was dark. He passed in 1781. He was a part of the Revolutionary Soldiers. He was with the English. Actually, working with him, I was actually then able to look at the history and do a deep dive and make connections around town with the historic sites. And it was so validating for me to be like, this is not the first time I'm learning about this, because I learned it from a ghost first, but I don't typically start that way with the general historian. That's typically not how I start a conversation. So basically for a period, I allowed him to walk with me for a few blocks. I was still very much like, stranger danger. I don't know who you are, but like, I'm pretty sure I could take you, right? Because you're a ghost, right? That's how that works. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just sort of like, he seems nice. He seems to care. It's kind of scary out here. Sure, I'll befriend a ghost. Really with him, though, he had a lot of work to do on himself. As I mentioned, ghosts are very much fragments of themselves. He was the fragment of himself that died looking for his love he was murdered, and it was because he fell in love with a woman that I guess you could say he shouldn't have fallen in love with, according to the father of the woman.
Well, you said he was a redcoat, right?
He was a redcoat, yeah.
I can
So
almost,
yeah.
it's like, it's one thing to date a ghost, but dating a complete traitor at the time.
Well, and that's the thing. Wilmington, inside Wilmington, was pretty loyalist. However, all around Wilmington was not. And
With rebels.
yeah.
Technically, at the time, he wasn't the traitor. Technically,
Right.
at the time, he was
That's true.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
he was the he wasn't
Right.
the rebels.
He called
Okay.
it a skirmish. Yeah. Like that was
Okay.
the funniest thing.
So you found this out about him. You're starting to get to know his story about whatever. He fell in love with the wrong person. You're getting closer in these conversations, right? You're getting closer in these connections.
Yeah. Well, he also started to confuse me with her. And it was weird because I remember at one point I was walking and he looked at me and he looked kind of startled. Of course, I'm seeing all this with my inner eye. So, like, I kind of saw maybe an outline with my eyeball, but I was kind of like, I'm not a medium. Like, that's not what's going on here. Like, I can't see. And I remember once he was startled and he kind of looked at me and he said, "You're taller." And I was like, no, I'm not. Or another time he looked down and he was just like, "Your hair is darker." I was like, no. There were these little comments that he would kind of throw out, and I would just be like, I don't know what's going on. Well, as an
this is a lot of Dracula vibes, by the way. Right?
Yeah,
Like when it's like, you know what I'm saying?
I have one question in my head, but I'm waiting because actually, you know what? Before you tell the story,
yeah,
we'll I'll keep it as simple as possible. Did you rebuild him in the sense as in new memory, or was he able to reconnect with old? So okay, all right. Tell the.
I don't know what
tell
what
the
you're
story.
saying. So then,
Yeah,
you could fill in the blanks with John just saying. But
yeah. I think this story is going to be epic. Please continue.
Yeah, John, with what you're saying, with what you've been telling me just on this call alone, I'm just like, psychic? What psychic? Psychic, John? Yeah, what psychic? Yeah, because I think what you also just said there is something called claircognizance, where something kind of like bings in your brain, and you're like, wait, is it this? So anyway,
well, what you're talking, it's almost. I have theories. We could talk about them another time, but it's just insane. All right, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. That was an amazing point, and I will explain that too. So basically what was happening, I'll get to your point and then I'll kind of fill in the punchline, so to speak, of what ended up happening. When a spirit who's especially a fraction of themselves, when they're having to remember more and more and more, basically what they're doing, oftentimes without realizing it, is they're calling to the memories where the fuller part of their soul keeps them, whether that's this plane or the other, or something like that. So basically, the more he remembered, the more of himself he became, which, once again, that's also a mental health journey. Mental health journeys can happen after passing as well, because we have to be like, whoa, how did I get here? Why did I get here? And poor Rupert, he went through a time where he was like, I don't know if I exist. And I was like, well, if you don't exist, I don't know who I'm talking to. Like, I have a fantastical brain sometimes, but there were things that I was like, I don't think I could make that up, because that was totally out of the blue. Like, there was no train of thought that brought my brain to thinking that conclusion. Anyway, so there was a time that we spent apart. I was not sure if he would still be there when I got back. And part of that was I was living in a bus. It was 2020. We didn't know what was happening. So I was like, I will move into a bus. Okay. I do a lot of mental health work. I come back. I'm more certain of myself. And I come back. I'm with a friend who is spiritually sensitive. And I tried to connect with Rupert first because I was like, hey, I'm back in town. If you want to talk again, just wondering. I could feel him around, but he wasn't saying anything. So I was like, cool, maybe I'm crazy. It's fine. I bring my friend. And my friend is like, oh, there's a man standing behind you. And I was like, cool. And he was like, oh, I'm picking up on a soldier. And I was like, cool. What kind of coat is he wearing? He was like, oh, it's a red coat. was like, okay. And then my friend makes this reaction because he heard the same thing that I heard. And my friend just looks at me and it's just like, yeah, he's telling the truth. And I was like, excuse me? What I heard, and granted, what I get is more inner ear clairaudience. So it's like the understanding of words that I hear. Rupert just outed, he was like, you're my wife. And I was like, whoa, let's calm down here, right? Because I was just like, we passed the point. Like, what in the world? So, of course, I go back later and I was like, were you going to tell me? Are you going to explain yourself? What are you talking about, right? And he was like, well, I wanted to tell you in front of somebody who would also hear it. And I was just like, still, you're making no sense. What are you talking about? And then he started to explain. He said, you're my Mary. I was like, excuse me? And he said, you're Mary. You're the woman who I was with when I was alive. Now, from there, I was like, cool. Let's put a pin on that. Let's just close that conversation, because I'm like, yo, I didn't know how to trust myself. I didn't know what I was doing. So I actually, a past life regressionist found me on the internet and was like, hey, would you like a free session? I'll give you the free session in exchange for promotion. And I was like, absolutely, let's do it. I go into this and I was very like, you know, whatever I'm supposed to see, I'll see. I go into the regression. And I remember the first thing as I was coming out of the tunnel, so to speak, when you get into that very regressed state, it was like coming out of this sort of tunnel. And then I started to smell piss and fish, and I started to hear seagulls, and I started to like pick up on people who were fishing and boats and bells and that kind of thing. And when I came out, I saw Wilmington, but I saw it the way that I had seen it in what had been drawn out from different things in the past. But I started to walk around this regression and I started to see things that I hadn't yet found in history. And then I saw him.
Doesn't sound like a very nice first date.
No. So yeah, that's how all that happened. And all the same, like, we've done a lot of work separately in order to be able to understand each other personally.
Are you still in communication with this person, with this ghost?
Mm-hmm.
But you made a point to say like you were dating him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that mean to say you're dating a spirit?
Okay. Well, of course, for anybody who's dating anybody, there's a whole spectrum of what dating means for them. And I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way, because people are always like, but physically. And I'm just like, are you going to tell an ace person that they have a lesser relationship because it's not physical? Like, are you going to tell people who maybe they have issues with, physically performing, but they do what they can for one another to make another person feel loved and for them to also feel loved? I didn't go looking for this. Like, that was not on my bingo card. I know part of what we were talking about is like people who are attracted to ghosts. Nope. I wasn't sitting around being like, oh, but if a ghost, no. I
think there's a word for it, like spectrophilia or something.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah. But that's not your case.
That's not at all. Okay.
You actually taught me that word, because I was just like, what? There's a word for this?
The internet, we can find a lot.
If I finally start giving into all the spirits that hit on me, that's spectrophilia.
No, when a guy does it, it's weirder. It's gross.
What's it called when a dude does it?
I don't know. I just don't. It just feels gross. It feels gross when you do it. It's just going to be different when you do it. That's all I know.
I get hit on by both men and women spirits.
I know.
That's actually
when you do it, it's wrong.
Things.
That's all. I don't know much, but I know when you do it, it's going to be wrong.
Listen,
but wait,
whenever a male spirit comes through that hits on me,
excellent.
I'm just like, yo, bring it on. First off, who knows what that poor spirit was going through back then with their sexuality and themselves, and not to be able to express how they truly were. you know. So for them to be able to do it to me, I'm all like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, dude, you're
I'm
a big
like,
bear. They love you.
yeah, yeah. I'm like,
So
bring
Rebecca,
it
hold
up.
on. I want to get this set. So it's like, all right, I totally hear what you're saying. It's there's an intimacy that you have when the communicating with the spirit. It doesn't have to be physical, and that's why you could say how you consider dating. Is that fair? Is that a fair
Yeah.
assessment? But you're dating someone, and a human person,
A human person.
a living human person
Yeah,
too,
yeah, yeah.
right? All right, now
So,
here's the thing. All right, it's like I have to say, it would probably almost be worse if my wife found out I was having like telling secrets to someone than if I was just having a physical relationship with someone else. Like she would probably find that more offensive that I was intimate on a personal level. How does your living partner deal with that element? You know what I mean? Like
mhm.
you the sharing of that.
So okay, just to start out, my living partner, Theron, who's been in the chat, thank you, Theron, is incredible. We have a lot of communication. And on top of it, just to kind of rewind a little bit, I told Rupert from the gate, I was like, you're not getting in the way of me living a full physical experience. And that's a huge thing that I tell people all the time. I'm like, yes, you can have connections with ghosts and spirit guides and past loved ones. And, you know, love doesn't just die with a body. Like we still have these connections of love on various forms. That being said, we can't live in the past. I can't live as who I was when somebody was alive. With Rupert, a big thing that we had to come to terms with, I was like, hey, I am not Mary anymore. She's a part of me, but I've had lives that I've lived since then. Sometimes I curse like a sailor. It's the summer. I show a lot of skin sometimes. And I was just like, that's pretty different from the 1700s. You know, like, are you sure you actually have feelings for me? So we had to grow from that to ensure that it wasn't just like holding out for something that used to be. Now,
Oh, Rupert probably loves seeing shins based on the way they dressed back then.
I mean,
He's probably like, whoa now.
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
may,
shin
but he doesn't
high
like that
dress.
everybody else can see them. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. It's probably a whole different thing.
So going back to Theron, though, Theron is somebody that I met through TikTok years ago, and we befriended each other. And Theron also had a kind of coming out as a psychic medium. Theron knew Rupert before Theron and I started dating. They talked first. They have a friendship on their own. And one, it's cool to have cross validation and be like, wait, did he tell you that? He did? He told me that too. Oh my God, we're psychic, right? That's a regular thing in our house where we're just like, you heard that? I heard that too. Psychic, you know?
Right.
I'm all for like, you know, making people feel more validated and, you know, once again, in a grounded way. But yeah, it's, in a sense, or not in a sense, but I'm technically polyamorous, but I'm not polyamorous in the physical sense. I have two relationships and they don't
I
cross
don't, not
each
to
other
cut you
out.
off, but I don't
Sure.
think what you have can be described with words. To be honest with you, it just doesn't. You know, it seems like the whole thing developed just so naturally, completely out of your wheelhouse. Not, as you said, not something on your, something you wanted to achieve or something you were going for. Almost like a go with the flow kind of thing. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
It's
It
awesome.
made me believe in fate, honestly.
Yeah.
Before that, I was kind of like, I don't know. And then there were just too many things that I couldn't explain away, which was pretty cool.
Can I ask how you, if I can, if it's, you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious, like, how do you identify in just generally in sort of, you know, would you say from a living sense, you're on the, like the LGBTQ?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, would you say you were like poly before that?
Mhm.
I know
Oh, yeah.
polyamorous is more than one, but it's okay. Got it.
Yeah, I've been in open relationships before, consensual, open relationships and that sort of thing. It takes a lot of communication and like, I'm not knocking it. I just happen to be in such a happy living situation. Like, goodness, and that's not knocking anybody else's poly. I tell my partner all the time, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just happy. I used to be interested in dating other people and that kind of thing. And it was never on the back burner or like behind anybody's back. I was just sort of like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I feel pretty good.
Well, look, this is a very unique situation that you found yourself in with what sounds like a very sort of powerful spirit that can come through this often, this regularly, this intimately, right? And
He's
have these kind
grown.
of conversations.
Yeah.
What did, what would you what kind of advice do you give to your students or to anybody else who might be feeling this or might have this happen to them? Should they be like, look, I'm a unique situation, but before you put down that spiked electric shield, you better do this, this, and this? Like, is there sort of is there a rule book to this that you've created because of it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one, generally speaking, I don't recommend dating ghosts because a lot of reasons, but
for tons of
for a lot of reasons. Yeah.
Guys,
And
all
that's,
right, I'll say it. Your average normal person should not date a spirit.
No.
Should not date a ghost.
No.
Yes.
100%. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You don't got it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Okay.
Right. But
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. I think too, even for the person who's more open to this and that kind of thing, you have to acknowledge ghosts have a lot of things sometimes that they really have to overcome, and you can't be their savior, and they can't view you as their savior. They've got to do that work on their own. And some of them, when they do the work, they're kind of like, I'm kind of tired. I don't really want to be here anymore. That's another thing too. I tell people, I'm like, mediums are not the saviors of ghosts. If they come to a place where they're like, I'm tired, I want to go home, they can just go. They don't need us. We can help, but they don't need us. Anyway.
You know what's funny, real quick?
Mhm.
What I always tell people is I always get tons of people. They're like, "Oh, are you going to send the spirit to the light?" I go, "Yo, imagine that light is some interdimensional force that rips apart the soul and feeds it to its young. Like you really want to send it to the light now? Like stuff like that."
Yeah, if you don't know what the light is, and if you can't connect with them on what their version of the light is, maybe just leave it be. Just
Leave it be.
hear them out.
Yeah.
But goodness,
we're talking about protecting yourself. What would you tell other people? Like, what would be like the rules of or things to check before doing what getting too close?
And thank you for repeating the question, because I was just like, my brain went all the way over here.
I deal with this guy. I got to repeat myself 15 times.
Yeah. That's the ADHD for me. I'm all every direction.
It's something new.
Thank you. Yeah. So one of the things, and I say this in the pamphlet as well, which of course is open to everybody for free, you understanding your sense of self is going to be your best tool for protection. Because if you know how you feel, you're going to pick up on pretty quickly if you don't feel right. And then you get to ask yourself the question, is that how I feel? Or is that something around me that's trying to project some kind of understanding at me? What can I learn from that? So the biggest protection, I would say, is understanding oneself. Once again, going back to that mental health journey. If you know you, you're going to know what's not you. And if you know it's not you, then you can actually, further the amping up and being like, all you need is your intention. I work with kids sometimes through consultations. I work with their parents and children. And sometimes these kids will be afraid, and I'll just be like, okay, what does your favorite superhero do? Oh, they throw a punch and then fire comes out of their fist. I'm like, what if you could do that too? And kids, you don't really have to tell them twice. They'll be like, I can do that. I'm like, yep. Seeing is believing. All you got to do is believe. And is it literal fire in our sense? No. Though, can that have an effect on an energetic sense if they put their intention behind it? And I teach parents too. I'm like, this is how you also protect your kids. Believe them. I mean, even if they decide it's made up later, just be like, hey, cool. What is, this, I think Power Ranger, because I'm of the 90s, but I was just like, what does the Power Ranger do? But yeah, parents can do that too. It's imagination, quote, but to spirit, it doesn't have to be, and it can still be very effective.
When it comes to spirits, intent is everything.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
This is a
Power Ranger analogy, by the way.
Power Rangers.
That's funny. This is a fascinating tale, Rebecca. I thank you enough for sharing it with us here. John, I don't know what else to say. Like, I hope everybody.
I know what I'm gonna say.
Well, everybody,
You're
first of all,
never change. And honestly, you're literally the first person that I've spoken to in in the years that I've been doing this that comes from a spiritual lens of all this, that my more logical lens basically almost goes right over, and
Well, let that logical
you're
makes it
seeing
sound like
through it.
hers is not logical. Let's
No, no,
use the
no.
word more.
No, no,
Let's
no,
say it's
no.
more
It's like she
scientific.
understands what I'm saying because I
You
have
know
a
what I
I
mean?
do.
Like, do you see
you
what I'm
see,
saying? Like,
yeah,
John's theory is like memory, spirits are the fractured memories of the living, right? That we all have an energy. We do, right? There's literally electric synapses in our brain, and that energy has to go somewhere when we pass, and the mind is somehow attached to that, and it has to go somewhere. We don't know nobody knows what the mind is, right? That's where he's coming from. So let's use the word scientific more than logical, because then you make it sound like I like what
well,
it's
I
like.
can't use
Hey, I like
scientific
what
because
you're
I'm not a
saying.
scientist.
Mine's a little more logical than what you're saying.
No,
But it's like you got to say it more like I have a come from a less spiritual
she knew what I
approach.
meant.
I did.
I just want to
She
clear it
knew
up.
what
I
I
don't want to
meant.
think
Well,
you're
you're
insulting.
awesome. Never
Yeah.
change, okay?
No,
Please.
no, you
You
haven't
are
listened.
so awesome. One of my favorite guests to date. So
Yeah,
awesome.
Rebecca,
Yo.
you're a lot of fun. I love your approach to things. I love your
Yeah,
lighthearted approach
amazing.
to it. It's like you really take a stand that's like this is not something. This is not all doom and gloom. It's not. We're not playing up into the Blumhouse version of spirits. This is here's what it is. Here's a fun way to do it. Um, I used fun, but here's like it is what it is. So let's enjoy it. Let's get into it. Let's enjoy it. And I find that to be an interesting take and a unique take, because that's what we try to do. We're not into the whole, we're not into all the darkness and all that stuff. It's like it's
Listen,
just
it
not.
happens sometimes. You're gonna
We're
come
talking about
across it,
ghosts, man.
you
I
know?
mean, it's like, what are we gonna? How serious can
Yeah.
you be? Like at a certain point, it's like we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So like, if we can't laugh at this and like understand it and respect it, like that we don't
Yeah.
know, it's like I don't know about you, but I find it's so amazing to me when people get in the chat or they get online to one of our videos or something, or John's videos, and like, this is what it is, this is what it has to be, it's this.
It's
And
so
it's like,
wild.
what are you talking? It's almost like if they said, nope, vampires don't like garlic. It's like, hey, Dick, vampires aren't real as far as we know, and who knows if they are, if garlic is a real thing. Somebody made that up. So it's like, but they are sure of it. They're so sure of everything that is. So I like that you come at it from that sense as well, where it's like, I don't know what this is. I'm rolling with it until it's not. I'm not going to roll with it anymore. And how you should protect yourself. It's really interesting stuff, and I really thank you for being here, everyone. You got to go check out Rebecca the Ghost Guide she's on every social media platform, and go to her website. She also offers readings. You can set up a session. Am I wrong? You do all these things for people
Yeah.
where you can also make a buck, hopefully. Do it, show her some love. Because she has a really great approach to all of this whole
Yeah.
world. And as far as spirit communication goes, I'd say you've been communicating.
Thank you.
More so than most. You know what I mean? That whole vibe is real interesting. I got nothing else for you, Irene. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit with us. It's been a real pleasure and a
Yeah.
real
All the
honor.
questions I have will take hours, which I don't have, unfortunately.
We'll have to have you back.
Today.
I'll come back.
Have to
Yeah.
have you back.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, y'all are great, and I appreciate your mindset as well. I sometimes I prefer talking to people who are more in the ghost vibe than like the higher and everything like that, because I'm just like, we're out here, we're living, and I like connecting with folks that are also just doing their best, whether they know if they're living or not.
It's true.
I know. At least ghosts don't leave dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
So it might be better to
That's one
have
way to
them
look at it.
around sometimes.
Might start blaming them for it though.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Let's see if
Yeah.
maybe they'll put them up.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Like, oh, the spirit did that one, not me. The spirit did that.
Accidentally pulled
If
this up.
only.
Listen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you check out her socials, check out her website. Can't wait to have you on again. And yeah, you've been awesome.
Awesome.
Rebecca, thank you. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
That was so fun.
Incredible. She's incredible.
Right?
It's great.
How fun
Yeah.
was she? And there's
Amazing.
there's really nobody like that tone. There's very few people that have a tone that's similar to how, you know, your approach to this.
Well,
Even though
what's wild about everything that she speaks about, I can literally back up with my theories. That's why when she started with that story, and I was like, wait a minute, are you saying that, you know, you rebuilt that spirit? Like, you know, it's pretty wild. It's awesome.
yeah, right, but it's again, it's another person. We spoke to somebody else too that was like had a little bit of a more spiritual take, but still on the note of frequency, on the
Yeah.
note of the memories, on the note of energy, which still plays into a lot, but they have the spiritual side of it where it
Yep.
comes from, which is fine. You know, it's like everyone's thing, but also the idea of other, you call them interdimensional non-human entities. She called them, you know, I forget what her exact, but it was sort of non-human, some sort of non-human entity.
Yeah.
It really is the
What's wild about
similarities are
that?
crazy.
I know we don't have time to talk about it, but what's wild about that is how accurate her non-human interdimensional entities are compared to the ones that I come across. Like how accurate it is. You
Well,
know
you know
what
what it
I mean?
reminds me
Like,
of? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Matrix. Do you remember in the Matrix how there were certain creatures that were pure code, like
yes,
the French guy, and it's just
yes,
like he just does this job, but
and that's it.
he was never a human, but he's a bit of code, or the key
Yep,
maker, right? That's his code, but he's like
yep,
there, and
yep,
that's what it I think of.
yeah,
I go to that
yeah.
place where it's like when you start talking about these things that are non-human, they're part of this whatever we call this thing, this area that they're in, and
It's pretty wild.
they have a job to do of some
Yeah.
kind.
A job to do. It's wild. Hey, Gary, listen, this has been great.
Yeah, this is a
Another
good one.
great, another great one in, guys. I hope you enjoyed the episode. She's awesome. Make sure you check her out on everything. Website, her socials, Rebecca the Ghost Guide. Definitely worth checking out.
That's her link right below. Real easy to find. We appreciate everybody who checked in for this episode. You know, I'll post if you missed it, don't worry, I'll be posting it soon. That was a great one. So,
Yeah.
John, I'll let
Gary,
you go. See you, bud.
always a pleasure.
Yeah, my man. That's it for this live episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like and subscribe at our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time. All right, here's the man, the legend, the myth.
What's up?
There he is. What's up?
What is going on? Oh, I got everything going on.
Well,
Everything going on. Hold
welcome,
on,
everyone.
I'm just setting it up so I can see the live myself. Give me one second. What's going on,
I
everybody?
can already tell we're going to get a lot more people. We are blowing up more than normal by doing this. Guys, we're broadcasting across both channels, Splintered Spirits and Santa Paranormal today. So welcome anyone who's passing by or new. This is Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me and my nephew, John Santa, talking about all things spirit communication. Trying to prove those theories of what are spirits, answer those questions that we all wonder. Lots of stuff to talk about. Lots of good episodes this past week, if I do say so myself and ourselves. It's been fun, and the feedback has been wild.
Oh, I got to show you what this looks like real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah. That'll be easier for you. That's like old man stuff. We can actually see it.
I know. I can see the chat. Isn't that wild?
That's really cool.
Soon I'm going to get it so it's going to be right in front of me so I'm not, ooh.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. We've been getting a lot of great feedback about our time with Rebecca last week. And I'm getting a lot of fun stuff. I think I mentioned this to you, John. I'll tell the crowd here. So I've been playing around with Reddit.
Yeah.
Right. And So I've been loving it, dude. So we did this episode. If anybody hasn't seen it, our latest episode was with this professor, Joseph Laycock, out of the he works at the Texas University. Wrote a couple of books about Satan and Satanism. And so I've been dropping videos from that episode as promo. If you follow us on all social medias, which if you're not, you should be, then you've seen a few of them. But I joined a lot of Satanist groups and the Church of Satan, and I've like, all of them, right? And man, the first one I dropped, they were all into it, right? They were really behind us as a like, yeah, like there's a miscommunication about what the devil is and about what Satan is. But then the next one I dropped where he says, because of the book Rosemary's Baby, that success that pushed publishers to have Anton LaVey, publish the Satanic Bible. Well, that just sent them off, dude. And I've been banned from the Church of Satan subreddit, which I think it's kind of like a badge of honor. Now, I got into it a bunch of Satanists on the Satanism subreddit, which is much bigger of a community, but it was very cordial, the conversation and the argument about it, right? But dude,
hold on, let me cut you off for a minute.
yeah.
It's getting crazy here right now. I have my REM pod set because I'm going to be going live after this. I have the REM pod set. The REM pods are going off. They just knocked off a whole chunk of wax that I had in the middle of the shelf here, which isn't leaning or anything, when I was setting up the candles. And the cat's going nuts, which is normal. But now this light is off. I know for a fact the light is off. And I have a light that is flickering. And I know the switch is off. So I don't know if that's an electrical issue. I don't know what just happened, but between the REM pods, the chunk of wax getting thrown off the shelf here, and the light now, I'm like, what the hell is going on in here?
Maybe it's because we're talking about the devil.
Maybe
we're getting people riled up on both sides of both dimensions.
That's what that beeping is right now. If you hear that those are REM pods going off.
I didn't. Okay. I could barely hear him, but that's wild.
Yeah.
But anyway, so listen, look, you could find I don't know if anybody else is out there on Reddit, and I know we ask a lot of this community to go out and promote and plug and follow us and like and subscribe. If you're following us on the Santa Paranormal channel right now, you can also see us on the Splintered Spirits channel for both of these things. So it's so there's a lot of people, there might be a lot of new people, but on Reddit, look, if you're ever on Reddit, this is me on Reddit, and this is our podcast on Reddit. Feel free to go in there, get in on the conversation, upvote us,
Gary,
and build it. Yeah.
Check this out. I'm sorry to cut you off. I was playing with this. You might need to look into this too, because we were both talking about this. Check this out now. Look how clear that chat is.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good for you.
How wild is that?
Nice.
All right. Sorry about that.
Get back
on the topic of Satan and Reddit.
Satan and Reddit.
It's Reddit and Satan.
I'm getting obsessed with Reddit as a promotional tool, just really working it and trying to figure it out. I'll go into mediums groups and start dropping our old videos in there, psychic groups, dropping stuff in there. And they all, for some reason, get real bent about promotion. Like, I'm like, oh, what do you give a shit? If you like the content, why do you care if it's a promoting? I don't know. That's just, people get bent.
Well, no, you got to understand something. You got to think of it like this. This is coming from a personal standpoint. If you build something, whether it's a Discord, a Reddit thread, a Reddit channel, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, anything. If you build anything from the ground up, hard work by yourself, and then somebody comes in, you have no idea who they are, you have no idea what they're about, and all of a sudden they start saying, hey, check this out. The people that create it go, oh, screw you, screw that, do what I did. Click.
No,
I
hear that.
I agree with.
I get that. I get that. But if my thing with Reddit is, they say, like, this is a group to talk about psychic mediums. Everything psychic medium, all conversations, in the news, in the thing, psychic, medium. And I post a video of like me and Kathy, or you and Kathy, or like from Bob Ginsberg from when we talk about the Forever Family Foundation, which is completely on topic of the broad topic of psychic mediums. It's not like, hey, this is my brand. This is just some group where people who like to talk about psychics, and you get bent out of shape because I'm showing you something that's about psychics, even though it's my,
Oh, well,
yes,
that's
I'm
different.
promoting my thing.
Yeah, that's different.
Then I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
eat it. Just like eat a dick, and not in a good way. It's like, what are you getting so bent about? It's just such a strange thing for people to get upset about. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm getting obsessed. I'm getting obsessed with Reddit. It's great. But we've got these past few episodes have been getting some really killer responses. Rebecca was super fun. If you guys didn't check her out, she was our guest live. We've got another guest coming on in a few minutes today. Another influencer. More of an investigator, more of another, we got to come up with a term of what the walkers are, John, like what you do and what Netzel does.
Oh,
There's got to be.
Listen, I've called it cemetery walkers.
Okay.
Hands down. That's the term. Anybody who got their start walking on cemeteries, they're cemetery walkers. Because think about it like this. Before I was doing it, nobody was doing it, even though people come out of the woodwork claiming they did it. No one was doing it. It was taboo, and we know this.
Mm-hmm.
People thought there weren't spirits in cemeteries. Let's be real. How many people have we spoken to that are like, oh yeah, spirits, no. It's the belief that spirits are in the cemeteries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I do it years ago. It blows up. And now it gives all these people that always wanted to get into the paranormal, but didn't know where to start, didn't have a place to go and investigate, an opportunity to go, oh, I can go to my local cemetery. I can go to my local graveyard. I can go to my, which is cool, which is great. I call them cemetery walkers.
Got it. He's like,
exactly
he's going to send us a video we're going to look at. This is a Stark Paranormal.
Cool. Awesome.
That we'll look at where he I think he may have crapped his pants. He gets so scared in it, which is funny. So I want him to walk us through like what scared him. And I think I hear what's scaring him, but I want him to walk us through it, which is kind of fun.
Okay, cool.
But
awesome.
We're getting a good response on this podcast from these guys and these men and women who are influencers in the space and building this community, right? So it's great. I see you, LA Premier, in the chat. It's one of my boys. So it's really fun how it's working out.
Trolling your
Yeah,
that's funny.
It's my kids. It's one of my kids. It's a dad for my kids' water polo team. So it's he comes in. He's got an obsession with UFOs, which is great. Which we haven't. I love, dude. We haven't gone down that road yet.
We should one of these days, definitely.
I would love to. Here's another thing I want the community to know that's coming, that we listen to them. We had asked once, I think, John, when you were not on one of the lives, and I just had to talk like, what do you guys want to hear? What do you want to listen to? What do you want us to investigate? And I got a lot of past life regression.
Okay.
And I want them to know that I've heard them. And I am doing an interview with a guest who specializes in this. I'm not going to say who it is yet because it's probably not going to air for like at least 6 weeks. But for all those people who are interested in past life regression, I'm getting a crash course in it. And I think you're going to enjoy it. Much like how I did the crash course with investigating and my crash course in mediumship. I'm going to give them a crash course in past life regression. So we've heard you. We like this kind of feedback. We want your stories, we want your questions, and we want to see how this speaks into spirit communication, right? Because that's what we're talking about in this. So that's what this whole podcast is. So, well, good. I'm glad you guys are happy. Yeah, it should be fun, right? I think we'll have a lot of fun with that one. And we've got a lot of good. We've got a lot of good mediums coming up. We've got our next guest after our next guest. Oh, dude, we've got ourselves a Salem witch coming up. They're gonna like. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's in 2 weeks. A bona fide Salem witch, an old Italian witch.
We had such a good
what
time.
did you call it? You said like she has a way, like a cadence of speak. She rhymes a lot, and she like.
Oh, it's like wordcraft. Like she uses
spell
basically.
Speak or what?
You could hear the spells coming out of her mouth as she speaks. Everything she says with intent and for a reason, and you can hear it. You can hear it when she's speaking. And I'm like, I picked up on it. I'm like, I see what she's doing there.
Oh, she's great. She's great. And what's really funny about the witch, her name is, high priestess Lori Bruno, and she's probably the most political of all of our guests too. She gets into
Yes.
it, dude. She's like,
Yes.
I feel like she's probably put a couple curses on some people. She didn't want to admit it, but
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
you never know.
The way she
She's
was,
not into
I was
that.
like,
She talks about the
whoa.
light a lot, but I feel like, I think she might have dropped a few curses on him, which is funny, dude. Well, John, our guest has arrived. He's in the waiting room. So
All right.
I'm going to get into in a second. Let me introduce him. So I told everybody here that we were expecting a guest. This is Cody Stark from Stark Paranormal. So he's been doing this. He's told me he's been doing this for about 6 years now,
Okay.
live streaming for about a year. His first 6 months, he was with a team, and now he's sort of on his own. We'll hear all about that. He's all over the social media. So he's another paranormal influencer, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I think last I checked, he had close to 30,000 followers. He's got a pretty big audience. He's a lot of fun. I watched him, and he's got a real, kind of like an everyman sort of approach to it, where it's like, well, I don't know what this shit is, but, which I enjoy because it just makes it feel less, intense. It always seems like everybody's so intense. But anyway, I'm going to bring Cody on. So give us a second, and we will add him to the stream. There he is. Cody
What is
Stark.
up, gentlemen?
Going
Thank you so
on.
much. It's a pleasure to meet
Hello,
you.
hello. Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Cody, where are you? Where are we finding
I'm in
you?
Indiana, Southern Indiana.
John, it feels like, didn't you just go to Indiana? It feels like there's a lot of ghosts in Indiana. What's
In
the deal
March.
with this place?
Yeah.
What's going on in
Randolph
Indiana
County
that there's a lot of
Infirmary.
ghost hunters?
Yep.
There's just a lot of places here, I guess. Randolph
Yeah.
is a fantastic place to go. Been there
Yeah.
numerous times.
Yeah.
So, Cody, we like to start out with all our guests. We ask them this very question, just to sort of get a baseline. It's like, Cody, what do you think spirits are?
Loaded question right off the bat. All right.
Yeah.
I think it's pieces of consciousness. It's kind of similar to you, John, in your memories, fragments of memories. If you take the religious approach, it's more the soul. You could look at it on the Catholics as purgatory. They're waiting to either be judged to go to heaven or hell, or they just don't want to leave yet. But me, I'm still honestly searching for it. I don't have it actually narrowed down, and hopefully I get there one day. But still searching. That's why I keep going out every other night.
What made you do it? What made you get started? Was there one thing that you were like, oh shit, there's ghosts, I need to find out more? What was it? Tell us the story.
Yeah. So when I was 12 years old, there's a house that's very close to mine. It's been abandoned since like the 1980s. And before I could drive, that's where I went hunting. I'd walk past the house, back to the woods, dark evening, morning. I seen a little boy in the upstairs
Wait, when you
window.
say hunt, you mean ghost hunting? Or
No,
just hunting, like real hunting?
Deer hunting. Yeah,
Okay,
real hunting.
Got it.
And I seen a little boy in the upstairs window. And the first time I seen it, because I'd always look at the house because I'd walk real fast because it kind of made me nervous. This big, abandoned, creepy house. And I seen it looked like a little boy standing upstairs window. So I just book it. I'm scared. But about 6 months later, I seen it again. And I stood there and watched it for about 4 or 5 seconds. And I mean, he had short hair. You can almost he looked like a little Amish boy. He had a whitish shirt and he had like suspenders, and I could only see to about mid-thigh. But yeah, that's what got me into it. I started watching all the ghost shows, and ended up meeting my wife and joining the group, and kind of took off ever since.
Wait, you met your wife ghost hunting?
No, not ghost hunting. So I met my wife, and then her ex-brother-in-law had a team. And that's how I got involved in it. But I always watched the shows, always found it intriguing. I didn't know how to make that leap to actually go do it. And like even now, some people are real nervous about doing it because society don't always look well on society, for that person. People think you're weird or crazy, or now I don't care. I tell anyone and everyone, don't really care.
Well, that's why I found it so amazing or odd when you said like you met your wife ghost hunting, because it's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if you want to meet chicks doing ghost hunting stuff. It's sort of like, if they're really into it, there might be something else going on,
Right.
a different way
Red
around
flag.
it.
Red flag, exactly. No, not wild ghost hunting.
So when you started to get older and that little boy, did you ever investigate this house to find out what that boy might have meant or what it was or who he is
No,
or why he's there? No, it's just like
not
fuck that
until
kid.
not until the past 6 years. I just
Okay.
like I watched the shows. I seen him use equipment, but I just never did it. I didn't have that oomph to go do it. And I wish I would have now. I wish I'd done it years ago because I
So now
just feel
you're
like
out
I'd
there.
have more knowledge.
So now you're out there, you're doing it, and what have you discovered while you've been doing it? Like, what is it? Has anything changed about what you thought it was versus where you're at now by doing by ghost hunting or documenting or investigating these places that you do it?
The biggest thing I've learned, the intelligence. And I think they're learning. They're constantly evolving like we do. That's probably the
Like
biggest thing I
give me an
learned.
example of that, man. What do you mean by that?
So I call it a trick. So I'll do it with playing cards, I'll do it with a dice, or I'll do it with a coin. I got like a big ass coin. One's a penny and one's a $50. And I'll flip it out there and I'll try to get them to tell me what side it lands on. What's the top facing side? And I've got it numerous times. Or roll the dice and tell them how many dots are on the dice. And that's like the thing that's mind boggled me the most. Like if you actually go into it from watching the TV, they don't really they say intelligent residual, but they're not like really saying how much that they can learn or evolve. And I think, especially when you go back to places over and over again, how they learn you learn them, they learn your equipment. And what I found, the more I go to these same places and I'm doing these tricks, they're getting it more times than not. They're getting either heads,
John
they're
has a
getting the
few
dots.
ghosts. John has a few ghosts that he knows that know him. Some of them make fun of him constantly when they go. David
Yep.
started making fun of me a couple times, which I don't appreciate very much.
Hell, I get hit on half the time.
It's really interesting while you're out there, right? And you start to realize these things, and you think just how much like the blurred line between residual and intelligence, and if the entity in question, when you're not around, kind of like if a tree falls, in the forest, does anybody hear it? When you're not around, just how residual that energy is, as opposed to when you show up on the scene. And if it does go from residual to intelligent, it really makes you think. 'Cause I've always questioned the whole residual. It's residual, it's residual. And it's like, maybe, but maybe whatever's lingering in residual has the ability to not be, depending on the right circumstances.
I 100% agree. I do think residual can learn in the same way intelligent can. And I
Yeah.
Well,
think
John, I
that's
mean,
where the repetitiveness comes in play.
well, it's
Mhm.
like also if you think it's attached to energy somehow, that could possibly absorb more energy in a lot of ways, right? Cody,
Yeah.
is your wife's name Amanda? Is that your wife?
Yeah.
She's in the.
Yeah.
I want. This is sweet. She's in the chat. She just hopped in to try to say like, listen, I'm not crazy. Basically, right? We both had an interest in the paranormal, bro. So it's like, guys, I'm not crazy. Don't worry, Amanda. We don't think you're crazy. We find it very sweet. It's I always find it it's interesting. Yeah, that is a good way to look at it, right? Uh, especially if you're seeing the same spirits over and over again and they're saying the same thing. Do you ever then go back and investigate their stories or try to look up their stories in history or try to find out? Have you
Yes.
ever been
So
what's blown you away the most? What's a story that's sort of like knocked you off your socks? Knocked your socks off, I should say. Whoops.
I would honestly say, so I've investigated the house that actually brought me into paranormal many, many, many times now.
Okay.
And after learning the family history, uh, something that really has gotten me, I think something happened there that the spirits give me pieces of a puzzle, but would not come out and just say it. Either A, they're too nervous to say it, as odd as that sounds, or B, maybe the original owner, which his name's Frederick, won't allow them to say what it is. Because something I've, especially with this house, I call it the stall house. I've really learned that I get out a lot. And at first, I thought he just didn't like me because I'm younger. I mean, he passed away in 1886, so probably has that mentality of just that older, grandpa style mentality. Get the hell off my lawn, kid, type thing going on. But as I've been asking these questions about did something happen here? And like I said, I've gotten pieces of that puzzle. I get out a lot. And I'm not so for sure if he's actually telling other spirits to get out, because I also think there's a portal there. Because I get new names all the time. All the time. I'm getting new names. That does not reside within the history that I've looked into, the family history, or just other spirits that's always been there that I've always contacted. So that really blows my mind. That's the piece that I'm trying real hard to figure out. Is he telling me to get out, or is he telling other spirits to get out of his house?
What
And
are
I'm
you
just
using?
catching that blurred lines.
What do you
Uh,
use? What is the gear? What is your go-to gear? We like talking about gear here because there's a lot of controversy about gear.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Apps and Spirit Box.
Okay.
So I started off with Spirit Box. So radio frequencies, right? Manipulating the radio frequencies.
Is this what everyone talks about? This SB7 or the whatever it is? What is it?
7 SB Pro. I mean, multiple
Sure,
different ones. I mean, I even got a 12587 Radio Shack hack that I've used that I probably the best one ever made. But from the
All right.
90s.
Like a
And that
radio
came from a
scanner.
buddy of mine. Oh yeah. Yeah, old school. Pull the
Okay.
pins.
Yep.
But
pull the pins. Pull the pins. Yep.
Right. But I also been using apps a lot. And I know apps are very controversial. But who's not to say that apps just ain't new tech? They're still pulling in frequencies from biometrics in the phone. It's just not radio frequencies. Right.
It's
So
digital radio
as
too
John,
in some of them for sure.
right. Especially if you're pulling across the internet. So if your phone's always pulling in internet signal, pushing and pulling, it's picking up radio frequencies. It's not the same as an actual radio, but it's still picking it up. So why does people have such hard time grasping that spirits can manipulate your phone? Now, I do have a thing on that. The apps that ask you a whole bunch of permissions, I struggle with. That's permission for your mic, your photos, your GPS location. I struggle with them apps the most. Because if that app has that word database in it, right? And I say a word that is a trigger word, and it spits something out over that trigger word, it's using my mic. So I find those a little bit fishy, but probably, especially recent, Transcend is my favorite by far. No word database,
I like Transcend.
all phonetics, and it don't ask you a bunch of permissions.
Yep.
It's just you interpret what it says, and most of the time, what it says is not what pops up on the screen from what you hear, and that's what I like about it.
Yep.
Do you have you ever felt, Cody, that because you said you were young and you saw this spirit and this boy, did you ever think like you are somehow on a different wavelength in terms of this world? And I don't mean it like I mean just sort of like,
right.
Are you, if you've listened to our podcast before, I say this all the time because I use these apps. I don't get dick. I get absolutely nothing from them. I get I get the get out. I get the, why am I dead? Get out. I get all the basic stuff. But when I'm with John there, it gets real specific. It says my name. I'm using the same app. And it's like, and I'm, it's weird. And I'm just a firm believer, like, his frequency's off. he's sort of on a different wavelength, or his magnetic field is different. Because it's like I look at them as tools like anything else, and I think, look, so I believe in intuition. I can't imagine anybody would say they don't believe in intuition. You just sort of have a good feeling about something or a bad vibe about something, or I think that we can all agree they have that. And I just think that having been in this process now with John for several months, maybe that intuition in certain people can lead all the way up to mediumship, right? That's that strengthening in the same way. I can't, and I use this analogy. Not everybody can throw a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people just can do it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's like a God-given gift or whatever it is, but so anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying. So when you're using this, do you ever feel like you're on a different, like you have a better connection than most of seeing what you're seeing, hearing what you're hearing? What would your wife say? Amanda, jump in. Feel free to jump in, Amanda. Do you think he's connected to ghosts or what?
She'll probably call me crazy, is what she'll do. But I've never claimed to be a medium, psychic. I really believed in them until I started doing social media and everyone in the woodwork comes out claiming to be. I'm not knocking. If they are, they are. I'm not, I'm not disputing that, but I still think it's a very rare thing. Like me personally, I think it has to do with relationships. Because John can attest, he goes to these places all the time. He is forming relationships with these spirits. And the more you
That's
go to these
interesting.
places,
It's
the more you go to
bring
these
that up.
places.
Yeah.
John, what do you think?
And what's wild is he brings up that point. And when I go to a brand new cemetery, I warn everybody, guys, this is going to be a different experience. These spirits have no idea who I am. Get ready for it. They might get nasty. They might get very turned off and standoffish. Get ready for it. So yeah, your building is 100% correct. You build relationships not only with the spirits but with the spot you're at.
100%. You're feeling that spot's energy. You're feeling the spirit's energy. Then they're feeling your energy. If you want to look at it from an energy standpoint. But there's multiple times. It takes me 3 or 4 times to go to a location to really start getting interaction. Whether it's with ITC devices or with EMF, physically to move or that sort of thing, motion. It takes time, and I think. See, another thing on that too is when people go to a location, say they go to the Randolph or anywhere, they go for one night. Then spirits don't know them at all. But I bet you if you stayed 3 nights in a row, I bet you that third night would be popping. I bet you'll get some good interaction on that third night just because they know you by now.
You know what's really interesting about the Randolph that you bring that up? So that spot back a couple of years ago was a big spot for a lot of people that just had a lot of beef with me for no reason.
Your audio is getting a little cracky there.
Is it?
Sure.
Yeah. When I went and I'm walking around, a lot of the spirits knew who I was. And I literally was like, yo, guys, I can explain why these spirits know who I am. And all I said was very simple. Think of all the people that are vocally against what I do and how I do it and where they always used to go. And it was that place. So these spirits were probably watching, and it just goes to a test, we're probably watching other people watching me while they're mocking me and what I'm doing. For years at that location, bringing me up in discussion, oh yeah, John Cena, screw that guy, this, that, and the other. And then there I am, and all of a sudden the spirit's like, oh yeah, you're John. Oh yeah, that's John. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Now I have no issues with any of those people now. That's all under the bridge done with. But it was just very interesting how at times, and that's something I've always wanted to test out too. Pick a brand new spot, not go there, and have literally someone go there for maybe a half hour a day, real quick, and just watch some of my videos. And then see when I go there if the spirits recognize who I am from the videos.
That'd be a really good test. I would like to see that.
Yeah,
that is a great test.
That would be a great one.
Yeah.
Guys, if John is breaking up for you, I think it's because it is storming.
Actually, I think it's on his end because you're good. You can hear me, right?
Well, you're cracking on my end too.
All right.
I will say that, but you're good.
We have issues. We have some issues.
Whenever we go live, we start if things get all whacked out.
Well, actually, there's something about that I wanted to say. Have you ever had spirits manipulate your lives?
Yes.
They're messing with your signal?
Yes. I've had, and what's crazy is in those live streams when it happens, I have service issues all the time, right? Service issues are service issues. I'm not going to turn around and every time be like, oh, it's paranormal, it's paranormal. When I go back and listen to the replay, there's audio over the replay. So I'm literally catching EVPs over the replay. The problem is it is so distorted, you can't make it out. But you can.
So you're getting audible EMF.
Yeah.
So I've got that a few times. I've gotten audible EMF, and I have the same issue on my lives, and I got a good story to that one too.
Love it. We love stories. Let's hear it. Get after it, Cody.
There's a cemetery in Kentucky. It's called Hell's Gate or Gates of Hell, depending on who you are. That's what you call it.
Sounds like a place I will never go to, but continue.
It's actually called Casey Cemetery. And lots of satanic rituals going on there, lots of devil worshiping, witches. There's even it's called the witches circle. You can go there and find burn spots. I mean, it goes on there. And I've been there multiple times, but this was my first solo. And I just went maybe a month ago. And I was live for about an hour and a half and didn't have, I mean, it cut out occasionally, but not bad at all. I'm using Transcend and this voice comes through. It sounds like an old grandpa, real deep and raspy. As soon as that voice come through, I started having issues the entire time. The entire time. And it's not very nice. It's pretty nasty, some of the stuff that's coming through. So I ended up going to YouTube and running a live there so people could watch, because YouTube was running pretty good, but TikTok didn't want to run. So I ended my TikTok
right
live.
there. That's actually your biggest piece of evidence, believe it or not, because you can talk to anybody that streams on both YouTube and TikTok. If you're having service issues, YouTube is the first to go. YouTube goes quick before TikTok will, if you're having service issues. So if you were able to stream on YouTube, that means either two things. Either TikTok was having an issue, which if no one else was having the issue, then you know it's not TikTok. Or, you know, that spirit somehow, some way was manipulating your streaming phone for TikTok.
So it actually gets better. So I end my TikTok live and I go back live, still have an issue. And I'm getting really frustrated at this point. I just drove 2 hours and I know this place is a good place to investigate. And I'm upset for my community because it's lagging so bad for them. And finally, I'm like, Spirit, quit messing with my stuff. I'm over it. Stop. So I got frustrated. And that same voice comes through and says Romans, a Bible verse. Then he says chapter 2. This is on Transcend phonetics. So I have my chat look up what Romans chapter 2 means. And it talks about judgment. All about judgment. And I said, either you think I'm judging you or you're judging me, and I'm not judging you, or nor will I have you judge me on that. And I started speaking Bible verses against darkness. It stopped. I didn't have any more issues.
Any more tech issues? Or
I didn't have any more tech issues. I mean, I'd have the occasional like blimp, but not like what it was. I mean, it was
John,
almost to the point where I couldn't move. It was so bad.
John, this guy is getting yelled at by ghosts, and then he decides to start reading the Bible. Gary would be, reading the exit sign and sort of splitting out of the place. It doesn't make any sense, to say. I mean, that place must have been a good spot for you to want to stay there so bad to fight spirits off by like pulling a scene from The Exorcist and like the power of Christ compels you kind of stuff.
Well, like in my mind, I'm there to do the research. Yes, I'm entertaining my community. And if anyone says TikTok ain't entertainment, baloney. You're still entertaining your community.
100%. 100%.
But I'm there to do a job. And for one, if it is true darkness, which there's only one time I think I've ever encountered it, something of otherworldly or demonic, if you want to put the demonic word on it. And it was leaning towards that darkness. And I can't show it fear because that's what it feeds off of, or what we think it feeds off of, right? So I had to get kind of shitty spicy back with him, But see, I've had this issue one other time, and that's actually at the Skull House, the house where I had my first experience. I'm live in the attic, and I have a music box. It's a thermal motion music box, the Para 4 Ace music box, aimed in the doorway. And I'm actually double streaming YouTube and TikTok. My YouTube starts malfunctioning, doing the trying to find signal.
Reconnect.
TikTok was fine. The music box hits just a quick hit, half a second it played. And I looked up and was like, oh, music box went off. You guys hear that? Well, I'm still messing with YouTube because it's not going. Music box hits again. All right. Okay. Something's in the doorway. All of a sudden it pins. It's playing. It's not stopping. I look up from my phone. I can see the shadow standing in the doorway. I have the music box going through a doorway. I can see the shadow standing there. I look down at my TikTok screen. I can see the shadow on my TikTok. Both live streams were completely lagged out. I had to end my lives. Complete lag out.
What song was playing on the music box?
I think it's called the Carpenter, or no, not the Carpenter. It's whatever pair of four aces. I don't know. But
That's
so
wild.
I had multiple different devices, seeing them on the screen, to video. Then I got the music box going. I can see it with my own eyes. And I completely lag out on two separate social medias at the same time. And when I mean lag out, like completely froze, no comments moving, nothing. And I'm like jumping and hollering and just pumped because I got the best evidence I've ever captured. Nothing. I was so upset. For 15 minutes, I'm trying to get service back. I end the live. I go back home, immediately download. I stayed up late that night, going to work the next day, immediately download it, watch it. I lost all that time. It's not there.
Wow.
Sucks.
That's one of the worst things.
Yeah, because
one of
that's
the
like
I
that's the
can't
nature of
tell
this
you.
whole thing, bro. Right?
I can't tell you
Isn't
how many that's happened to me. It's one of the worst feelings that when you go to, or the live is corrupted, you go to download the live and it's corrupted, and it's the worst. I feel for you.
And it's not even the feeling for your community. It's for myself too,
Yeah.
because I'm there for myself as well as showing the community.
Yeah.
well, yeah,
That's what
dude.
upset me
You're
the
going to
most.
some super haunted place and you want to catch something, and you risk, whatever, just either being scared to death or tripping over something on the run out, and it's like you think you got it, and then you don't,
Right.
and it's like you just wasted a night where you could have been in bed, or you could have gone to see the movie, or you could have caught up on, the Bear or whatever the hell you're watching. It's just like, what are you supposed to be doing? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, and you just wasted your whole night. So you sent me a video you wanted me to share, and I want to share it with people. So
Yeah,
and show them, because I told John it's hysterical, because this is how I would have reacted. It seems like you almost shit your pants a little bit doing it. And
Maybe a little.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, because I'll play it a couple times for people. Is it the sound like that, right? And it's I
So,
just got chill say like
it wasn't even just the sound; it was the vibration. The whole building was vibrating.
So I'm gonna play it for everybody right now. I'm gonna jump over, and then we'll play it a couple times, and so you can, and you got to listen for it. But here we go. Let's see.
Fuck. Can you whistle back at me? So what's crazy is I've kind of noticed a pattern. When you go down to that end where the green light is, you start hearing noises. Then the noises kind of stop. Fuck! What the actual fuck is that? Hello? You're not allowed to be in here. Hello? What the fuck? That legitly scared the shit out of me. If you're a person, you're not allowed to be in here. I will call the owner. Fuck, that scared me.
Now, was it that wolf? Like, was that the?
So,
like, that's what I hear when I really listen to it. I don't know if the audience can hear that really well, but Cody has this on Stark Paranormal on his TikTok feed, or all his feeds. You can find this clip and you can really listen to it better. But Cody, tell us a little bit about what we just experienced there with that.
So
I think John's trying to hear it for himself. Joe, do you want me to play it again, bro?
No. I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, man, that sounded like it shook the entire building.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, dude.
Because that's probably that's
Nice
in the top
capture,
3.
man.
And
so tell us about like what, because for over the recording, to me it sounds like a whoa, like an expansion sound, like you'd hear in the movies, right? Like when Neo in the Matrix moves the room, and it's like wow, like that's what it sounded like.
So in the moment, the last part after I quit screaming like a little girl, I didn't hear that. I only heard it after I went and watched it. So I didn't, like, I don't know if my mind was just jumbled about what happened, that I didn't hear the last part, but like, so I'm in the intersection of actual Pine Lawn, the nursing home part of it. And what I'm talking about is I'd be at like one end and I'd hear all these noises at the other end. So I'd go that end and then all the noises would start back. So I ended up in an intersection where I'm like halfway between the noises. And I'm just standing there. And actually, when I say, can you whistle? I didn't say it in the live or in the video. There's a whistle back. It's just so faint that I couldn't get it loud enough for people to actually hear, so I kept it out of the video. And I whistled many times that night because that place is known for getting whistles back. You whistle, they'll whistle back. But I'm just standing there, and I could have swore someone drove a vehicle through the wall of that place.
I want to put on my
and-
I want to put on my Brandon Kramer hat. If you guys don't know, Brandon Kramer is Real Ghost Hunter 1. He was a guest in the pod. He's like, he takes, I bet if he was on, he would ask, like, could it have been an AC unit going all, you know what I mean? Like doing something weird, shaking the thing, or like I don't know
Right.
exactly. Tell me a little bit about the place.
So Pine Lawn is a nursing home in Illinois. And I think it was abandoned for a while. Then the guy bought it now, does the ghost tours in. They're fixing it up. They just redone the roof, I seen. And I was all over this building for hours before this happened. So probably 2 to 3 hours. I was all over this building. And there's no one in there. Now there was more people there. Like we had a couple other creators there, but they weren't in the building. I was the only one in the building at that time. They were over at the center, the therapy center. And so I hear the noise, I freak out, and which it don't show it in the video, but it took me every bit of 10 minutes to walk back there and see what it was. I came out, walked around the building. There's no one out. There's no one there. There's you can't open the door to go back. Like I'm at the end of the video, I'm looking down the hallway, and that's the one that took me like 10 minutes to walk down. Because I honestly thought someone came in, because I've never had something that loud and that much vibration happen to me before. Now I've heard a lot of crazy noises, but nothing like that, nothing even remotely close. And so it took me a minute. And finally I get the courage to walk down there, and I'm going crazy, like looking like what could have fell. There's a bunch of stuff back there, but nothing heavy enough to make the whole building shake. But that one got me. That one,
Yeah, dude.
I can honestly say that one got me really good.
Of course it did. It's insane. It's wild.
Yeah, and you can literally hear, like, listen, I've been in music and whatnot all my life. So is my uncle. You could hear that vibrated that building. You could just hear it. It's not like, the sound is just, coming down the halls or, coming from a room. No, whatever that was. And it almost sounded like it was interdimensional enough to not only affect, the area you're in, but the entire building itself.
Right.
It honestly, warbling is probably the best word to describe it.
What a great word that is.
Warbling.
Say that 3 times fast.
Which, I've experienced that plenty of times, and it's wild to experience it because it's not normal. It's just not. It's like the definition of the paranormal. It is not normal.
I want to also point out it's a nursing home, and everyone who knows this podcast knows my theories on this. The 2 worst types of ghosts are who? Old people and children. Straight up. If we are to believe anything from the movies, old people are the worst, and they even make worse ghosts. And children, they're terrifying. So of course.
So that's what gets me so bad. We are physically out there looking. We want that to happen. And people are like, well, you're looking for it. What do you expect? That stuff don't happen. So I always say, like, and I actually think I give it a little leeway. 75% of the time, nothing happens. 25% of the time, maybe something will happen. And I think I'm giving a lot of leeway in that, as far as, my research that I do as actual paranormal.
Where do you want it to take?
Oh. Isn't it amazing the amount of people that watch? Because as you said, we're entertainers. That's what we're doing. We're here to entertain. We have our agendas, documenting, investigating, hunting. But if we're doing it on social media, we're going to be entertaining. Isn't it amazing the amount of people that think that they're like, hey, we want to see a ghost. We want this. We want that. And it's like, what? You think we control this? You think that, we can snap our fingers and things are gonna happen? It's like, no. It's not. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't work that way. It never will work that way. It's just the way it is. You go out there and you get lucky or you don't, you know. Huh?
And that's
Cody,
what
where
We
people
get
watch.
boxed.
Sorry, that's what people watching these lives are actually seeing. They're seeing real, well, entertaining, but real paranormal. They're not 3 days at a location to watch a 45-minute episode that has everything cut out of it. You're
Yeah.
seeing it live action. So
Yeah.
of course nothing's going to happen. Not calling out Karens, but I had a Karen in my live last night that thinks I was a wizard of some sort, that I could just a ghost out of nowhere. And she was trolling hard, man. She was
I love
trying.
trolls. I love when the trolls come in. John's mods usually get rid of the trolls before I get a chance to like jump on them
Yes.
sometimes. I
Yes.
do like a troll though. I do like a good one. We get a lot
Yeah.
of Jesus freaks. Not that it's really there's anything wrong with religion, but only because they think that John and I are dealing with doing the devil's work, which is why we did a whole episode about the devil recently, which is getting a whole other set of baggage in and crazies. But Cody, where do you see yourself going? What are you hoping to? Where do you want to go with this now? You said you've been streaming for a year. I mean, look, I get it. Yeah, it'd be great to get those followers up. We hope you do. We wish you the best of luck doing all that too. And it's like make a couple bucks doing it. What's better, right? It's really fun. But where do you see yourself in like 5 years? What do you want Stark Paranormal to be and do? And
Hopefully, I don't do this for fame. I don't do this for money. It's nice. Like, don't get me wrong, TikTok is paying for me to travel. It's paying for my gas. I go to a lot of free places. I mean, I still have a family. I still work a full-time job every day. So, it's nice to be able to go do this hobby of mine and take people with me. And so, like I always say in my lives, that I'm trying to give people hope. There's some people that are terrified of passing away. And if I can give them a little glimpse of hope that maybe there is something in the afterlife, I did my job. Now, like I said, it's nice, to get gifted and everything, because it's just helped paying for my addiction, if you want to call it, because it is my addiction in all reality,
Sure.
But I really hope, just if I can make it through to one person and give them some hope. And then like probably my more famous saying, at least from my group, is I'm just a country boy looking for shit I can't see and shit I can't hear.
Cody, tell everybody outside who might not know you, who might not follow you. Again, you can find Cody at Stark Paranormal. I think this is the same handle, right? That you have everywhere. Stark
Stark,
Paranormal.
it's the same across the board. Stark Paranormal on everything.
Yeah,
And do you have a
Stark
set
Paranormal.
schedule? Tell everybody when you go on. What's your when are you usually live?
So I'm usually live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and Saturdays. Now,
Got it.
like I said, I got a family, so that's not all the case,
fine.
but more times than not, it's usually Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I'm on Facebook, and my YouTube is more or less a secondary. If I need to go live on there, I can. And then I'm starting to post like my TikTok lives on there, so if someone wants to watch it, they can later.
Got it.
I'm on Instagram, Facebook. I'm also, as like another style of backup, I'm on Rainbow as well, which I know flavor of the week, or kind of like Clapper, and I get it, but I mean it's still just in case something
You're building
happens,
an audience, dude.
Right.
I just spent.
Right.
We started this pod. I just started getting on Reddit to promote the podcast, which is an unbelievably. They're so mean on Reddit. They're just so mean to me. But it's like I absolutely am getting obsessed with it as a new sort of community platform builder. But yeah, man, you got to promote. I don't knock it. It's what you got to do.
I do have a question for John, if I have time to ask.
Dude, please, let's go.
What's up, man?
So I have a theory. Do you ask spirits questions in your mind and see if they'll answer?
It's funny you bring that up. I do not do that, but I may be able to give you some data on the topic. Okay. There are times when the spirits, and my entire community can attest to this, will say what I am going to say before I say it. And you can actually listen in my live and you'll hear the spirit say something. And literally, while the spirit is still saying it, I start to say it. So it's not like, oh, I heard it and then I'm just regurgitating what the spirits are saying. No, it's almost like they pull it from the top, the top of your brain. Like the tip, they pull it from the tip of your tongue. They will say what you are going to say before you say it. Happens all the time. All the time. And it's not
I agree.
like we don't make a big to do with it while I'm streaming because it's just such a natural thing that happens. Most people don't even realize it, and the ones that do are like, "Oh yeah, that happens all the time." So I don't think spirits are psychic. They could be, sure, but there has to be some sort of connection between the spiritual synapses and an actual physical one. There's no way to
this is
Well, John, it speaks to if it happens. Let's look at it from some, if because I tend to agree, or I certainly lean into John's theory of it's memories or consciousness, because no one really knows how the mind works, trapped to energy, and because it is a scientific fact, we have electrical impulses in our brain. That energy has to go somewhere when we die. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Those are the various facts of these things. So if your consciousness is on your energy and their energy, that consciousness, maybe there is a way to connect to it. I feel like if I play this back to myself, I'm going to sound like an idiot, but it's sort of, or sound crazy saying it, but I feel like, how is that, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's when you talk about telepathy or people who study consciousness.
So what if
when they do
what
remote
so
viewing and things like that, that's how that stuff gets
do you
communicated,
so
right?
what data do you have? Do you do that in your live? Do you ask the questions? Do you know?
Do you write it
so
down for your audience before you, and then if they say
so
it, you show your
so
audience, you write it down?
I did it for the first time the other night. Now I ask questions in my head all the time, but I can't prove that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm walking around and I don't want to stop to comment it. They're going to be like, who the hell's this commenting in here? We don't know this guy, because I don't really comment in my lives. I'm talking,
Yeah.
So I did it for the first time and I thought I got my answer, but I didn't. I actually posted that video today, but I have gotten answers, but I can't prove that. It's more or less to me, my opinion, subject matter to me of my question. Did they answer it? And I have gotten it probably 4 or 5 times. I've had it answered. Now, I think that's also something where multi dimensions and string theory comes into play, in my opinion.
Well, look, Cody, one thing I can tell you about what John and I both agree with, and I think most of the community here that's watching or listening to Splintered Spirits, it's like we come from a place of why not? I'm going to believe it first. I'm not going to assume you're lying to me, right? Or you're trying to set me up. So it's like the questions then come after, as opposed to you show me something, what it is. I'm not going to go like, that's clearly not a ghost. If you were there, I wasn't there. John wasn't there. So you're showing me a piece of evidence and you're telling me this happened. I'm going to take your word for it, right? Like, why not? Like, this is sort of the fun of it. So, and I know, and you're really only proving it to yourself because there's nobody online that's going to believe you. They just don't listen. They don't care, or they're not smart enough to do it. It's like, they're just not that smart. And I'm sorry, guys, I love you. I love the fans, but there's a lot of you think you know the truth. You're not that bright. But it's like, and you know who I'm talking to. But it's just so you can't please them. You know what I mean? So it's like if people come in, it's like you're faking it. It's like, what do you want me to do, man? All right. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't spend the whole day here telling you I'm faking it. It's like I just did this.
You know
what's
what's a great way, Stark, for you to do, where you can actually prove it while you're live, even if you're by yourself. Pad in a piece of paper, write down the question. Don't say it in the live. Fold it up, have it be in view, where where everybody can see you write the question. Fold it up, leave it down somewhere, and be like, spirits, I'm literally thinking of a question in my head. Can you answer it? Try it 10 times. See how many times they do it. And then who's going to turn around and, the only people that are going to dismiss that are the ones that are like, the spirit boxes are fake. You program that.
Right.
You're using a recording.
Right.
That's it. And who cares about those people? Because they, no matter what evidence is in front of their face, they're going to turn around and come up with a reason why it's BS, even though you know it's not.
Cody, we did a thing. We had a situation where one of John's mods, his mother passed away in October of last year. And I don't know if you caught this episode of us. We show it all, but it used to happen to him quite frequently enough to where I started looking up, like, is this a thing that happens? It is a thing that happens. Telephone calls. People get telephone calls from the deceased all the time.
Mhm.
And the stories they have were matching up with Brian's stories, where sometimes it's just static or sometimes it's this. I reached out to a professor in the UK who wrote a book called Telephone Calls from the Grave. We had him on, but then John goes to what is apparently some hotbed of ghost activity, Indiana. And on his live there, Brian gets this phone call from his mother. And it's kind of funny because John's like, "Can I answer it?" And he's like, "No." You want to answer? But we have it live. We caught it.
It also happened here too, months later.
Yeah.
Like after we aired the episode, like maybe like a month or two after that episode, recently it happened here. Like he got another.
It gets crazier though, Cody. So like even before the phone call came in on that live one over the Spirit Box app, it said mom's on the phone. So that happened, and then he gets this call. So then, all right, we play the call. The call is clear as day, and it's his mother on the voice. She leaves a voice message, and then there's a text to voice and it doesn't match the voice, right? We get all this stuff happens. The time signatures match where it is. And, we post it. We do an episode. We post the episode. I post the little clips, the promo clips of the thing. People are just like, you guys faked it, right? It's like, all right, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell. They're like, the text doesn't match the message. I go, yeah, man, I told you.
When does it ever?
I go, the text. I go, yeah, I told you that. We don't know. I literally said, like, we have no idea why the text doesn't match. Now, are there reasons why that could happen in the technical universe? Of course, dude. The glitch, could be a glitch with that phone system. Her message could be trapped in there in the cloud, and it comes through all the time, right? But here's the thing that I question. This tends to happen a lot to people who grieve, and it happens around John a lot with Brian, probably even more than it happens with Brian on his own. So that's where the question comes into play for me of what is happening. Not like, but I can't convince the audience that we didn't set this up. There's nothing I can do. I mean, we have it on video when it happened live. We play the tape for you. I'm giving you everything I've got, and all I can tell you is this is what happened. And it's crazy, dude. If you've ever seen it, you can check it out. But it's like, we love our audience. I love you guys, but also fuck you guys. It's like you can't. It's like I can't make you believe us. You know what I mean? We're just gonna try to show you something that's wild, and you're either on this ride with us or not. So that's what I'm saying. You can't please them, bro. And it's like,
Mm-mm.
you've been doing it for a year. John's been doing it for a ton of years. That's the thing, just get over them. It's like the people stick with you, and you might lose a few people, and that's fine. You'll gain, sometimes you take a step back to take 2 steps forward, right? So you might lose a couple to go on. And that's the, that's all you can do, man. You can't please these people. You just can't. You can't please them.
No. And it took me a while to figure that out, because especially when you're first starting out, you're really trying to grow your community, which I'm always trying to grow my community.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I'd much rather take my OGs than 50 new people that are assholes.
Yep.
My opinion.
Well, dude,
but
I have a bullshit meter now, man. Straight up bullshit meter. We even got emotes. They ain't going anywhere. Once that bullshit meter starts to rise, that's it. Sub-only chat. You'll still be able to watch, but you ain't getting involved in the chat, because it's just and I allot a certain amount of bullshit from my community too, because some people, they ask you just questions where it's like, why are you asking me that question? I don't have the answer to that. Like, I don't get it. Wait a minute. You should know better. Don't ask that question.
Like,
I
my
don't know
biggest,
what tiles on the ground. You know what I mean?
like,
It's
my
funny.
biggest thing I fight is a lot from my community are expecting me to answer their question when it's asked or see their comment. But when you got 6, 7, 800 people in your live and it's just flying by,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But then at that
I
point,
refuse, when I'm walking now, I refuse to answer questions while I'm walking. I refuse. If I sit down, think about it, I'm at a cemetery, I'll sit down for 3 hours before I go for a walk. You got a question you want to ask me? Now's the time. I'm sitting down, I'm looking at the chat. Once I start walking, though, don't ask me any questions. You're lucky if you'll get an answer. If I can answer it in 5 words or less, I got you. But if
right,
and it's just the way it is. That's social media. That's just live.
right.
I know they get really mad at you guys when you don't answer me, and then they
Yeah,
repeat it.
yeah.
Like it's like, who
And then
cares
your
about
mods
That's
me?
get
what people
upset.
Yeah,
Then your
right.
I
mods get
just sent you
upset.
a gift. Oh, my bad. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. If you want, all right. I'll stop talking to the spirit to thank you for this. And now I'll ignore everybody in the chat and just talk to you because you sent me a hand heart. I appreciate it.
Isn't it wild, dude?
Get
The
out
sense
of
of
here.
entitlement that this has created in people. This is a whole other conversation about it's sort of like the end of civility due to social media or something, right? But because it's just, everyone's lost all sorts of sense of manners and respect, but and the sense of
It's truth.
entitlement,
It's straight truth. It really
Yeah.
is. I battle it every night. Every night I go live, I battle it. And I got great mods that help me. Like our things, we got a sub sticker called the VIP room. Well, you mess up, you get sent to the VIP room. Hope there's popcorn in there for you. Sorry. But the keyboard warriors come out strong sometimes.
Oh yeah.
They do. I just turn them into songs now.
I just
And I
ignore
love
them
it.
half the time.
Yeah. So sometimes I can't. If they come in and they say something good and the wheels in my head turn, I'm like, oh, I can turn that into a song. I'm going to put them on blast and have a great time doing it. Oh, you're about to get your whole 15 seconds. Let me tell you, it's great. I love it.
I try to do the same thing, but my mods are so good that they end up getting them out before I can even actually get involved because I want to get involved.
I know
because it was
John's
so
mods get 'em
interesting.
out. I want to get involved too, and John's mods
Dang
always
it.
get them out.
I wanted my shot at
No, my mods they're just they nuke quick. They know what they're good with it.
The podcast itself profiles itself are not big enough for mods
I have
yet.
to go. I'd love to stay on and keep bullshitting, but I have to go. I have Netzel at 8:30. We do a little thing on TikTok together. So I got
Cody. Listen, everybody, again, you guys got to check out his profile. He is at Cody Stark at Stark Paranormal.
Yep.
You can find it. TikTok is probably the best place. Yeah, but he's on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere else. Cody, this is really fun, dude. I'm glad you reached out. I'm glad we had you on. You're a super nice guy. We'll have you back one of these days. Any evidence you ever gather? Yeah, any evidence you ever gather, Cody, by all means, man, please send it over. We'll talk about it. We love getting ghost stories and guys, check out what I got. We'll share it, and make sure people see it. We love seeing ghost stories. And like I said, we always come at it from a place of like, okay, it's wild. Like this is if Cody said this scared him, let's show it. You know what I mean? So please do.
I knew you'd probably like that one. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you bringing me on here. I've had an absolute blast. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Cody. Man. You have a good one. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys
see you later,
great.
Cody.
See you.
Bye. And bye, Amanda. Or stick around. You can watch the end as you wrap up. Super nice guy, dude.
Yeah, awesome dude. Awesome,
real nice guy. What's going on in Indiana? It seems like there's a lot of Indianans. Indiana.
Well, what I noticed about Indiana is there's just so many damn abandoned places. Like when I traveled out to Indiana and just heading out there, all the places going through the states, it's just like there's so many goddamn abandoned places around here. I was like, this is nuts, But yeah, that's the deal with that. Listen, guys, thank you so much for joining us for this episode.
All right. If you guys have been following on John's channel on Santa Paranormal, please follow us at Splintered Spirits. Come on over. We would really like the subs. Please like, subscribe. It would be great if you did. We want you to come out. We've got some great episodes out already. What can I tell you, man? Another good episode. Everybody, thank you so much for being a part of it. Go check out. We dropped that episode about the devil. It's out now. With Rebecca the Ghost Hunter we had last week. And if you missed this live, if you're tuning in and going, shit, I missed it, don't worry, we're dropping it tomorrow, and you can see Cody again. We thank Cody Stark from Stark Paranormal. Everybody, this has been Splintered Spirits Live.
Thank you for coming on. It was awesome having him on.
All right,
later,
man.
guys.
See you, everybody.
Gary, I'll talk to you later.
See you, man. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. My guest this week is Simone Key. Here in the States, we would most likely pronounce it Simone, but I learned we've been doing it wrong. Simone is a medium and a minister of the Spiritualists Nation Union. She was a tutor, that's a teacher, in the Arthur Findlay College in the UK, renowned for its advancement of spiritualism and psychic sciences. Miss Key was our friend, Kathy Nadal's instructor. Simone has decades of experience, and she's about to give me a crash course on the heart, maybe soul's a better word, a crash course on the soul of mediumship via her unique gifts, experiences, and beliefs. Let's dive into the conversation. We are here with Simone Key. Thank you so much for joining me on Splintered Spirits this evening for you, I take it.
Yeah, it is. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really looking forward to it.
Simone, I got your name from a guest and friend of the show, Kathy Nadal, who really impressed us. And, you know, I don't want to make this about Kathy. I want to make this about you, because this is where I want to get deep into what you do and, you know, and the world we're in. But I like to start this interviews now. I'm thinking about starting the interviews this way with my guests, because I think it's fun. Simone, what do you think happens when we die, and what are spirits?
Okay. This is obviously what I'm about to say is, you know, based on my experience, not of death, but of life.
I'd expect nothing else.
Basically, what I believe is that however we go, you know, however we end our life on this planet, if you like, there's always those that meet us. No one's ever alone. And they're helped and they're supported to adjust to that transition from this world to the next. And what goes on, for me, what continues in life for eternity is our personality, you know, our experiences, our understanding, and, you know, and the power of the spirit that's within us. And that power is the power that joins us all together in humanity, you know, and with every living thing. So every animal, you know, every bird, every plant, every tree, every mountain has all got the power of the spirit in it, you know, and that spirit is, for me, it's a much higher frequency of energy. And for some of us who are religious, it's part of the divine. You may call God or whatever you want to call that power. But for us, it's a higher power. And that power is a living force through everything that lives. And that power is within me and within you and connects us all together.
So do you believe in God?
I do. Yeah, I do now.
In the traditional sense of like the Catholic, like in a God is in like what the Christians or Catholics believe is God, or do you believe in God as something else?
I've never been a religious person. I'm a minister, and I'm a religious because spiritualism is my religion. Mm-hmm. But how I see it, that power is a much, much higher power. And it has a hold on us if we reach out to it. And we can use that power and to help us and support us and help us to help others as well.
Okay.
But it doesn't have a face. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have on a much higher level. Yeah.
Okay. I like asking that question, because when we start talking about these things, it's helpful for me, and probably for our audience, to understand where the answer is grounded in.
Yeah.
right? You know, in terms of, and it's great because we want to hear different points of view and what those things are. So just so the audience gets also a little bit familiar with you, I would love for you to just explain. I know you were a tutor at Arthur Finley,
Yes.
so I'd love to hear if you can just tell us briefly, like, what is Arthur Finley, and then what does it mean to be a tutor there?
Okay. I was a tutor there for over 30 years. And I was a student to start with. I used to go to the Arthur Finney College as often as I could, in terms of, taking time off from work, say sort of maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And then I trained to be a tutor. And, obviously things change over years, but in my day, it would take you roughly 3 years to get in to teach, because obviously you want a very high standard of tutor, and it's a place that's like no other in the world. And I have traveled a lot. It's a place where, you can walk in the door and you can feel the power of the spirit as you walk in the door. And of course, what it does is it brings together people all on the same wavelength, if you like. They're all looking for the power of the spirit, or they're all, looking to enjoy the power of the spirit as well, And so they go in, and obviously you have classes there, and that teach you everything from mediumship from intuition to mediumship to trance to healing. There's also a huge selection of courses there. But it's like no other place, I believe, and it has a wonderful reputation, but it earned that reputation through being, selective in the people that teach there. So you have to go through another kind of teacher training course to teach there.
Well, I'm going to probably jump around a lot because
Yeah,
this
that's right.
world is very new to me. And
Yeah, sure.
one of the things that I love about it, and talking to experts such as yourself, and I'm going to call you an expert, because if you got through that system and you have been doing this for 30 years and you were teaching others, to me, you're an expert in the field. So it's like, I want to know, as a complete non-expert,
Okay.
like, how do you know? Like, here's a real simple question. Like, you're saying people walk in the door and they, it's a place where you feel the energy, you feel the spirit, they're looking for spirit. How do you know if they're a fraud? How do you know if they're a fake? Like, what's the, you know what I mean? Like, how do you spot a fake?
And that's a hard one, because, unfortunately, frauds are normally pretty convincing,
Yeah, they're
as
really
in
good
any
at it.
part of what of the world, the thing about extrasensory perception, which is what we're talking about here, is that you can see beyond. You can see a person. I could be looking at you, and I can feel it, I can see it, I can know it. That's the difference. So somebody comes in and they say things like, oh, I'm such an amazing medium, I can do this and this. My first thought is, not necessarily what I would say, but my first thought is, okay, I'll believe you when you prove it.
So it feels like, in a way, it's like it takes one to know one.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, in the real
Yeah.
simple form,
No,
right? Like, it's sort of, you
yes.
feel it, you get
Takes
it.
one to know one. Yeah.
And now, okay. And when you find someone and, like, they come in and they do something, and it makes you, gives you the old dog whistle, and you, like, turn your head like, huh, maybe they've got something. What is involved in teaching? How do you hone that person?
Okay.
What would be the first steps to hone that person's craft to make them better, I guess?
I think, first of all, you have to assess. I don't want to use the word judge, but you have to assess as an individual, on an individual basis. In other words, you have to, I look for potential. That's my main aim.
Okay.
So when I'm looking at a student, I'm looking for the potential, and hopefully helping them to recognize their own potential. You see, there are, of course, there's always going to be exceptions to every rule. So everybody, many people will come in and looking to see, where do I belong in the scheme of things, and am I sure I have an immortal soul, and all of those questions that come. But then my job is to look at them and be realistic, and say, look, I can see the potential you have for healing in a particular way. because there's lots of different ways you can heal,
Mhm.
and it may be, I'm talking about with mediumship, or I can see that you'd be a really good platform medium, giving messages from in a public arena, for instance, But I would have to be careful that somebody who was new wasn't overwhelmed with that information, because it can scare people, but
Mhm.
it could also have the opposite effect where it gives them so much confidence you can't live with them. I mean,
You can't live with them.
no,
That's funny. That is funny.
you know. Um,
Right. So it's like, so you're looking at them, and I guess this goes down to like some of the things you were talking about, or what you sort of specialize in. I was reading in your bio, like, you talk about trance a lot.
yes, I
Is
do.
trance is that different than, I guess, what I know the definition of channeling is, or is that the
I
same
don't
thing?
know, because I think it's the same thing. I'm not sure. And the only reason is because there are words in the American vocabulary that are very different to the British,
For
and
sure.
that's one of them, because we
Like
don't
elevator
use,
and lift,
yes,
or
and we
line
don't,
and queue.
yeah, or pavement and sidewalk.
Yeah.
So but for us, you see, we don't, I don't use, people I know that are Brits, we don't use the word channeling at
So
all.
tell us what trance is. What is trance?
Anyway,
And what's the
trance
basic
is
definition of that?
when the medium goes into an altered state of consciousness, when they allow themselves in their minds to be very passive, very subdued, and with, it's a working relationship. It's not just, the spirit world coming in and grabbing hold of somebody, but together they have a consent, which is that, they subdue their thinking mind. So the spirit comes to the fore of their mind and takes control of their thinking with consent. That's what happens.
Is that dangerous?
No, not at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
No,
All
no,
right.
not at all.
Uh,
It's
and
just
so
because you've always got that, you've always got control. No matter how much you allow the spirit to take control, you've always got control. It's your
okay.
decision. Yeah.
And then so then when you were saying, when you look at someone then, and it's like, okay, you would be good at either like, what are the different sort of forms of like, of trance in mediumship? You talk about healing
Mm.
versus, guidance, or what is sort of, is there a difference in sort of how you guide a
Yeah,
particular
because,
student, if you
so for
will?
instance, what I see with you, I would see on an intuitive level, on an everyday level, I would see that from my intuition. Whereas if I was in trance, and the spirit world would see you from many different aspects that I wouldn't see you from. So they would, so if I was working with, say, healing, I get out of the way, basically, let the spirit do the work, because they know where the healing is needed. The person might tell me they've got a problem with their knee, but it might actually, the problem may come from their back. And or it could be through some kind of psychosomatic illness, because we know the world is full of that. So if you've got a psychosomatic illness, there's no point treating the issue. You've got to treat the mind. And that's where the spirit world comes in. That they have much more of an understanding of what goes on with us than we do. They see it from a different standpoint, from an overall standpoint, whereas we see it more locally, if that makes sense.
Is this different than when you sit with a medium and they sort of are just relaying messages
It
to
is
a
different
person?
because it's a different
What's
energy.
that called? Is that called something different?
Well, yeah, that's called communication, spirit
Just
communication.
just straight
Yeah,
communication. Okay.
mediumship. That's called mediumship, basically.
Okay.
Where they just sit and just give messages. Yeah,
Got it.
that's just
Okay.
mediumship. Yeah. Whereas this is mediumship. Of course, it's all mediumship, but it's on a different state. It's not. I'm not going to say to you for 1 minute one's better than another. They're different,
Sure.
and they have different purposes. Because if you're working as a medium and you're not in a position where you can go into the stillness and into the silence, then you're not going to be able to you're going to have to work in the way that you work, which is everyday consciousness. Whereas if I want to go into a healing, into a deeper way, then I will go into the trance state, But, I just know that there's room for everybody in this. That's the point. As
Got it.
long as somebody wants to help somebody else, to me, it doesn't matter how you do it, as long as it's
Oh, okay.
beneficial.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yes. That makes sense. Um, what is, you brought up something. Is there a difference? And this is me learning getting a crash course in mediumship from you, in a sense. Is there a difference between mental versus physical mediumship?
Yes. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Mental mediumship is, as you say, is all about mind, So, when the spirit communicates, if I was to give you a message from the
Okay.
spirit, they would blend with me, with my energy, and they would think to my subconscious mind, and my subconscious mind then transforms those thoughts into clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. That's how it works. So in other words, clear seeing, clear feeling, clear hearing.
Okay. Thank you
Yeah,
for defining those 3 25-cent words that I was going to have to look up later. I
that's
appreciate that highly. All right.
That's okay.
Perfect.
But that's
Yeah.
how it works. That's how it works with that. So sorry, I just forgot your question now. What was it?
No, it was between mental and physical
Oh,
mediumship.
a physical
what is,
mediumship. Right. Okay. So everything that I do is mental mediumship.
okay.
And, that's how it is. But some people work with physical mediumship, which, to be honest, I would rather not go into too much detail about, because I'm not totally convinced of it.
So it's more rare. That's a very rare sort of.
It's very rare, and genuine physical mediumship is very rare. And medium and physical mediumship is what happens on a physical level. So in other words, if you move your lamp from one side of the table to the other, if that's moved and nobody's there to move it, no hands are on it, then that's a form of mediumship. But
You mean like telekinesis or something weird, like
yes,
moving
yeah.
things that are just with your mind?
It still can be. It just moving stuff can still be our own physical energy can do that, especially if you watch people who get very angry, very upset, their energy can fill a room. I can walk into a room and feel that someone's had a massive row in there. And then somebody else might say, oh, the spirit's not, not very happy and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing to do with the spirit world. It's to do with our world.
All right. All right. And now with that, and I'm going to get to where I'm going with this and understanding all these things. So how would you define tarot cards?
They're just tools.
Okay.
They're
That's
just
a
tools.
tool that's a tool for like mental mediumship.
Yes, absolutely. Because
Okay.
what you would use them just to give you guidance on what perspective to see within an individual.
How is it? What do you think of tarot card reading? Do you find that, is there stock in it, or you don't have an opinion on it?
It doesn't do anything for me, but I can see that for a lot of people, because it's a science, that they're very interested. But we've got to remember that there's a lot of stuff out there that we can't all like at the same time, But I can see that, if it's somebody can be very interested in them, and those images on cards can help them define where to look within the person,
Now, the
But,
reason I like talking about like this using these tools, because one of the things on this podcast is, with my nephew, who I do this with, he's been doing this for, probably for a long time, but he's been on TikTok for as long as TikTok's really been popular, for about 4 or 5 years. He's got 1 million followers, and I don't know if you've had a chance to watch. And he sits there, he's live right now, and he's out there. The weather's nice, so he's probably cleaning headstones. He has a phone app where spirits, it sort of manipulates radio waves and the magnetic waves into speech, that are spirits. And the response he gets, and look, let me say this, because always everyone's like, oh, it's an app and it's probably programmed to do it, and maybe it is, and that's all fine.
Yeah.
But it's like the thing that I'm always that wows me about it, that I don't have an answer for. Well, there's 2 things. One, the consistency of it. He
Right.
gets responses, and other people copycat him. You can find them all over the internet. They don't get what he gets. And personality, because he can go to a location and he'll be like, oh, if we go down there, there's a real nasty ghost named Edward down there. He's going to make fun of me the whole time. And it happens every time.
Okay.
And it's like, and he doesn't keep his locator on the phone. The geolocation's off. So to save battery and all that. So it's not like it's tracking and the app is then figuring out like, do this the same time. Right. So, and it'll say things like literally like say, John is an asshole. You'll hear that come through. And it's not pre-programmed. People and look, people probably think it's pre-programmed. I don't really care whether they believe me or not.
No,
it's
it
not.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
And it's like, and it's just, it's hysterical to me. We have a laugh about it. He approaches it in a totally different vibe. So for somebody, and I'm saying to him, like, dude, I think you're some kind of medium. Like, I don't know what kind of medium you might be. I don't know how you test for this or what you do, but
yeah.
What you get is unlike what other people with the same. Anybody can download this app. If I downloaded it, you'd hear voices and stuff, but it wouldn't be the same. And it's like you get a call and response. You get when he approaches grave. So he does cemetery walks. He does these grave walks. He never reads the headstones. He always asks what the name is because he doesn't want the app to then like hear what he says and then just regurgitate a word back.
Yeah.
So it's like he's been doing this long enough where he knows not to do that. So he'll do it. What's your name? And it'll be whatever it says, Kathy or Simon. And you're like, and then he looks and he finds the grave with the name on it. And it's crazy. And it's all live. He's doing it live. It's not pre-done. He's just like, and it's when it happens, and it doesn't happen like with every time. He's out there for 8 hours a day. And it's like, he might get 3 moments of like, oh my God, that's a real thing. So I'm like, is this guy a medium or not? Does he have something? And if he does, how do I fine tune it? How do we hone that craft? How do we strengthen it? How do we prove
one
it?
of the things I would have to say first and foremost is that because he has let's say a penchant for graveyards. It may be that that's his niche in terms of where his mind goes. He has made, and please don't think I'm speaking for him, but it may be that he connects a graveyard with dead people. I couldn't even tell you the last time I went to a graveyard. It would be at least 50 years ago, so it's not something I'm interested in. I know the spirit isn't there because when they talk to me, they're always talking to me about life, not death, and they're never in the ground anyway. So, but it may be because he has a feeling of spirit when he's there that brings it to him. If that makes sense to you.
Well, that's possible. Let me tell you what his philosophy on spirits are. He has his does not come from a religious place or perspective or divine. We all have energy in our body. He does agree with on the energy front. Like we literally have electrical synapses in our brain that are popping off all the time. Energy, cannot be created or destroyed. So he believes that when we pass, that energy that is in us is released. And our memories, because we still don't know how the mind officially works and what that is attached to that energy. And he believes he's talking to memories. So one reason why, and I brought this up, I said, well, dude, no one remembers what their grave is. You never see it. That's something that you can't be memory. But it's like one of the things that we think it might be is it still would be connected to a memory, or it's a loved one's memory of that person who visits the grave. Or it's an imprint somehow of that energy, or that's, we don't know the answer to that, and I don't know how we'd ever prove that, but that is sort of one thing that he believes in. That's how he approaches it. We have tried fun little tests with spirits. So he found he believes he has spoken to the spirit that's really mean to him, that's in this one haunted place. He found that. He knows who owned the building, and then he found that person's grave, and he believes he found a younger version, another memory of that same spirit. So we told that one spirit a lie, and of who I was, to one and not the other, and we told the other version that I was something else to see if the memories were connected, and then the other one that we didn't tell called me uncle, and that we told him I was his brother. So we told the other version. So it's like, And it was weird. It was crazy, right? Like, how did he know I was his uncle? Now, look, did it ever? We don't know if we ever slipped out that it was an uncle, or he heard it before. We don't know, but we're just going from. We tried to do this relatively quickly when my first visit there, and it played out. So I don't know. That's that. Anyway, it's a long story. I'm rambling, but that's kind of where his belief of what spirits are, and that's how he approaches it. So it's like so if he does have some sort of medium ability in some capacity, you think from your interpretation what spirits are, he could be literally luring them in through that phone app, or like, and
Yeah.
that's a tool that sort of
Well, because he's open to it and he believes it and he's
he's
interested.
open, right? He has to
No,
be open and have the
yeah,
mindset.
absolutely. Because if he's not, it wouldn't happen. You know, and he's obviously got to be sensitive as well. And so, because there is a heightened sensitivity that comes with mediumship too. So and my thing is that I'm interested in the spirit because it can help us, it can support us, it can encourage us, it can be useful, and it can be helpful if you're in the depths of despair. But the greatest message there is for me is the fact that no matter how much you despair, no matter how alone you feel, no matter how isolated you are never alone. There are always minds there to help you. All you need to do is reach out. But when you're in that state, not many of us can remember to do that.
Simone, do you
But
do you
they're
do you
there.
do you practice regularly? Like, is it one of those things where if you don't use it, you lose it? Like, do you get yourself into a state of mind um to
Yeah,
channel or to
there
trance
has to
with
be.
spirit,
Yeah,
or to communicate
you.
with spirit regularly?
Yeah, because I think in the beginning, especially, you do have to learn what frequency of energy you've got to link with, because it's all about energy. Our work is all about energy, and it's all about frequency as well. And the mind of a medium is always the one that's fast. You don't get mediums who are slow. They'll talk far too fast, or their actions are very quick and all
You're
of that.
describing my
Because,
nephew quite a bit, by the way. I
oh,
mean, no,
right,
but it's
okay.
like you really are. He's
Because
all over the place.
yeah, and that's because of the frequency of the energy that you align to, and that's the energy that you communicate is much faster frequency. And when you get into the trance state, when you start developing that, that's hard for the medium, because you have to learn to subdue your mind and to subdue your thinking and be passive. And not many mediums can do that easily, so but there are certain techniques you can use, but
What
that's
advice
how it
would you
works.
give him? Would you say to him? Would you say to him, like, I know you've never met him, so don't, like.
No, it's okay.
Obviously, I don't expect any direct, but it's like, hey man, you should try to meditate once a day. Like, is that something he should try to do? Like, what would be the first, like, thing, like, if you wanted to do something, here's step
Well, you see,
one.
I think because of my background, which was, I'm, this happened to me overnight. I was invited into what we called a circle in those days, a development group. I was absolutely over the moon. I was being invited. I got expelled after the first night because I asked too many questions. So I was then asked to go into another group, and I got expelled after the first night in that one because I asked too many questions, because people thought that the questions were confrontational, and they weren't. I wanted to know everything.
Right.
And from then on, I had to develop on my own. And of course, I've learned from a lot of people. I've watched people, I've listened to people. But at the end of the day, it's all about you and the spirit world. They'll teach you. And I don't give advice. I really don't give advice. And the only piece of advice I ever give anybody is let the spirit world be your teachers. They're your
That's what
teachers.
I love, that about you, that you ask a lot of questions and you take pieces of everything. Like, you know what? My wife would be so pissed that she thinks I should be in therapy, and I probably should, but I try to. When I did go to therapy once, I went to the first therapist, and they said, okay, and I tell them the thing, and they're like, here, A, B, and C, and I'm like, oh, B makes sense. But then I went to a different therapist, and then they were like X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, oh, I can, X. I'm going to take X from you. And then I went to another one, but I never went back to the same one twice. I'm like, I don't know, man. You guys don't know me, but I'm just going to take those things and see if I could
Yeah, see which one fits.
apply them to my life, and maybe make myself a better person. But
Yeah. But no, I think that's the thing, and it's all about finding what's right for you as an individual. I didn't want to do this. That's the thing. I was an atheist. I didn't want to do this.
I'm an atheist. Like both my nephew and I were raised the same way. We were raised Catholic.
Yeah.
And I would say we're both very atheist these days. You know,
Well, I think I was very lucky. I was very, very fortunate. My mother was a Jew. My father was Presbyterian. And because of them having different religions, they said my sister and I were not allowed to have any religious education at home. We weren't allowed to go to Sunday school or anything else, you know. But we were told, we were brought up with the idea that you find your own religion if you want to. So I became an atheist. It was a lot easier. Life was a lot easier when I was an atheist, you know? So
so what here? So I want to like can you throw out some examples over this, you know, this incredible life and experiences you've had that have kept you believing, you know, like I know I'm sure there's always been catalysts and that happened, but there's always things like, man, that is a moment.
First and foremost, I love the spiritual sense of humor with me. You know, they make me laugh a lot. And also it's about, you know, what continues to convince me is the feeling I get when I'm in the power of the spirit. There's nothing like it in life. Nothing else.
Can you tell us a story about when the spirits made you laugh? Like what happened?
They're very silly because don't forget it's me you're talking to. So I got
silly.
very
We
strange.
love silly. I'd rather silly than scared.
I got
love
strange sense of humor.
Everyone always is like ghosts and scares. I want to hear something fun. I mean, that's fun.
Yeah, no, I was working in Japan. I used to work there quite a lot, and I was working with a translator, and there was this little girl sitting opposite me waiting for a reading, and I was talking to her, and suddenly I saw a mango, you know, a fruit, the mango, you know.
Sure. Yeah, love
and I looked at my friend who's a translator and said, I've just seen a mango. I don't know what the hell that means, you know, not a clue, you know. And then I realized, I said to the girl, have you just had a man go? And she went, yes, a man had left her. And that kind of thing makes me laugh, you know, because there's absolutely no way I could look at a mango and see that.
Now, so when you say you saw, like you didn't see it physically, you saw it.
No,
how did
just
you see
in your
it?
mind's eye. You see it clairvoyantly. You see it in your mind's eye, you know. And I've got a bit of a sick sense of humor. But another one was I was working at the Arthur Finney College, and I was working with, I don't want to make it too long a story, but I was working with trance communication, where I was in a trance state and the spirit communicator speaks through me to their loved one directly. That's how it works, okay? So I'm going into the power, and as I'm going into the power, I can hear a voice through me saying, wow, wow, wow. And in my mind, I'm going, is that the best you can do? Is that it? You know, I mean, this is horrific. I'm never doing this again. I am never doing this again. So anyway, because I was in front of an audience, I just let the spirit do the rest. And this young girl came through, wanting to talk directly to her mum. So at the end of the event, I thought to myself, I'm never going to do that again as long as I live. I was just so embarrassed, terribly embarrassed. And I went out of the room and I went into my own room. I came back in the morning and I was queuing up at the breakfast queue, as we do. And this lady came over to me and she said, I just really want to thank you for last night. And I was so embarrassed, but I didn't want to say to her, well, actually, I thought it was a load of old rubbish, because it was denying her daughter, you know. But I said, well, that's very kind, thank you. But she said, no. She said, do you remember when they said, wow, wow, wow? And I thought, I'm never going to forget that as long as I live. You know? I went, yeah, I do remember. And she said, well, I used to email my daughter every day, and I used to sign it wow, because in America it's mum upside down.
Oh my God, I just got chills from that.
And that completely turned me around in terms of working in that particular way. I would have given up.
So specific and wild.
Oh, absolutely. It has to be for me. It has to be specific. Otherwise, why bother?
Oh my God. I got chills
Yeah.
from that. That freaks
We
me out.
there's a few of us within this work. You know how you can go to someone and they can say, you know, I can see that you've had a few bad times in your life. And there's been times when you felt you're completely on your own. And there's been times when you felt, could I trust these? Well, you can talk like that. I can talk to you like that for about
Yeah,
2 hours.
everybody's been there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. And we call that clairvagueness, you know?
Wait a minute. I got to write that down. That is the best word that's the word of the day. Claire vagueness.
Yes.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
Great one. That's a great one. Yeah, because right, that would be the hoax, right? That would be the charlatan. That would be the person who's like
Yeah.
trying to just like, you know,
Mm,
I get that for sure.
yeah.
Oh my God. Um, Simone, what does it mean now? So you're a minister now. You don't
Yeah.
work you don't work with Arthur Finley anymore, do you?
No.
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 So
No.
now
Just
you're a minister, and tell us about spiritualism. Let's what are you up to now? How does this work? And are you still a practicing medium within that religion,
yes.
or is it just okay? So tell me a little bit about spiritualism, and then I'd love
Well,
to know what that means.
I'm a spiritualist from start to finish, really. You know, I believe in spiritualism. I believe in its philosophy, which are
What
we
is the
have
mantra of it? What is the
the
core
basis of our
line?
philosophy is 7 principles. And they are, I'll do them very quickly for you. The first
Sure.
one is the brother, you know, is the fatherhood of God. The second is the brotherhood of man. The third is the communion of spirits and the ministry of angels. The fourth is the continuous existence of the human soul. The fifth is personal responsibility. The sixth is compensation and retribution hereafter for all the good and evil deeds done on earth. And the final principle is eternal progress open to every human soul. Those are our 7 principles. That's what we look at. They're the basis of our religion. They're the basis of our philosophy.
What does number 7 mean? Can you explain that one to me a
Well,
little
the
bit?
eternal progress of every human soul. It means that, wherever you're at, whether you're in this world or you're in the next world, you have the opportunity to learn more and more and more.
Do you believe
But
in like a heaven and a hell then?
no, but I believe we create our own heaven and hell
I see.
as individuals.
Okay. Okay.
I don't believe they're geographic locations. I do believe they're states of mind.
Got it. What does it mean to be a minister, a spiritualist
Well,
minister? What is it?
a
What's your day to day?
spiritualist minister means that I can conduct funerals or naming ceremonies or official services anywhere. But it also means that, I take services. So I do them online most of the time now because I don't travel so much.
Hmm.
But I take services and things like that. But other people could take services too. But as a minister, it's more really about being able to help people on a one-to-one. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Helping to help give them some kind of. I'm not a counselor. I don't regard myself as a counselor, but I regard myself as a spiritualist and trying to help people who can't cope with life.
Is it mainly like a lot of grief work, like what they do with the Forever Family Foundation kind of stuff, where it's like,
It can be, but it can also be about someone who feels completely lost
oh yeah,
and lost their identity, they lost their personality, they've lost everything, and it's people like that you come across that need your help, but it might be just a few words they need of encouragement and support, and others they might need more than that. It depends on the individual, of course. Yeah.
wow. Saman, this has been great. I really thank you for this. I mean, this is like, yeah, I mean, this is for me looking at this world of mediums, and you've given me so much great information, and especially in how the feelings that a medium gets and like what they're looking for and how it. I loved your use of talking about frequency and energy, because that's kind of where we're playing in. And it seems like there's some similarities in all of these things and finding those and honing those. And I find that fascinating stuff. And who's better than, you've been just around it for so long that it means a lot that you've taken the time to sort of walk me through that element of it in your
Very
life.
welcome. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
But I
Thank
think
you.
that I just think that for me, it's not just mediumship. Please don't misunderstand me. My work is not just mediumship. It's hopefully helping people to open their minds to a greater power that can help them cope with life. It's not about death. It's about life. We haven't got to worry about death.
Isn't that the same sort of thing as like AA in a way?
In a way, yeah, maybe. Yeah, except it's not with alcohol or without. It's up to you whether you drink or not.
You could drink as a spiritualist, is what you're saying.
Well, we've got our fifth principle.
We have a higher power, but we've got
our fifth principle of personal responsibility. So you can't get away from that one. Yeah.
Right. No, that's true.
Yeah, but that's the point, But it's all about, for me, it's about helping people to realize their power, realize that they've got more than they think, and they can make their own decisions. They don't have to rely on the next person to tell them what to do.
I love it.
For me, it's all about empowering people.
Yeah,
really.
Listen, I mean, it's great. It's any religion that sort of helps people become better, or and not treat other people like shit at the same time, is great, right?
Yeah.
Like, as long as it's like live and let live, and then mind your own business, live and let live. Then by all means, worship however you like.
Yeah.
It's when you start stepping on other people's freedoms, I guess, that it's sort of like, all right, guys, what are we doing here? How do you call that a religion of any kind? But
absolutely,
and this podcast isn't about religion, or it's more like we're focusing, really, we want to know what is happening, what is spirits, what is this other world, science, voices, communication that's happening with what you do, with what John does, with what Kathy does, with in all the different aspects of it, to try to sort of figure out what is going on, because there's clearly something going on. It can't all be, there's plenty of people who believe in it. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
That was one of the things that you asked me earlier, what kept me in this, and what keeps me in it is knowing that I have, and no more than anyone else, by the way, but that we have the ability and the capability to reach out with our minds and get help from that other world, get insight, get information from them that should help us to live as in the best way we can. That's what it's about. And it's not just about giving people messages. That's the smallest part of my job. I do it a lot, but for me, it's the smallest part of my job.
Right.
Giving people mums and dads and grannies and granddads, sons and daughters, as great as it is, because you feel you're part of that, that family. That isn't all I do. My job is, I'm very interested in the philosophy of life. And I want to think, what have I got to learn? That's the big one, isn't it? What have I got to learn? What am I learning from this? And so to me, it's all about finding peace at the end of the day, inner peace, how you can live comfortably, and in a way where it's not hurting anybody, not affecting anybody else with any, as you say, negativity, but just living life in the best way we know how. And that's what I'm about. That's what I'm about, living. I'm not about death. I've got eternity for that.
Right. That's a great way. That's a great way to end this. And look, Simone Key, thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Really appreciate you being a guest here for us. And that's a great way to end, and it's a great philosophy to have to go throughout the day. So thank you so much.
All right. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. If you've been listening, or if you follow John, you know one of his favorite haunts is to document spirits at Buckout Road. Buckout Road is located in Westchester County, New York, near the town of Harrison. Its ghostly legends, lore, and curses can be traced back to the Native Americans prior to the Revolutionary War, all the way through Washington Irving's famous Headless Horseman stories about Sleepy Hollow, and even to the Buckout family themselves, the namesake of the street, who had some untimely deaths and controversy surrounding them. John's at Buckout right now to walk us through his day-to-day and why he loves the place so much. So let's dive into the conversation. John, how's it going?
Pretty good, Gary. Pretty good. Can't complain here other than the humidity and the heat, but that's to be expected here in New York.
So I see you're at a very unique spot in one of your favorite haunts.
Yes. Yes, I am at the legendary Buckout Road, right in front of the entrance to Stony Hill Cemetery.
What is, well, we might as well start at the beginning, John. So what is Buckout Road, and why is it so significant, just not only in the paranormal space, but for your documentation?
So Buckout Road is considered the most haunted road in the United States. And that has to do with the many deaths that have happened here since the colonial age, along with the fact that recent deaths and missing people still happen. It is considerably dangerous as far as with the living. I've had interactions with the living here as well. Some go good, some not so much. And the story goes back to this was native land,
Mm-hmm.
and the natives would fight the settlers, which were bloody battles. And in history we hear a lot that the settlers came in and ravaged the natives, but here for the longest time it was an equal ground battle. I mean, we're talking about actual scalpings. And
The Sawanoi people, I believe,
yes,
is who it was.
yes,
I'm looking this up.
yep. And they held their ground, and they made it a very tough time for the settlers. But over time, unfortunately, they lost that ground. And there was a chief who realized everything that was going on, went through tons of hardships with his people, and decided to curse the land with a native fire curse.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
called.
curse is still prevalent at Buckout. I mean,
Look at you,
random
dude. You're
fires
educated
happen.
with this. It's Sachem Pathungo, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Is that the name of the chief?
Pathungo's fiery curse.
Curse,
He
yeah.
is said to have cursed the land in revenge for English settler John Underhill's slaying and burning of nearby Sawanoi village, which killed over 700 men, women, and children.
Wow.
This curse is believed to be the cause of numerous tragic events in that area.
Yeah, yeah. And my documentation slowly mentioned that. Like, they would start off with, like, this land is cursed, native curse, fire curse. And then finally the spirit said, native fire curse. And we were able to tie it in all together. Because remember, I don't research heavily to where I go. I let the spirits tell me what's going on. So people in the live stream are just like, John, we read the history, that's the native fire curse. And I'm like, wow, so that's a big thing that happened. So it was a whole village that got slaughtered. I didn't even know any of that.
So right, and then it's like as I'm reading,
That's
I'm pulling
wild.
up legends and curses, right? A tree's curse, Bathungo and Sachem Kakansenko. That sounds like made up. I mean, I'm probably saying this terribly wrong and pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah.
Allegedly cursed their former homeland after new settlers violated an agreement not to destroy certain trees, promising doom to residents. The curse is rumored to have lingered over the farming village of Kensico, leading to its eventual evacuation and flooding to form the Kensico Reservoir.
Yes.
How
Yes,
far are
which
you
is
from that right now?
5 minutes.
Got it.
Like, if I keep walking through here and cut through the cemetery, I'm hitting that area.
So Wapato's gravesite, the cursed gravesite of Pathungo's son, Wapato, meaning white deer, is located in the Buckout Road woods.
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Which I have not stumbled upon yet.
That's a lot. You've been all through there. And the mysterious white deer, a more benevolent legend, tells of the Sawanois.
Which I've seen. I've seen the white deer, the albino deer. I've seen the white deer.
Well, it says a more benevolent legend tells of the Sawanoi's annual search for a mysterious white deer that visited the area during a full moon each May, bringing
Yeah.
good luck to whoever spotted it. Do you feel like you got a lot of good luck
Yeah.
out of that, or what?
I mean, I feel like I'm a lucky son of a bitch regardless. So,
Sure.
you know,
All right. So it all started colonial,
yeah, colonial.
right?
Definitely.
Period.
Definitely.
And that has then preceded and grown.
Big time.
So you're talking like now we get into the 1600s and the
Yeah.
witches.
And the witches.
So what have
Yep.
you learned about witches and
So
as it relates to the legends of this street?
so much. We got to start with the first accused witches. There were 3 women that were falsely accused of witchcraft.
The 3
Now,
witches.
yep, it's very important for me to state that in popular United States history, there has never been a witch burning. Okay, none of the witches were ever burned. However, according to Buckout lore, those 3 accused witches were burned at the stake. Okay,
That's
there's
what, yeah.
just no records of it because
Right.
back then, records weren't kept very well. And
Sure.
remember, this predates the Salem witch trials.
Right.
So this goes before the Salem witch trials.
And now it
And
says this happened at a distinctive 3-way intersection on Buckout Road. That's where the legend is that this burning happened.
that the burning happened, yes.
Do you know where that would be on the map, or where you usually?
So I know exactly where it is, but it's no longer a 3-way intersection.
Mm,
That road is that road no longer exists.
got it.
But I know exactly where it is, and I've been there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Historically, 3 X marks were said to have once marked the spot where the witches died.
3 X marks are gone.
Right, driving over these X's was believed to bring misfortune. These marks are no
Yes.
longer visible due to road modernization.
Yep.
Crazy.
Which all happened in the early 2000s, by the way. Not that long ago. 20
What?
years ago or so.
Oh, you mean the roads?
The roads, yeah, all the
The roads.
changes and whatnot. Because
Got it,
now
got it.
half of Buckout's developed. Now half of Buckout has multi-million-dollar homes on it. So, you know, it's but the section here where I'm at is the more undeveloped part.
So yeah, tell us. So let's walk us through this cemetery behind you. What is this?
So this is Stony Hill Cemetery, and this is the first African American / Caribbean settlement in the United States. This was the last stop for the Underground Railroad for many freed slaves and post-enslaved. And unfortunately, as it sounds, this place had hardships of its own.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of history here, a lot. Not just with the black settlement, but with the surrounding area as well. And that ties into the whole Mary Buckout legend. This is where Mary Buckout is seen quite a bit and where she supposedly hung herself.
So this is before we get into that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Stony Hill for a second. So Stony Hill, so it's on the Silver Lake area, right?
Yep.
Of Harrison. So established around the 1800 as the burial place for
Quakers.
emancipated by the Quakers, for emancipated slaves. Right, so the Quakers helped him out, members of the Society of Friends, that led to the formation of the Hills.
Yep.
One of the oldest and largest African-American communities in Westchester County, thriving in the 19th century. At its peak around 1860, the community had approximately 200 members. Strong fair. So why now do you find that this place is very spiritually active?
Yes. Yes. In fact, when I first came here and started to speak to the spirits, you know, there was a whole race undertone to it. They were like, who are you? Why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. Sort of attitude from the spirits. And I explained to the spirits that in life or death, their color of their skin means nothing to me. It's the judgment of their character that I look for, and I am a friend, you know, in that regards. And ever since that conversation I had with them, I believe that when the spirits are warning me
about the dangers of buckout,
Mhm.
it mainly comes from the good people of Stony Hill.
Listen to this. So you have real Civil War veterans there. So it says a particular poignant
And
aspect of the
World War
cemetery. A particular poignant aspect of this cemetery is its connection to the Civil War. At least 36 men from the Hills community enlisted to fight for the Union.
Yep.
I'm getting this all off the internet, so guys, I'm not some historian or
No, it's
researcher.
accurate. It's
But
accurate.
anyway, I'm just telling people that this is where this information, if it's loose or not, I'm not going to do much deeper dive on it. So at least 36 men from the Hills community enlisted to fight for the Union, contributing to the effort to end slavery and preserve the Union. 13 of these Civil War veterans are believed to be buried at Stony Hill Cemetery, including, now, have you ever heard any of these names? Is the question, John. Harvey Seymour.
100%. Spoke to Harvey Seymour.
Joseph
Right off the bat.
Griffin.
No, that one I haven't.
Thomas Butler.
I've heard the name Thomas.
David Barker.
I may have spoken or may have had David spoken about today during the live, actually.
John Leah Brown.
I've heard the name John. Don't know if it's the same connection.
The cemetery is a powerful testament to the resilience, agency, and contributions of African Americans in the post-Revolutionary War area and during the fight for civil rights.
Yep.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, definitely. The history here is just phenomenal. But before, we did skip over the Revolutionary War because that's a huge part of this. That's a huge part of this too.
Right.
That was fought here. In fact, according to eyewitness accounts at the time, not even a tree was left standing, which has been pointed out to me in the live stream. People are like, John, if this forest is so old, why do none of these trees look big and massive? Well, one thing is nature, overgrowth, canopies, trees don't survive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is all the old trees were decimated during the Revolutionary War.
Now, I'm reading that this one of the lady in white is associated with this particular cemetery.
Yep.
Is that
Mary
true?
Buckout.
Okay. So,
or at least supposedly Mary Buckout.
Right. So, not specifically tied to Stony Hill, the lady in white is a common cemetery haunting trope. That's usually reported around there. Is that what you've heard too? Does that tie into what you know, or in other areas more?
No, this area in particular, I hear a lot about Mary Buckout.
Tell us about Mary Buckout.
So
what should we know about this?
I don't know. I'm going to tell you two accounts of Mary Buckout that I know. The
I know.
first one is just growing up in the area.
Mm-hmm.
You hear about the lady in white, Mary Buckout, that has been seen for decades wandering around here in the woods and on the road. Okay, that's something that I've always heard just growing up in this area. My documentation, I've heard things that Mary is suffering, Mary is unhappy, Mary hung herself, Mary took her own life, Mary walks the woods, the road, things like that. So that's starting to add up. But supposedly there's been multiple Mary Buckouts. In fact, I think maybe a couple of her children might have even been called Mary and have had their own issues. So we don't know exactly which Mary we're dealing with.
Well, the main Mary who gets the kudos for being and sort of the award for being the woman in white she's a member of the original Buckout family.
Yep.
She is said to have hanged herself from a tree on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And her ghost is reportedly seen roaming the road wearing white.
Yep.
There's stories of grave robbing in the family cemetery, and which believed contributes to Mary's unsettled spirit.
Yep. That's right. And so that cemetery is literally right, not even a 2-minute walk up the road. Those two cemeteries are very, very close to each other.
Now, here's a fun one about Buckout. Now, where are you in relation to the Red House? And do you know what the Red House is?
That's the cannibal. That's the cannibal albinos. That is that burned down.
Okay.
Okay, that no longer exists, but the property still exists.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone there plenty of times, and yes, the spirits there threatened to eat me. So, yep.
Do you know this legend, the honking ritual?
So what would happen is you'd pull up on their property,
and you'd honk a couple of times, and the cannibal albinos would come out and chase you.
3 times. Everything's
Yeah,
always
3 times.
threes.
Yeah, but I guarantee if you did it twice, they'd still come out and but they're long gone.
Right.
The albino family is long gone.
This says this tale is purely folklore with no historical basis for a cult of cannibalistic albinos. Some version of the story suggests the albinism and cannibalism are the result of a voodoo curse related to racially tinged violence in the past. But I don't know if there's any true evidence of albinos, although the legend exists.
The only thing I can say is that I've had spirits threatening to eat me over there. However, you know who else lived on that side of Buckout too is Albert Fish, the notorious serial killer that Hannibal Lecter is based off of. And guess what he liked to do? He liked to eat children. So who knows?
Right.
Who knows? You know, it could be associated with that as well.
He had a lot of nicknames.
He did.
The Gray Man.
Yep.
The Werewolf of Wisteria, the Brooklyn Vampire, and the Moon Maniac.
Yep. He had a lot of nicknames. And supposedly, well, hold on, listen. I love this.
Yes.
The Silent Hill alarm.
What is that?
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Well, because fires are so prevalent here, they still do the old school fire alarm.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
That's a creepy
when
type
it
of
happens
alarm.
at night too. I love it. So yeah, it's still prevalent. So not many places use that as a fire alarm, especially in the developed area of Harrison and White Plains. But they still do it here.
That is a creepy one.
Warning everybody, hey, there's a fire, you know?
Now, you know, it's funny you talk about these albinos and hearing that. And this goes, you know, all the things we've learned about in terms of, or agregores or manifestations of spirits based on legends, which is sort of poltergeist-esque, but it becomes an interesting take in an area so regarded as being haunted, like Buckout Road.
Yes.
Right, where it just becomes, it feeds itself. It keeps itself alive.
Yep, it's true. Or, you know, it could be spirits that are bored as hell saying, oh, yeah, we're going to fuck with this dude right now and say we're cannibals. Either way, it's still interesting as hell. You know what I mean? It's still like, whoa, the fact that this is still popping off and these things are being heard. Last night, I'm live and a bunch of teenagers showed up and they were just like, yo, can you help us find the cannibal albinos? And I directed them to where they were. And then one of them recognized me for cleaning headstones. And then they started fanning out like crazy, you know, taking pictures with me and everything. It was
that's
funny.
fun.
Yeah. But it just goes to show like how like sometimes when I run into people here, it's super awesome. And at other times, not so much.
Sure.
You know, so.
Well, it's
but
creepy
yeah,
out there.
going back to the cannibal albinos, whether there was a family or not, the spirits speak of something that has to do with eating people. So whether it is like an allegor, where it is the fed manifestation, you know, coming to life, if you will, or coming to afterlife, you know, or it's something else, something more malevolent, or it's simply the spirits being bored and being like, yeah, we're going to screw with this person. Either way, it's just wild how like sometimes my documentation will sync up with that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. What about, John, you know, in terms of your history with this place, was it just a natural sort of like, oh, I got to go, everybody knows about Buckout where we grew up. So it's like, I got to go here if I'm going to do this. And then since everything was always so active, it's just one of those things where you have to stay. How did that work out?
So it was actually really interesting. I always wanted to do Buckout. It was always on my list. I was just so like knee deep in other things like the undisclosed location, you know, the cemeteries, you know, other locations. And then one day I just decided, I'm like, you know what, it's time to shift my documentation to this place. And it just took off from there. You know, and I've been here as a teenager so many times. I've been here, you know, as a young adult so many times.
this is a road where, if you're going for an L ride, as we used to call it, when we used to, roll blunts and go driving around, this was a road you went on.
Right.
This was it was Buckout. Buckout's 2 miles long. You're gonna take.
Well, that's the thing, right? We should have probably started with this, like geographically. Buckout, it's only a 2-mile stretch of road.
It's only a 2-mile stretch of road
In Westchester County, New York.
Yep, it's in Westchester County, but it's like this. You got to think of it like this. Buckout's only 2 miles, but attached to the woods of Buckout is Old Lake Road, Old Orchard Road, another 2 haunted roads that are in this area. And the woods aren't even that deep either. I think they're less than 10 miles of woods.
Mhm.
It's not a lot. It really isn't a lot. And especially the fact that it's getting more and more developed.
Right.
It's pretty wild though to still think about that. There is still dense woods here. Not that much, but enough where it's, you can get lost.
So yeah, it's about, let's see. So the town, man, it depends on what you look at in terms of how big it is, right? So the Stony Hill Cemetery behind you, 6.5 acres.
Yep.
Right. So that's just that along it's in and of itself. Buckout Road is located, it's in Harrison, technically.
Half in Harrison, half in White Plains.
Right. So, 11 Harrison is 11,000 acres, but it's not all of that, obviously.
Because this is the other side of Harrison.
Right.
Remember, Harrison is technically after Rye, but a part of Harrison actually swings past Rye and Portchester and borders White Plains, and that's where we're at.
Right. Let me show the people what this looks like.
Yeah.
On the old map. Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good, just for them to get a good visual of exactly like where I'm at, and then they can see how far Rye Lake is, and the what's the other area that's connected to that? That's where like the main village was that got taken down, by the settlers. That's probably more that way.
All right. So we know where you are in Stony Hill. So would you say Stony Hill is that like in the middle? Are you in the middle of it all right now?
No, I am maybe more towards the left side of Buckout Road. The middle of Buckout, I'd have to say is probably, excuse me. Yeah, the left side. The middle of Buckout's more down the road. Like there's still like an area that's developed and not developed. That's more the middle. I've been there a couple of times on the streams. I'd say I'm more towards the left side.
Okay.
Depending on which way you're looking at it.
Right. Okay. We got the Baldwin Farm on one point, right?
Yep.
You've got the Quarry Park. You been up to there?
No, I haven't been up there yet.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been up there. There's a lot of Buckout I still haven't done yet. Haven't been to the farm. Haven't been to the park.
Baldwin Farm's pretty intense, I think.
Yeah.
Well, what would you say? What's the most haunted place you've seen?
You mentioned Seymour. You mentioned the name of the one of the Civil War soldiers that was buried here, Seymour.
Yeah.
I believe Seymour had the connection to the farm. I could be wrong on that.
Harvey Seymour.
Harvey Seymour.
Okay.
I think Harvey Seymour had a connection to that farm.
Of all your experiences at Buckout, what would you say is the most haunted area you've been to?
The most haunted?
Or the most activity. Let's say the most activity, to use a better word.
The most activity would have to be between Stony Hill Cemetery and the Buckout family plot.
That's the grave, right? The Buckout grave? Is that that's what we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Is that usually where you make camp, right? You sort of plop down and sort of watch the road? That's usually where you set up?
Yeah. No. When that's here is where usually Stony Hill's to my back, the road is to the right. When I go there, I mainly have the plot in the background. The YT, the YouTube view sometimes gets the road, depending on how I set up. But when I watch the road, it's actually mainly over here. One of the spots. there's another spot by the Cannibal Albino house that burned down that I also camp and watch the road to. So
Okay.
it depends on, I try to switch it up. So
all right. Let me I want to show these pictures, John, but I may have to quit and restart. So let me see what happens here, because we want to show these images of when we get into this.
When we get
and then
into
I'll just have to edit both of them together. Just give me 1 sec. Let me see what happens here. While I'm dealing with a technical issue, I don't see what John's doing. So this is what he does with the few minutes that I'm off screen.
It's just me. Hi, everybody. I'm over here at Stony Hill Cemetery. My nip-nips are hard. Just being me. Hard nip-nips. Yo, it's hot. It's muggy. There you are.
Oh, I wonder if it kept recording with you there.
It did. It definitely did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was saying some silly ass shit, so.
Okay, good. So let's see.
It'll be
I
fun.
want to see here.
When you edit it.
Yeah. Download it all. So, all right. You sent me some images.
Yes.
Recently.
Yes.
Which are, you sent me some thermal images.
Yeah, they're from
of
the
this
thermal
area.
camp.
So, talk to me about why you use this piece of tech. What does it help you?
So, believe it or not,
it or
not, the main piece of this tech, now this tech is not paranormal tech. This is something that a fire department would use or electrician would use for hotspots. Like, this isn't, geared towards paranormal. I originally got this piece of tech so I can spot sons of a bitches in the woods spying on me. Okay, after the first encounter with the stalker at Buckout.
Yeah, you're a person. The hell you doing out here? Where you going? Huh? Where you going?
If you're listening to this podcast as opposed to watching it on YouTube or Spotify, we're showing a video of when John caught a guy wearing a hoodie and mask trying to sneak up on him on Buckout Road. It's far more terrifying than any ghosts there. Go give it a look.
All right. That was, and I don't hide that from my live community or anything. It's like, no, I got this so I can see a motherfucker spying on me, because no one's getting the jump on me like that again. You know what I mean?
Right.
I learned from my mistakes the first time. So then I'm like, oh, you know what though? If the thermal catches a cold spot, and catches something, that's an added bonus.
Now, for people, what that means, because it's funny. When you were talking about it on your live once, I saw people in the comments, trolls is who I love. They were just like, spirits are dead. They're not going to be hot on the thermal.
That's like, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, not thinking the other way, right? But the idea, especially in relation to this idea about energy, that if spirits are attached to energy, they might need that energy. And that means they're sort of absorbing that energy. So what you're looking for is a cold spot.
Yes.
You're not looking for hot spots. It's sort of things like those sort of anomalies, right?
Exactly.
So for those who don't understand how a thermal camera works, they can see infrared radiation, right? Which is beyond human visual perception. So investigators try to detect entities or manifestations that are coming through that may be taking away from the heat in the area, right?
And
they
it
manifest cold spots.
And it also helps me differentiate the difference between something. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because it ties into everything. If it's an animal in the woods making noise, or if it's a spirit. So, for example, if I hear the cracking of branches, I can literally take the thermal, point it in the direction I'm hearing that happening, and then I'll see a raccoon in the tree, or I'll see a deer or a bear, and it's like, okay, I can tell. But what happens, especially with the case of most of this thermal,
video and picture that we're about to see is I hear something, I go and I scan with the thermal camera, and I catch things that are not animals.
Right. All right, let's take a look at some of these that you sent over.
All right.
Okay. So let's take a look. Let me make these as big as possible.
Yeah, make them as big as possible. Okay. So this is taken not here at Stony Hill. That was actually taken at the Buckout family plot. And that's me
All right, what
looking
are we,
down
do you
the
see something here that we're trying to figure out what
Yep.
is what?
Right.
What where
yep,
should we be
right
looking?
there.
This.
Yes. That is an unidentifiable mass. You know,
Right.
and I'm like,
Let's go. I'm gonna go to the top of the I'm gonna go to the first image. I'm just gonna go up. Let me
Okay.
make it big. So
yes,
this
and it
thing
moves.
sort of this
And it moves too,
Right.
which is wild. So I'm glad that
so it's black.
Yep.
It's a black image, which I mean, guys, when it's hot, it's the warm colors.
Yep.
Orange, yellow, red. When it's cold, it's the cool colors.
Yep.
Blue, purple, or black if it's no heat.
Yep.
That looks black to me
Yes,
on
it
there.
does.
Right?
Now what's cool about all these is it moves in the pictures.
I don't know what this is. This might be just a blip.
Yeah.
Some of these images you sent seem cut off, or like I don't know. Was it this over here?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. It was that there in that one.
Okay, but this is
Yep.
this is the same blip as this one, so that's that,
Yep.
and you can see it. Okay,
Yep.
let's take a look. What's this one? Hold on. Whoops.
Okay.
That seems like
So this one's really interesting because this one is not a completely black mass. This one looks like there's somebody sitting right there on the log.
this.
Now that was taken right here. That was taken here in this background. So that looks like there's somebody in a dress.
Right
sitting.
here.
Yep.
This is it right here where my cursor's swimming around.
Right there.
Is this the log right over your shoulder here? What is this? No.
No, it's hold on one second. It's right there. That's where that
Okay.
picture was taken.
How far away for you from? Because this looks like it's zoomed in. So yeah.
Yeah, well, and when I took that, I was over there
Okay.
at the road.
Okay.
So yeah,
And that would
picture
be
was right there.
right.
Yeah.
And we assume it's white, but it's obviously just a cool.
It's so,
Yeah.
and if we use the tree that's to the left as a starting point, you know,
Right.
that's just the natural heat from the tree getting picked up. But something cooler got picked up right there, and it literally looks like a woman just sitting there.
It does look like a woman sitting there. Right here, guys. See it?
Yeah, and that's one of those, yo, I hear something behind me. What is that? Let me take some thermal, make sure it's not a bear or a human. And, you know, that was taken. So this one's really interesting. I haven't determined if I caught an orb to the left there. And you could see it to the left. Yep, right there. And what the rest of that is. It was just an anomaly, if you will.
I find orbs aren't the majority of orbs dust bunnies or lens
and
flares
bugs.
or stuff. You know, dust
dust and
bugs,
bugs.
lens flares. But on a thermal camera, that's a little bit of a different game, I think, right?
Little different. You know, little different. All right, so now we're going back to the okay.
Right.
So there's
We've
that,
seen this one. This is
there's that
this
black mass, and you could see from the previous ones how it moves. Okay, that's also taken. Yep, there's that another one of that orb. Slightly different.
Now, was the spirit box going at the same time as this?
Yes.
What were you hearing? Were you hearing or having a conversation with anything that could confirm or deny what this is?
Not exactly, no. Because they talk about, you know, all sorts of random stuff that have to do with Buckout.
Ooh, that looks like
wild, right?
That's a good That's a super creepy one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
You know, so that's moving too. Like, you know, it's moving. I wish I had I didn't take video yet because all of these came. I was still learning how to use the thermal camera.
Now, we should be describing these a little better, I guess, for anybody who's listening to the podcast and not watching it. You can see visually the podcast on YouTube or Spotify, but right now what we're looking at is an image from a thermal camera. It's predominantly purple. It is cold out.
Yeah.
And in the down a road at the end of it, it looks like that's a road, right? A path? Right, John?
Yep.
We're looking at a road, right?
That's the road. That's Buckout Road.
That's the road. So at the very end of it, there's a black, image as if someone's walking. It looks like it could be, maybe it's a something.
Dude,
there, and there's several images there, and it's like it's all in black with an outline of white, which is odd, right? Because black, remember, this is thermal, so means we would pick up heat signatures. There is no bright colors coming from it. There is no heat, but there's an odd outline around it.
Yep. And it almost looks
it's
like
absorbing energy. It's absorbing heat. It's black.
And it almost looks like it's holding a lantern if you really look at it.
Yeah, right. It does look like it's holding a lantern. That is a very good pareidolia thing, isn't it? Right?
Yep.
Which is an interesting sort of look.
Which is another thing we can jump into at the end of this, pareidolia and the thermal. Like, how do we, you know what I mean? Do the same rules apply? Like, okay, that's another one of all right. So in this
Where am I looking here?
It almost looks like that same image is now reading a book.
Over here?
No. Because look, that's the woman on the log again. Right there.
Oh, here.
Yep.
Here?
Yep.
I'm having a hard time making this one out.
Yep, right there. You just had it.
This?
Nope. Go back. Yep. That. Right? But then if we ignore that completely, we're going to look at that dark image to the right of it. Yes.
This.
Yes. Which we're going to get into that later, because I always thought that was some random, like, cold spot over there. And, it was just, nothing until I caught it moving. So I think I just, got lucky and caught both of them in that. There's that.
So here's another image we're showing of that road, and the black image that we looked with the guy holding lit. Now there is something there now that looks like, I don't know what that was when you were there. Is that
I don't know what it was either.
Like
but I can
a
tell
mailbox
you this,
light or something.
It's not a spirit holding a lantern now, because now that that's there. So that's something down there that's getting picked up.
Right. So the image in black, for those who can't see it, it has moved away from what made it look like the image was holding a lantern.
Dude, Gary.
Yes.
Dude, a child just called my friggin' name. Dude, when you go and play this back, isolate that audio. We just caught a child calling my friggin' name, dude.
Okay, I'm going to play this back with an enhanced audio track. Let's listen to see if we hear what John hears. So I jacked up the audio, and what you can hear it sounds like two scratches, as if John accidentally rubbed a microphone. But he's not wearing a microphone. I'm going to play it back again. Listen this time, see if you can hear it. I'm going to try that again, but this time I'm going to slow the audio down and see if it sounds any different. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little freaked out. That was definitely a high-pitched something, so I'm going to slow it down even more and see if it really is a child's voice. Let's check it out.
These nuts?
Okay, I was fucking with you at the end there. They didn't say these nuts, but the scratches were 100% real. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, we had a little fun with you, but let's get back into the thermal images. Did you hear John or did you hear Santa?
No, I heard John.
Okay. I don't know why you're even sitting there. That is the weirdest thing. The street sucks.
Yeah.
And now he's back. And so look, now
It moved.
this image for everyone, it has now moved closer to the little bright spot that we're calling a lantern, but it's not a lantern.
No.
That little bright spot has been stationary,
Yep.
and the black image behind it has moved. Now, yes, the camera angle has been slightly different, but the image is definitely not where it would be even if you moved the camera. It's not moved that far away.
Exactly.
That image is definitely in a different spot.
Yep.
So that's some pretty wild stuff, dude.
Yep.
That's
very wild.
And now, but we don't know what. But it just goes and speaks to the lore of Buckout Road as another haunted and terrifying place.
Yeah.
Now, we just did an episode recently on Sleepy Hollow, and the big thing is our boy, the Headless Horseman, the true American monster, created by Washington Irving. But there is some historical relevance to this thing, is there not? That we've come to learn.
Let's talk about the actual legend of Sleepy Hollow and how it was created. You know, historians believe that Washington Irving took aspects of his life, real life aspects, and incorporated them into the story. Like the character Ichabod Crane, all right, is supposedly based off 3 different people, 2 of his war buddies and himself, right? And he got the character Ichabod Crane. Bron Bones, you know, the villain in the story that's also trying to go after Van Tassel. He's a combination of a father and son blacksmith at the time. So, you know, and the Van Tassels, a very prominent family in the area at the time. You know, all these things were taken from his real life, combined into the story of the legend of Sleepy Hollow. But what about the Headless Horseman? The Headless Horseman is supposedly a Hessian mercenary. Now, for those that don't know what that is, that's fine. It's, you know, it's a deep dive into
read your history. It's what Germans were.
Yeah, it's what the Germans were. The English contracted the German mercenaries to help fight the rebels, okay, which were the colonialists, okay, and they were very prominent here at the Battle of White Plains. I believe it was October 28th, 1776. It was either the 28th or the 26th. But regardless, one of them lost their head to cannon fire in that battle and is buried at Sleepy Hollow. Okay.
Now watch this, people. Like, so John has been out there, and you can tell me if you can hear the audio from this, John. I just want to make sure, but
not fun.
Beware the mercenary.
Yes. Beware the mercenary.
In this video, you have recorded them talking about to beware the mercenary.
Yes. To beware the mercenary.
And I've got another one here from you where it's like you've heard them the first time you heard the word Doulahan.
Doulahan wants blood.
I'm sorry, what the hell is a Doulahan?
Doorway.
And what do you mean it wants blood?
She was a
Spirit?
the first.
Spirit, what is a Doulahan?
Did you have to go and look that up afterwards?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I had no idea what it was. And all right, so a lot of the times with spirits and spirit communication, they talk about things I don't know, but my brain logically puts things together. When something is spoken about that my brain can't logically comprehend, my tisms kick up like you wouldn't believe, and I start spiraling out of control. So that's what ended up happening. So as soon as they started talking about the Doulahan, I lost it. I lost control. I was all over the place. My brain is trying to comprehend what is going on. I'm freaking out. You know, starting to go talking on tangents and random things. It was bad. It was funny, but it was also very bad. But yes, I had no idea what the Doulahan was. I've never heard of such a thing. And to hear it here, because it was here in this cemetery that I first heard about it, I lost my mind.
So the Doulahan is a figure from Irish folklore, considered the embodiment of death itself.
Yep.
It's one of the most feared and powerful creatures in Celtic mythology, far more sinister than the more widely known headless horseman from American tales.
Yep.
All right. So it is a headless, it is a Doulahan carries its own severed head, usually under one arm or held aloft, like you would hold a lantern, right? It's got a creepy, moldy, like looks like moldy cheese. Its head. It's just like it is.
And what's wild is there's many different creation myths for the Doulahan. They believe some believe it's a dark fairy, others believe it's like a demonic entity. But one in particular, what made me go, oh my god, that's insane, was the fact that some people believe in Celtic mythology that a Doulahan is created when a warrior loses his head in battle.
Well, this is where like life imitates art, possibly, right? Because
Yes.
there is a legend, or it might be, and or some people believe it to be true that a soldier in the Revolution, a German mercenary, had his head blown off by a cannon, and that's been roaming around. You've got this Doulahan roaming around, and then the Doulahan is where Washington Irving sort of possibly takes that up.
Yeah.
And writes a kick-ass story that we all remember from the wonderful Disney cartoons as well. And then
the
Headless Horseman, which is one of the creepiest dudes. And you got to make it to the bridge.
Yep.
And is that bridge still there?
No. That bridge was paved. The site is still there, but the bridge was filled in and paved over a long time ago.
Right. So right, you got to make it to that bridge to be safe, right? If you don't make it to the bridge, you ain't gonna get there. So it becomes this idea, but this is all around Buckout Road. So the horrors
in the original story, it speaks of that. In the original Legend of Sleepy Hollow, it says that the Headless Horseman rides from Sleepy Hollow to the site where he lost his head, and the only way to get to that site is to go through Buckout.
Sure.
So, it's pretty wild. And the fact that we know how Washington Irving put this story together, that he pulled all these influences from his life to write this, who's to say that when Washington Irving was, going to Sleepy Hollow, or hanging out in White Plains or Harrison, that the people weren't like, oh, beware the Doulahan, beware the Headless Rider. And he's like, oh, I'm going to write a kick-ass story with this. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. These people don't know what they're sitting on a gold mine. They could be writing the book of a century.
So what's really wild too, and which I love, is when you really do a deep dive into Sleepy Hollow and all that in Washington Irving, you can literally pinpoint everywhere where he put that story together, except the actual Headless Horseman. Like, the Hessian mercenary, sure. But, why did he become the Headless Horseman? Just because he lost his head? No, there was more to that. And the more to that was the legend that was here at Buckout. And that's where he took that from. It's almost like a final piece to the puzzle. You know what I mean?
John, what is it about, what about Buckout Road do you want to still figure out and find out?
So I want to see Mary Buckout.
Okay.
Like hands down. I want to see Mary Buckout. I want to see what everybody has been seeing all these years. Okay, like that's my number one goal. And then my next goal after that is to just dive into what I've been hearing about the witches, the curses, and maybe, uncover some more unexplored, mythos of Buckout Road.
Right. How can we, I mean, it's funny because there's obviously a lot of historical records about it to corroborate.
To a certain point.
To corroborate what you're hearing.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to try. Here's the thing. Do you ever, bring, I know you got to carry around a lot of gear, but do you ever bring things to record EVP along with maybe we got to get you a little.
So what I'm actually planning on doing, and I'm working on it now, it's been an expensive project. That's the problem. Is I got an original Talk Boy. You remember Talk Boy?
Sure.
All right. And the reason why I went with the Talk Boy is not just for the nostalgia of it, but it uses cassette tape rather than digital.
Mm-hmm.
And I already have the converter and all that for the cassette tapes to turn it into digital. But what I wanted to start doing was taking that Talk Boy and literally firing it on and leaving it in the woods. And then, like, so for example, if I am here at Stony Hill, I'll leave the Talk Boy up at the Buckout plot and hide it, so no one would, will find it. And then when
Mm-hmm.
I'm done, go and retrieve it and then listen to the audio and see what's going on. The problem is that,
Well, the problem is it's only going to last 45 minutes. How many tapes can you still find tapes?
I already have it all. I have the tapes. But the tapes are a lot longer now. I think they're almost up to 3 hours.
What?
Wasn't like it was when, we were using.
But there's
cassette
only so
tapes.
much space on a tape. I don't
Yeah.
even understand that.
Yeah.
How would they do that?
Well, because technology, ribbons get more. You can pack more data on the ribbons, and you're good to go.
Interesting. What there's those, you can get a cheap digital recorder, right? I mean, if it's a ghost is going to talk, he's going to talk.
It's gonna, yeah.
And Sturgis said an interesting thing. He's like, I don't even use the microphone because they don't have voice boxes. So if they're going to record it, they don't need it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you capture EVP. So it's like,
well, except for the disembodied voices. Except for the disembodied voices.
Right. You would hear that. Yeah. But if you're hearing that, but it's also the what I want to do is the reason I want to start doing it with you too on some of these excursions, even if it's only for an hour at a time, is sort of, and bringing other tools, is to show consistency in what you're getting.
Yeah.
Can we just put an end to this conversation, please, about the apps or this?
It'll never
end.
It
might not ever end, but I would like to have I would love to have a piece of video proof that says, I heard it on the app. Here's an EVP, and your beloved Ovulus also picked it up, or this also picked it up, or this thing.
Dude.
Like corroborating sort of, but it's also just good from look. If the goal here is to document what spirits are and what's coming through,
it's great.
It's also great just to see for ourselves like what's working, what's not. And I saw, the two different apps picked up two different things.
Well, that's what I was about to get into.
Two different apps picked up the same thing, I should say.
Yes.
Which is wild.
So I love that. And I love it even more when, for example, last night I was here at Buckout as well. Instead of using Vox and Ghost Tube Original, I switched it up. I used Ghost Tube Original and Spiritus. Now, Spiritus is made by the same people that make Necro and Necrometer, while Ghost Tube Original is made by the same people that make Vox. Two completely different companies that are in fierce competition with each other. Okay, when it comes to the ghost app world, there's no better names than Chill Seekers, which make Necrophonic and Necrometer and Spiritus, and Ghost Tube that make Ghost Tube Original, Vox, Seeker, SLS, and all that. Like, those are the two big names, right? So here are these two big names in the app ghost hunting world that are literally not only saying the same thing, okay, but backing up what each app is saying. So I love it when that happens. That's like, these apps aren't real. Well, then how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to, competition's not going to back each other up,
Right.
So that's pretty wild when that happens. I
would also love to say, have you ever taken like just a straight magnetometer to that place? Do you have any sort of such tools just to see what Buckout?
I do, but the problem is I keep burning mine out when I use it for my homemade spirit box, the old radio. Yeah, I have an external one. I burnt it out again, which is why I haven't done dude, when they're not in your phones and they're not whatever it is, the Ferris protection or whatever it is, dude, they get burnt out for everything.
Figure out a good one just to see the area you're in, because if Buckout is so insanely such a high traffic zone, why do you think it's a high traffic zone? You think it's just because the Native Americans cursed it? I mean, does that be a real thing?
It's just all the bloodshed. It has to be all the bloodshed.
But now, how does bloodshed though speak to? How does bloodshed get into the theory that we have about energy and memories? Does that
Well,
just make a stronger memory?
well,
Is that what the idea is? Like,
possibly.
what's
It's that I don't know, but it's a possibility. You would think that, it goes into almost how, like, when I talked about, you know, people getting other people's organs and then experiencing, their memories and
yeah?
their, feelings and changing their personalities and things like that. Blood is key. You spill your blood somewhere and you spill enough of it. Who knows what memories? DNA holds memory. Who knows what's getting locked into the land? So,
I see what you're saying.
yeah.
What do you want people to know about Buckout that they haven't learned from your streams?
That no matter what happens here, Buckout is and always will be a very dangerous place, not just for the spiritual elements, but for the human elements. Bad stuff still happens here. People still go missing in the woods. I think the last missing person was in 2024. Early on. I don't want to mention her name. I don't want to blast her name on the
Mhm.
podcast. Because I think it's still in an open investigation. People still go missing here. People still die here. Buckout is dangerous. It's just a very dangerous place, and that's nothing that my documentation will prove. It's just a fact.
Yeah, it's tough. All it's going to do is make you a suspect, bro.
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
who we haven't checked out yet? We haven't checked out that weird guy who sits in the chair, whether it's hot or cold, till 3 a.m.
It's
You
true.
know,
It's
it's like
true.
some Stephen King character. It's like,
Yeah. Well,
don't mind old man Santa sitting over there. He just
dude.
likes to sit there and talk to the
Yeah.
ghosts.
Luckily, the cool thing is about that, I'll never have to worry about that because a lot of the cops get called on me all the time here,
I
all the
bet.
time.
No
So
kidding.
yeah, so
You're
they know
sitting
who
out
I
there with
am.
no sleeve. You got a missing tooth.
Yeah.
It's the middle of the night.
Yep.
It's cold. You're
Yep.
probably like, cars are driving by. Even people that live there, like, did you see that there's some guy in a hoodie with a missing tooth sitting there just like talking to himself because
Yeah.
they can't see the cameras and he's just like crazy. It's like you're that guy. Like you can't
Yeah.
get there from here, and you're like, if you bury a child in over there, it's gonna come back to life. You're that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
You're the Buckout guy. If
Yep.
you keep doing this for many years to come, you might become part of Buckout legend.
Well,
You can see, it's like, you know who's here? There used to be an old influencer here that used to sit around. Now the ghost of John Santa, his memories float around.
I
And
tried to send you the video. I had an 8-minute video of right after the spirits brought up the Doulahan, and I had this big machete with me it's serrated, and I'm literally waving this machete around, yelling at the top of my lungs about the Doulahan. While all this is happening, the camera's pointed at the road, and some random dude who I ended up talking to the guy. He lives down the road over here, is walking, and he sees me. And you
Yeah.
see him, he looks at me. I scare the shit out of him. I don't see
Of
him.
course you do.
And he just walks right away. And I'm literally
Yes.
sitting there with a machete, waving
He had to
it,
get back.
going
He had to
on
get
about
back
a
to.
Doulahan.
He had to get back to change his pants. Is what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Because it's crazy.
No, I talked to him. He said I scared the living shit out of him.
Yes, of course.
He said he
It's a
told
terrifying
everybody
thing.
about it too. And I'm like,
You will probably be in whatever, like it's
in like
Buckout
50
Road,
years in the
Buckout
Lord.
Road Part 3, and it's
Yeah.
like the ghost of John Santa
Yeah.
haunts Buckout Road. It's like if you listen now, you can hear what is that? You can hear barking spiders.
Barky. You hear, if you listen closely, you hear a ooh-wee from the woods.
Right.
Yep.
It's like all of a sudden you're gonna hear.
Yep. Ooh-wee. You know.
Is that Mary Buckout? No, that ooey is not Mary Buckout.
No, that's John Santa.
That's John Santa adding to the lore. It's like if there were pictures, it'd be like in the at the end of The Shining, where it shows you zoom in, and you zoom in deeper and deeper to the picture of them all at the big New Year's party, and they're all in their tuxedos, but then he's in the picture now.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson dies, and he's in the picture.
Yep.
That's you at Buckout, and it's like we go into the woods, and there's a lady in white and a Native American.
You get a bunch
John
of
Santa with a monster.
Yep. You get a bunch of teenagers that show up. They're drinking.
All of a sudden, one rolls a blunt, and the other one goes, "Yo, don't spark that. The ghost of John Santa will
Yes.
appear."
The
You're
legend,
like, "Hey,
right?
yo, let me get some
Right.
of that." You know,
If you pass it, it have to be threes,
it
right?
has to be
If
threes,
you pass
3
that blood
times.
3 times, the
Yep.
ghost of John Santa makes an appearance in
Yep.
the legend of Buckout Road. You had to sit in the corner of this and that in front of
Blow the
Stony Hill
smoke in that
Cemetery.
direction.
Yes.
You know.
3 puffs.
Yeah. Well, in all seriousness, this is actually the only location that I will not be stoned for.
Why is that?
Dude, I've already had 3 encounters where I had to
Oh, just
chase
because of
people
people,
off
because of
3
people.
times, like
Right.
I
Right,
need
right,
to
right.
be 100. I can't be relaxed at all. I need to be like the first 2 times that dude was clearly homeless. That dude was
Sure.
clearly homeless. Like I took the image, I looked at, you could see all his clothes are ripped up. You
Yeah,
could
yeah.
see he's dirty. That's
He might
somebody
still be there
homeless in
somewhere.
these woods.
Right.
All right. So right off the bat, if you're homeless and you're at Buckout, there's something fucking wrong with you.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
So right off the bat, that's that. And then the third time with the group of the 7 strapping young lads
Yeah.
that decided to harass
Right.
me that night that I had to
Right.
chase off.
Outside of the creepy people and some of these thermal images are wild, what is, and I know you have so many videos that are all fun and good, but like what stands out to you the most is like, as a sort, the question is, what stands out to you the most is this is why I do what I do. This is the most interesting, this speaks to spirit communication. Like what is an event that it's happened to you there, an experience that you can point to as one of the most influential in what you do and keeping you doing what you do?
The disembodied voices. The disembodied voices, like the one that we caught today. And I guarantee you when you go back and you isolate that audio, you're gonna be able to hear something calling my name. It was a child calling my name. That's what makes me go, wow, this place is nuts. Like there's one video I sent you of the street light, and you faintly hear something calling me from the woods while the street light is flickering. And then on a side note, there's also a bit of a mystery to this place. Just the other day I was here, and before I went live, I was literally setting up. I fired up. I think I was using Necro, Meter, and Vox for the session. So I just got everything set up to hit, play. I'm firing up the spirit boxes, and then all of a sudden I look and I see an old woman walking. Okay, in great shape. She looked like she was in her 80s, but she was in good shape, and she's walking along the path.
Like
It's
Jane Fonda hot.
yeah, like that, right? But this is at a different spot at Buckout. This is near where the Cannibal Albino house burned down.
Okay.
So she's walking, and there's a trail back there. So she's walking, and all of a sudden she stops. She turns, she looks dead at me and goes, "Oh, you're a courageous one." And then just kept fucking walking. Dude, she never came back out of the woods. Okay, the live ended. She never came back out. And I was like, what the hell was that? And that's not the first time. Another time, we were deep in the woods here, past the cemetery. We were at an abandoned structure that's back there. And it used to be part of Stony Hill, the community. And I'm sitting in the structure, and all of a sudden, I see an old man. And the old man is just hacking at the brush, like he's trying to fight his way through. Come to find out, that old man actually lives in the area, and he has Alzheimer's or dementia, one of the two. And the son, I bumped into the son, and the son's like, "Thank you for not approaching him. He probably would have attacked you." Like, because he's like, he's wild. But then
Yeah.
I seen that same old man
He's wild.
before that, and I had a pleasant conversation with him. But like the old people here are just, it's wild, dude. Like the
They're
run-ins with
wild.
them are wild.
Right. You don't get
You know?
you get oldies up here. The oldies
Yeah.
at Buckout are unlike any of the other oldies anywhere else.
I've got a guy that drives over here all the time when he sees me live, and he's always just like, "If you run into any trouble, come to my house." Gave me his
Yeah.
address right on live.
I'm
And then
sure
he
it's made out of
drives by and he's-
gingerbread too, bro.
Yeah.
And he's got an oven in there full of candies for
That's
you.
it, right? Oh, candy!
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
But
Right.
he's a nice guy. He offers me coffee all the time. Like,
I'm sure he does.
great.
One day you're going to take one of those coffees and you're going to wake up with your mouth attached to another person's ass and you're going to be a human
for real.
centipede.
So the people element of this place is wild. Then I bump into random neighbors that claim they never experienced anything. But then I bump into some, dude, there's this one couple that claims that every now and then from their backyard, they see a bunch of people with hoods and torches walking through the woods. So it's wild. Some say nothing. Some say they see things. Some have experienced things. Some haven't. It's wild. But I can tell you this: everybody that is here just seems comfortable with this place.
Right.
The ones that don't get out of their cars, they don't go walking on the road. They'll straight up tell you, like, oh yeah, when I go to my house, I just, you'll never see me walking on the road. I walk my dog in the backyard, like. So
Right.
It's pretty
Well,
wild. Man. Buckout is
I think that's great. I mean, I think that's great that there's so much still to explore. There's so much still to test.
Do we have that thermal video?
Yeah. Bob, let me see. But I could play it, but is there audio on it or no?
No, there's no audio.
Okay, then yeah, I have it. Here, hold on.
Yeah. There's no audio to it. I think that'd be a really good thing to end with.
Okay, so
again, this is in this spot here. Okay.
Okay, so let me.
First thing I want to point out, obviously the chick that's chilling, that we've caught before, she's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now what we're looking at is this mass to the right that looks like it's moving.
To the
Okay.
right. This. Let me play it again.
Yep, you're gonna have to play it again, and you can literally see it. It walks. She's walking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys see that? So we're looking at so on the screen, it's not far from where John is sitting right now. It's predominantly purple. There's a tree that's like a lighter purple orange and some orangey spots in front of this tree.
Yep.
But in the background to the right of the screen is a black mass that as
Looks
the
like it's a
camera
dress.
moves, it does appear to be like, it does look like something's moving. It's a black, it's straight black, meaning there's no heat coming from it. You cannot see through it.
Nope. And then it looks like it just walks off. Like the ending right there is wild, dude. How it just walks off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as far as thermal captures go, that's a pretty wild one.
It's interesting to know why it's in this sea of black. There is a black in the sea of purple. I'm sorry, is a black form that, like a cloaked person or a person in a dress or.
Yeah, looks like a person in a dress.
But it moves.
Yeah.
It's moving.
And what's cool is because I'm moving, obviously, too. We'll take that into account. But at the end there, I'm moving in one direction. That's moving in another.
That's moving back. It looks like it's moving deeper into the woods.
Yeah, dude. Which is insane. I would, because again, we're both skeptics. So we're going to be like, okay, the camera is moving. But it's moving one way. And I'm moving another way, so it's not moving together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah,
so that's a good
literally
one.
right back here.
Well, you're right. That is a good way to end it because now I'm officially creeped out by the whole place.
Yeah. So
listen. Buckout Road is a phenomenal place, and it's like we grew up right around there, and probably one of the most haunted places in America, and it's home to a lot of legends and a lot of lore. And if you follow John Santa on any of his socials at Santa Paranormal, you're going to see him there quite frequently as he documents more and more spirits and gets closer to what may or may not be the history of that place from the mouths of the people who lived it or the memories of the people who lived it, which is absolutely incredible. John, thank you. Another good app.
Yeah,
another
awesome.
fun one.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah, live
Yeah.
from we're
Sweet.
here from Buckout.
Yeah,
John's
live from
there
Buckout.
he's live at Buckout.
Yeah.
All right, my man. Until the next one.
All righty.
All right,
Guys, have a good
see you
one.
guys. Thanks for
Thank you for
listening.
listening
Thanks for
and watching.
watching. That wraps it up for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please like and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, especially our YouTube channel and our Spotify. Again, thank you so much. Tune in next time. Bye.